Okay, I don't have a clock out here, so just count me down on my ear.
Eastern will be covering the convention live every night until presidential candidate Kamala Harris closes it up Thursday with her nomination acceptance speech.
And here with us at the desk is political strategist Gerard Filitti. Gerard, thank you so much for joining us once again. And tonight we'll be hearing from a long list of big speakers, including the Squad's Congresswoman Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, former presidential candidate Hillary Clinton, First Lady Dr. Jill Biden, and of course, President Biden himself, who will be the last speaker of the night.
And on the ground there in Chicago, we've got multiple teams. NTD Washington correspondents Jack Bradley and Luis Martinez, they're on the floor at the DNC. We have NTD's Kelly Wright at Media Row, and here in the studio, NTD's election data analyst Dave Martin over at the Data Hub. First, let's go to Jack and Luis. Both of you, what is the atmosphere like over there?
Well, it's just getting fired up here. We're seeing the seats here fill out, and we can, the speeches are just getting started here at the United Center in Chicago. And at the DNC later tonight, the keynote speaker is President Biden. That'll be late tonight at 10 o'clock local time. We're going to hear from plenty of others later in the week. We also have James Taylor performing later tonight, so that'll be something to see. And over the next 2 days, we'll be expecting to see President Obama and Michelle Obama speaking here as well, as much more.
Yeah, Jack, and also Steve and Tiffany were mentioning in the studio that we'll hear tonight from Congresswoman Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, who won her primary elections in June. And then we'll also hear from First Lady Jill Biden and former Secretary of State Hillary Clinton. And finally, we'll have President Joe Biden. Tonight's theme will be for the people. DNC organizers have commented that today, on Monday, the theme will be for the people. That if we recall back in 2019, where Kamala Harris launched her first presidential bid. Back then, she used those words as her launching catchphrase when she said Kamala Harris for the people, which was the phrase that she used during her first day as a prosecutor in California. Also very interesting for the next 4 days. Well, this will be the first presumptive Democratic presidential nominee from the West Coast, and of course also of African-American descent.
Absolutely. So we got a lot more to look out for here. We'll keep you updated throughout the night. Back to you.
All right, Jack and Louise, thanks for that. And now over to NTD's Kelly Wright, who's at our booth there at the convention. Kelly, who have we interviewed so far today?
Well, there have been a number of people that I've been able to talk to. One has been an advisor, a senior advisor to President Biden. And of course, President Biden will be speaking tonight. I spoke with Stephen Benjamin, who heads up the president's Office of Public Engagement, and I asked him what the president will likely discuss tonight. He said, you know, Kelly, I usually help write his speeches. On this particular issue or event, he has not asked me to write anything. So he doesn't even know what's in the speech. But he went on to say that he believes it would be a speech of humility and a speech that looks at his long history of public service. 5 decades President Biden has served this nation, and of course the past 4 as President of the United States. I also spoke with a congressman out of Raleigh, North Carolina, Congressman Nickel, who has been traveling with President Obama when President Obama was in office. He's also served with Vice President Al Gore going all the way back then. But he has gone on to say that his effort, as he told me, for America is to make sure that America is able to conquer its great division and find unity. That's his sole purpose. And then I just recently spoke with Congressman Jamie Raskin, a fellow Marylander. I'm from the state of Maryland, and he is as well. And he wanted to share with me his hope for America, and that is that he wants to see young people in America be energized and incentivized to vote, as well as to hope, as well as to give up everything they can possibly do to make America better and have, as we've heard in this theme, a government for the future and for the people.
Kelly, thank you for that. And let's go now to the Data Hub with NTD's Dave Martin, who's got a lot prepared for us tonight. Dave, take it away.
Thank you, Tiff. You know, a lot has happened in the Democratic Party since the Republican National Convention last month. Of course, President Biden dropped out of the race just days after the convention ended. Now, he had won far and away more delegates than anyone else during the primary season, 3,896, well past the 1,976 needed to secure the nomination, in a very unsurprising result. But since his withdrawal, Kamala Harris has entered the race and has already taken more than 99% of the more than 4,500 delegates during a virtual roll call. Now, normally this is more of a ceremonial procedure that would take place during this convention, but the party is in an unusual position with the first-term president not seeking re-election. In any case, her nomination has already been certified as well. Now, we'll hear from Kamala Harris later on this week, as well as Vice President Tim Walz. President Joe Biden, meanwhile, will be the main speaker tonight. Now, meanwhile, we'll be back later on with some poll numbers between Harris and Donald Trump. But for right now, let's go back to the desk.
All right, Dave, thanks for that. And we'll be checking in with everyone throughout the night, so stay with us for that.
And coming back in studio, we have Gerard Filitti, political strategist. Gerard, let's talk about tonight's speech. President Biden, obviously the main event, if you will, the keynote. How significant, if at all, do you think his speech will be, not so much for himself, but to the Harris-Walz campaign's future in this election?
His speech is very much transitional, and boy, what a difference a month makes. A month ago, the Democratic Party had their knives out for Joe Biden, and they couldn't wait for him to get out of the race. And now it's all love, and it's really that love fest that is transitioning and beneficial for Harris, because what Biden needs to do is bridge the gap. He was the president that took out Donald Trump in 2020 to win the presidency. And now he has to convince the Democratic Party to unify before Kamala Harris is up for election. So this is really the importance of the speech, is to bridge that gap between the past and the present, and to take the Democratic Party into the direction of unifying in order to get her into office.
Now, I've been seeing a lot of momentum for Kamala Harris, and she's become basically the head of this party. Now, looking at the Real Clear polling national average, Vice President Harris has closed this gap shortly after President Biden dropped out, and she's now surpassed former President Trump. What does she need to do to keep that momentum?
In part, we have to go back a step and say that the momentum was a large part due to the novelty of what happened. The attention shifted from the Republican Party to the Democratic one because we had all these changes. We had a new candidate emerge. We had the party starting to unify. We had the virtual roll call. So part of this was inevitable. Now, to maintain the momentum, they need to leave this convention with a positive message and people on board for Kamala. It's not just about this is what happened and we need to come together, the excitement of it, but they need to actually have the policy positions that people like, and that will drive the momentum further.
On that note of policy issues, when it comes to President Biden backing out of the race, and a lot of people are saying this boiled down to his age, but what about his policies. Were those winning? Should Kamala Harris stick to those policies? What are your views on that?
In large part, the policies were not the winning ticket for the Democratic Party before this change happened. The biggest issue for everyone is the economy, and we saw the economy not doing too well. In fact, a few weeks ago, we saw the stock market plummet one day, which had a lot of people anxious. And with the inflation going to what it is, and people worried about the next 4 years, the talking points in the Biden administration were not all that favorable. Harris gets to start anew. She gets to take the benefit of the achievements of Biden, but also put her own personal touches on policy. And quite frankly, a lot of people are waiting to hear from her about these policy issues because we really don't know where she stands on some things.
What do you think the president's message, Gerard, would be to some of those undecided voters who may be weary of, the top of the ticket changing? We have to remember that, most of the people in the Democratic Party voted for him, not necessarily her, in 2020.
I think the biggest thing we can see from Joe Biden is what we have seen before. He will emphasize preserving the democracy, the importance of coming together for the sake of America's future. So that whole issue of democracy and whether a vote for Donald Trump is not good for the republic, we will get that as part of his speech tonight. We will see him driving people to vote for Harris because we want stability and to preserve democracy. That word will inevitably come up a lot.
On that note, we have the Daily Beast that is reporting that when it comes down to President Biden speaking today, they're noting Politico is saying he's been quite resentful over what he sees as his ouster from within his own party. Now, Harrison Walls, this report, is saying that they're concerned not with what he's going to say, because that's going to be, this theme of unity and everything, but what he does, as in President Biden is not expected to stay for the speeches by Obama and Harris. Now, if that happens, this reporting is saying that this is going to raise questions over lingering divisions within the Democratic Party. Do you see that as a legitimate concern here?
I think you can see this also as passing the baton. He's done his bit. He has preserved his party. He has preserved the country. He's handing the baton to Kamala Harris. And from what I hear reporting, he's off on vacation after tonight's speech. That could be seen as divisive by some, but it really does come down to how hard he campaigns for her. And so far, I think he's been doing a steady job of doing that. There will always be questions, but Joe Biden, in being in public office for 5 decades, he's learned by now to put a lot of his personal opinions aside and do what he thinks is best for the party. So I think that he will continue to do that tonight and going forward.
Now, when it comes to Kamala Harris, I think, as you mentioned earlier, she's kind of this unknown entity. Sure, she was vice president, but we still don't really know where she stands on a lot of policies. There's multiple reporting out saying that this convention is an opportunity for her to reinvent herself or reintroduce herself to the American people. How do you see her tackling that?
With a very good speech when it's her time. I think we've seen this in a lot of elections where candidates, going back to George H.W. Bush, when he was vice president running for the nomination and then running for president in 1988, he needed to come out with a strong convention speech because even though people were vaguely aware who he was, they didn't really know what he stood for. So that's always been the key to a vice president getting the nomination, getting popular buy-in. You need your convention speech to be your story, who you are, how you got to be there, and what you see as your vision for America for the next 4 years.
And former President Trump, obviously right now in some of the polls out there, is polling better when it comes to the economy and also illegal immigration. How do you think Kamala Harris is going to try to, create some space between her and President Biden on those two main issues for voters?
Well, that's going to be a very tough needle for her to thread, in part because when it comes to the economy, there's such a dichotomy. The Republicans seem to think that it's not doing well enough. The Democrats are happy with the way it's been handled. So I don't think there will be much daylight between what Kamala Harris lays out and what Joe Biden did, other than some of the plans that we've already heard, potentially regulating prices, for example, price controls, the idea that's resurfaced from an old video that she might overtake patents in healthcare to put them to better use. These things are markedly different than what Joe Biden would have supported. So you will see some policy differences. On the border, she does bear the heavy burden of shaking off that distinction as being the border czar and responsible in part for not doing anything about immigration policy.
And right now we are going to direct your attention to the screen there where we were just seeing some footage from ahead and outside of the convention there on the ground in Chicago. We'll be bringing you a lot more as speakers come up on stage, so stay with us for a lot more.
When I started MyPillow, it was just a problem solution, one product company. Well, since then, with the help of my dedicated employees, we now have hundreds of products, some you might not even know about. To get the word out, we're having a $25 extravaganza. 2-pack multi-use My Pillows, $25. My Pillow sandals, $25. And for the first time ever, our 6-pack towel sets, you guessed it, just $25. Our brand new 4-pack dish towels, $25. And I've never done this before. Premium My Pillows with all new Giza fabric, any size, any loft level, even king size for only $25. And there's so much more. So go to mypillow.com or call the number on your screen. Use your promo code for our $25 extravaganza. Order $75 and over. Your entire order ships absolutely free.
Do you ever wake up and realize your life has no purpose?
Do I have a death wish? Morgan asked. Maybe I did. I thought this would be our final run ever. We had made millions and millions of dollars, but God had other plans.
Peter Lowe, the one-time drug dealer turned pastor, along with 2 others, will be executed at 12 midnight local time.
The next day, something strange happened. Someone came up to me and gave me this flyer about Jesus.
You can be in heaven, or you can be in hell. The choice is yours.
We'll walk straight out of here. Pretend to be the media.
This pathetic maggot got caught trying to escape my prison. Nobody escapes my prison.
He's a changed person. He's a new man.
I found Christ in here, and he forgave me.
I found Christ too.
My name is Peter Lowe, and I will be executed in 2 hours. Why am I being executed, you ask?
Jesus is for free, and salvation is a gift. Do you believe in Jesus?
Welcome back to The Nation Decides. I'm Tiffany Meier.
And I'm Steve Lance. And we're going to bring it back in studio where we have Dante Mills, Gerard Filitti. Dante, welcome to the panel. We'll get your thoughts, Dante, tonight. What are some of the big things you're going to be looking at as President Biden is set to essentially give his farewell speech?
I'm excited. Not that he's not excited for him to say farewell. I think he did a good job as president. I think he was who the country needed at the time. We were coming out of COVID, and there were a lot of things that he was able to kind of steady. No matter what your politics are, you have to believe that there was a lot going on in this country when there was a transition in 2020. And we're at a time now that I think it's a little bit more stable. And you have to give President Joe Biden some credit for that. But age is undefeated. Father Time catches up to you, and he just can't do it anymore. And he graciously agreed to move aside. So now we're at this Democratic National Convention, and I'm excited to hear what the platform and policy is for Kamala Harris. We got this introduction to her that was kind of forced on people, right? We learned that President Biden was not going to run again. And 2 days later, we had this presumptive nominee, despite the fact that she did not get a single vote for president. And she's been on this campaign to introduce herself to the nation, but it was on the surface. It was just saying, I'm Kamala Harris and I will be your nominee. But now we get to learn the nitty-gritty, the details of what she plans to bring to the table. And I think now the nation will be able to decide if it's what they want or not, because they'll hear, hopefully, what she plans to bring. And then they could determine who they want to vote for, whether it's former President Trump or current Vice President Kamala Harris.
I want to expand on that. So far, in your view, we still don't know a lot of her policies, right? But what, in your view, are Kamala Harris's strengths and maybe weaknesses right now?
Well, the strength is she gets to play both sides of the coin and say everything good that happened in the last 3.5 years, I was directly related to, and everything bad I had nothing to do with. And I think that's a strength because she's running against the former president and they both essentially have records, but she gets to nitpick and pick and choose only the benefits of that record. She has a history of supporting things like choice for women. I think she's going to make that something in her platform because it is a major issue right now, abortion in this country. Other than that, I don't know. I can't tell you what she's going to run on. She doesn't have any foreign policy on her website at all. When I talk to people in her campaign, they say, oh, we're going to introduce that later. And, you know, we're just trying to see, well, okay, what are you going to be about? So other than being able to nitpick and say, yes, the economy has been steady and it's slowly been on the rise, and I want to take credit for that. The border, we've had some issues there, and that wasn't me. That was President Biden's policy. My policy is going to be different. So other than nitpicking, I think she has a fresh platform that she can tell us what she plans to bring, and I'm excited to hear what that is. I think it's about time.
And Gerard, what, in your view, are Kamala Harris's strengths and weaknesses right now, given that we don't know what her policies are yet?
Well, I agree that the biggest strength that she has is that she really can't take credit for anything that happened good in the last 3.5 years, and she can distance herself from policies that didn't work. What the issues are, what her liabilities may be, again, we don't know what her positions are shaping to be. One of the biggest issues that might be a sleeper issue in this election is foreign policy and foreign issues. We've seen that increasingly playing out in the last few years, whether it's Ukraine, China, the Middle East right now. And Kamala does not seem to have that depth of foreign policy experience. If anything, there may be concerns about some of the people who she has appointed to advise her on these issues and whether or not they are biased or they have the full view to enable her to make the best decisions as president. So that is something a lot of people will be watching for, whether it's foreign policy, the economy, things that she hasn't really developed on her own. Those may end up being weaknesses more than they are strengths.
I agree 100%. I think foreign policy is going to be her weakest position because she did not serve in the military. She was not used in her role as vice president to really go out into the world and speak on behalf of America, so she didn't get a lot of experience in that in the last 3.5 years. And I think she understands that. It may be part of the reason, and from what I hear it was, that she selected her vice presidential candidate, Walz, who did have a long military record, even though it's been questioned about a part of his service, but he served in the military for a long time and can add to that or bolster just her credibility on foreign policy. But we want to hear exactly what that's going to be.
We're going to hold the conversation just for a moment. Right now, NTD's Kelly Wright is at the DNC there at the booth. Kelly, what can you tell us?
Well, based on everything I've just heard so far, your guests are spot on in terms of Vice President Kamala Harris. This DNC convention is actually a biography of her life. It'll be a rollout. You won't hear that tonight except from the words of the President of the United States, Joe Biden. Now, earlier today, I spoke with a representative of North Carolina, and Representative Nickel went on to say what he expects President Joe Biden to talk about tonight. Let's listen. And tonight, President Joe Biden.
Yeah, no, Joe Biden, I think he's going to be focused on, the accomplishments over the last 4 years, mentioning, certainly I know he's going to be talking about the bipartisan infrastructure law. He's going to be talking about, bringing down the debt through the Inflation Reduction Act and so many of the other, policy wins that we have over the last 4 years. And that matters for folks. At the end of the day, it's about the economy. What have you done to help make life easier for folks?
And to be sure, that is what the president will likely talk about tonight, but he will also obviously give a full-throated endorsement of Kamala Harris as vice president and one who is taking on the mantle now to be the front runner for the Democratic Party, who has energized this United Center, a United Center that is most notably known for that statue you see over my shoulder, the GOAT, the greatest of all time in NBA history, Michael Jordan. It's an icon, but the question is, can the Democratic Party create an icon in Kamala Harris? That remains to be seen. Steve?
NTD's Kelly Wright there at the DNC on site. Thank you, Kelly. And let's come back in studio where we have our guest, political strategist Dante Mills and Gerard Filitti. Dante, I want to go back to you and get your thoughts in terms of Kamala Harris. Is she going to be able to, when you look at some of the surveys out there, Americans are still feeling the effects of inflation. Although it came down, there's still the cost of goods and wages. Do you think that she is going to be able to separate herself from the past 4 years when Americans look back and see and feel, potentially policies and choices that have created this situation?
She's going to try. And one thing that she's going to roll out from what I'm hearing with the people in her campaign, and she kind of, she hinted to this earlier, was price control. She wants to make her presidency about the middle class. I think you're going to hear a lot of that this week in Chicago, a highlight on the middle class. And I think a staple of even the Democratic Party is kind of building from the middle out and from the middle up, as opposed to like a trickle-down economy or something where you start high and relieve some taxes from big businesses and things like that so it can work its way down. So I think they're going to focus on the middle class and building up. She's going to do things like price control, which she's tested it early and got some pushback. I don't know, it's going to be difficult to regulate something like that, but she's going to make her focus allowing people to provide for their families right now and in meaningful ways, like trying to control the prices of groceries, trying to make sure that you can buy a home or make it more accessible for people to buy a home, because that's where you can build wealth for future generations. And that's going to be the highlight this week. So we'll see if she can be successful in convincing the American people that she's able to do that. Because if she can, I think there's a lot of people that's going to want that, right? They want to be able to feed their families. They want a home of their own. And they maybe get behind her. They may get behind her if she's successful in showing that she's going to do that with her presidency.
And Gerard, to Dante's point, when it comes to what she rolled out with her economic plan, price control, it did, get met with some sort of resistance, even from some of those on the left, dating back and referencing Richard Nixon, who rolled it out, and it kind of became a disaster and backfired for him. How do you see this economic plan?
It's not an easy sell to make right now. We've gotten better. A lot of Democrats are more willing to be considerate of things like capping prices, but it's not something that is yet mainstream. So she does run the risk of alienating some voters, especially among the independents. Not so much the Democrats. She has to worry about independents, because that's the margin that she needs in order to carry this election. So this is something that she has to make palatable for them. Part of that is acknowledging that inflation is a problem, that prices are a problem. The irony, or if you'd call it that, is the Biden administration has spent a good number of years, the last 2 years, arguing that they've gotten inflation under control, that the economy is doing better. So Kamala has a difficult task. She has to show that there is still a problem, and she can fix it in a specific way without alienating people or without being called out for not having been truthful about the devastating effects of inflation for the last few years.
Yeah, and that's, if you look at that, that's the tightrope, the fine line that she has to walk of saying, things are okay now, right? Our administration did not fail you, but it still can be better. And I think she has the ability to do that if she can really relate that to the American people. We're working, and we have been working these last 3.5 years, and we've done a good job, but I plan to take the baton and carry it further. And that's where she can really shine if she does it appropriately this week. The issue with politicians, a lot of times they never want to accept anything negative. But if she's willing to do that, if she's willing to say, yes, we've been trying under President Biden, but my plan is going to take the building blocks that we have now. They haven't been the best. We've trying, but I'm going to push it further. And if she can walk that line, I think she has an opportunity here to really get people excited about her and on board with her campaign.
And on that note, we are going to take a quick break. We have a lot more for you in just a few minutes of our special coverage of the 2024 Democratic National Convention, so stay with us.
Looking for a healthy and smooth-tasting brew? Drop by Days Coffee Roasters today and explore our wide selection of specialty-grade, small-batch roasted coffee. Home to North America's first enzyme-fermented coffee, we source a wide selection of specialty-grade coffee beans from around the world, and our baristas are ready to craft your customized brew. visit Days Coffee at 28 North Street, Middletown, New York. Come experience a brew like no other.
Come to Mathis Home for the Monumental Savings Event and get big values on the latest dining sets. Here's a hot buy. This table and 4 side chairs is only $442. Shop and compare, nobody beats Mathis Home. Or this 72-inch table is a great value at just $670 with a genuine white marble top. Check out this mid-century modern set. You get the table and 4 chairs all for just $698. Shop now and save during the Monumental Savings Event at Mathis Home.
There's a whirlwind of emotion and activity going on in this painting. And there's chaos all around and threat from below. The wolves surrounding her, and they're anything but unmoved. They're moving all the time, and we sense that. But this little girl remains unmoved.
She's in quite a perilous situation, but she's completely strong and serene, and she's actually meditating. It was very, very well liked because no matter what culture or what sort of walk of life you're from, I think people, they see it and they immediately understand what that energy, what that message is, and they're drawn to it because everybody kind of needs a little bit of that in their own life, of, you know, the steadfast calmness and something to hold on to. It's definitely an inner peace in the midst of something very chaotic, and for a lot of people right now, the whole world is very, very chaotic. So I guess that's another reason why so many people are very drawn to this.
And welcome back to The Nation Decides 2024. I'm Steve Lance.
And I'm Tiffany Meier, and there on screen we see the front of the United Center where the Democratic National Convention, or DNC, is taking place. Tonight the big name is President Biden, who will be speaking. We also have other big names lined up: Hillary Clinton, Barack Obama, not tonight, but other big names to look out for. I think tonight we also have AOC, so quite a lineup.
Indeed, and back to our in-studio panel where we have our political strategist, Dante Mills, and Gerard Filitti. Just coming back to our previous conversation, Dante, you know, what do you think are going to be some of the positive things in the term, the Biden-Harris term, that Kamala Harris is really going to want to emphasize in her, you know, what's a very short campaign leading up to the election?
Just a steady hand. And I think part of what she has to do is point to the 4 years from 2016 to 2020 and say, it was rocky, right? We all had the sense where we would wake up and check Twitter at the time and see, did anything crazy happen today? And I think that changed under President Biden. And I think part of what Vice President Harris has to do is say, I was a part of steadying the nation, and I'm going to lead us forward. I have some other ideas, but we're going to be safe. I'm going to protect you guys, and it's going to be comfortable to live here, right? I'm not going to make it to where you don't know what's going to happen tomorrow because you have someone in office that may be a little erratic. And I think that's the selling point that they have, the steady hand selling point. That's what President Joe Biden was. He was a boring politician, but the nation, I believe, needed it at the time. And I think Vice President Harris has to find that line of saying, I will be boring as well while I'm working for you. It won't be erratic. Nothing will be out of control. I'll be steady and I'll lead the ship.
He was certainly a well-trained statesman, that's for sure.
Yes.
And we'll probably see some of that tonight in his farewell address. With that said, Gerard, if you could sort of give us an idea what you think the Trump campaign now needs to do. 30 short days ago, there was a totally different challenger in President Biden. The whole election's been, turned upside down on its head. And it appears as though the Trump campaign was scrambling, adding Corey Lewandowski to the campaign, rumors of getting rid of some of the Chris LaZavita and his other campaign manager. What do you think they need to do?
They need to focus on the issues. They need to focus on the economy. They need to focus on the border. They need to focus on what resonates for Trump supporters and also to independents. They need to not engage in the type of personal attacks that Kamala is expecting and able to deflect, and actually have a meaningful discussion about where Trump and his team see America going in the next 4 years. If they can do that, if they have the discipline to do that and actually rebut whatever positions Kamala takes tonight and going forward at this convention, they have a much better chance of getting those independent voters and getting swing state voters to come out for Trump. But if it's still a matter of personality over politics, then the train is only heading in one direction and Donald Trump won't be on it.
I have to push back a little bit that I know that that's the consensus. But we're not talking about a regular politician here. And if we're talking about personality over politics, that's the only reason former President Trump was president to begin with. He never was strong on policy, ever. Although during his presidency, he did some good things for America. And I think America knows what they're going to get politically with Trump. He's not going to change. I think he controls the narrative better than any other politician we've ever had, because he's not really a politician, and that's his strength. It may not be working right now because it's early on, but one thing former President Trump does is stays on his message until everybody else believes it. And if he does that and convinces people that who he's saying Kamala Harris is who they should believe she is, they'll start to believe him, and I think it'll work. Former President Trump is different than any other political candidate we've had, and it works for him.
You're a businessman. Are you giving a subtle shout out to the former president because you don't like Kamala's recent tax proposal that was just released?
I don't like Kamala's recent tax proposal that was released at all. And I'll tell you, I own my own business, and as a small business, as far as taxes related, we did better under former President Trump than anyone else, right? His economic policy is sound. But as a leader of America, it's tough for me to get behind him because I think he brings out the worst in some people. And socially, I don't think that America needs that. And I would be willing to pay more in taxes and to have a better America where people are kinder to each other, right? I'm willing to make that sacrifice. I don't know if everybody else is. There's some people who are going to vote for former President Trump simply because he'll add money to their purse, and he will. He's a good businessman. He has great economic policy, but he is who he is, and we know that.
And right now here, I believe we do have some footage live of the DNC, and we'll bring that back up on screen when we can. In the meantime, Gerard, if you would like to reply.
Well, no, I will say that the issue for politicians, you can't run the last campaign over again. You have to adapt to the circumstances. And Donald Trump didn't really adapt so far. I mean, he stumbled on how to address Kamala and how to address her candidacy. And that's not just a matter of repeating the same things that have worked in the past, because you can only get so much out of voters. You need to inject something new. You need to go for voters that haven't turned out for you or may not be turning out for you. So there does need to be, I still think there does need to be some change in his strategy. But otherwise, Dante is absolutely right. He appeals to a wide swath of voters who will still turn out for him. The issue, though, is that now it's a tighter race. You're not looking at Biden versus Trump. You're looking at an unknown entity who has a blank slate to define herself however she chooses. And that's a much more difficult task for Trump because she won't be fully defined until even after this convention. So there's even less time for him between the end of the convention, the first debate, and then going into whether there are other debates, to actually focus his campaign around how she positions herself.
And to your point, former President Trump is ramping up his campaign, hitting some battleground states. He's been in Pennsylvania. He was there Saturday. He was also there today. I want to play some sound of what he said earlier today.
If Kamala gets in, the United States will rapidly become a deindustrialized third world nation, like so many others have become. She's running on socialist price controls, banning gas-powered cars and trucks, and private health insurance policies are gone. She wants to defund the police, abolish cash bail. She wants to abolish it immediately, cash bail. She wants to abolish ICE. She wants to give free health care for millions of illegal aliens and give them all citizenship into the United States immediately. And she then wants to sign them up for Medicare and Social Security. And she wants them to vote. Every policy in the Trump agenda is designed to bring the jobs and wealth back home to America, where it belongs and where it's going to stay. Kamala puts America last. I put America first.
So, Dante, I think you saw former President Trump there referencing, perhaps to your point, why we have not seen much of her policy as she's still trying to sort it out, but some of her stances where she at least stood before running for office now.
Listen, we're in the honeymoon phase of this introduction to a new Democratic candidate. And out to their credit, to that campaign's credit, they haven't dropped the ball yet. I think their rollout was stellar. But at some point, something will happen. Whether it's when she does her first interview, if she slips up, or something will happen at some point, because it always does, no matter who you are. And at that point, will people then turn and say, you know what, former President Trump was right all along? And that's why he's sticking to this message, because he believes at some point there will be a stumble and the honeymoon phase will be over, and then they may be receptive to what he's talking about. I can't tell you if they will or not, because again, we're in the honeymoon phase. So I don't know how Kamala Harris is going to, when she fully introduces herself, how she's going to be received. I can tell you she wasn't received the last time she ran for president. She wasn't received well at all. Will there be a change? Now, she has a lot of experience gained in the last 3.5 years. She's in training sessions right now, minute to minute, trying to improve her connection to people. And maybe that works, but maybe it doesn't. I just don't know that yet. And I think that's why you see former President Trump on message, because he's hoping at some point she falls off of that pedestal and kind of meets him where he is.
And part of the danger for Kamala is also that there is this, as you said before, Dante, there's been this steady hand the last 4 years that Biden brought in. That's not been very exciting. And we haven't seen that many great initiatives coming out of the Oval Office that we can really point to and say, wow, this is what happened the last 4 years. And that's great. But the problem for Ms. Harris right now is that she's getting under pressure from the progressive wing of the party, from a more conservative wing of the party. She's being pushed to come up with something new, to push different people's ideologies. So we're no longer at that stage where you can have that long-term honeymoon with the Democratic Party. She needs to start taking and listening to advice or taking criticism or pushing back when she's being moved from one position to another. So it's not just about being steady. Now the party wants more from her. They want more from her candidacy than just the same steady hand. They want change. And that's something that AOC will be speaking tonight. We will see how she receives it, and we'll see how Kamala positions herself with that.
A good point. We do have a lot to look forward to. On that note, we are going to take another quick break, and when we're back, we'll have a lot more for you of our special coverage of the Democratic National Convention, so stay with us.
Heavenly Father, I pray to you today to guide us tomorrow. Give us strength as we face death. Help us not to be afraid.
Where nature embraces you and fills you with invigorating joy. Treasuring every little moment as these romantic memories gather up to complete our blissful memories together. Mokpo.
The 2024 NTD 9th International Chinese Vocal Competition is scheduled to take place at Merkin Hall, Kaufman Music Center in New York from September 18th to 21st. The competition specially invites vocalists from the world-famous Shenyun Performing Arts to serve as judges. The prestigious Gold Award is $10,000. Chinese vocal artists aged 18 to 50 are welcome to register.
There's a whirlwind of emotion and activity going on in this painting. And this chaos all around. and threat from below. The wolves surrounding her, and they're anything but unmoved. They're moving all the time, and we sense that. But this little girl remains unmoved.
She's in quite a perilous situation, but she's completely strong and serene, and she's actually meditating. It was very, very well liked because no matter what culture or what sort of walk of life you're from, I think people, they see it and they immediately understand what that energy, what that message is, and they're drawn to it because everybody kind of needs a little bit of that in their own life, of, you know, the steadfast calmness and something to hold on to. It's definitely an inner peace in the midst of something very chaotic, and for a lot of people right now, the whole world is very, very chaotic, so I guess that's another reason why so many people are very drawn to this.
Got a new house.
A place that I call home.
And we're back with more of our special coverage of The Nation Decides. Let's go to our in-studio guests. We have Dante Mills and Gerard Filitti here with us. Dante, earlier we were talking about the economy and how Kamala Harris might tackle that. We haven't really heard much of her policies, but she did kind of touch on her economic plan, rolling out some ideas. We touched on the price caps. She's also talking about $25,000 for first-time homeowners. Now, reporters at Fast Company and the Wall Street Journal are noting this comes down to supply and demand. Right now, there's a shortage of about 7 million units, and that cities and states control zoning for building new ones. So in your view, how does this $25,000 tax credit for new homeowners help when it comes to this issue?
I think it will kind of put a boost into the housing market. The prices will go up because more money will be available. So if I'm selling my home, why not look for it and look to get it? But it will give people an opportunity to buy homes that did not have that opportunity before. The concern, though, is the last time something like this happened, we had the housing market crash because people were getting homes they could not afford and couldn't sustain it. So part of this initiative not only has to be how can we get people into homes, but what can we do to make sure that they can maintain these homes, maintain these mortgages, so we don't see a crash again where you have abandoned homes all over the place because people couldn't afford it and had to move out. So you want to see these policies through. And it's good to hear that she does want to give a boost to the middle class. Again, as I said, the Democratic Party generally likes to work from the inside out. But you want to see these kind of things sustained so that they're not in a worse condition. Now you've lost your home, your credit is now ruined, and you'll never have that opportunity again. You just don't want that to happen to a lot of people like it did when we had that housing burst the last time.
And zooming out when it comes to paying for this, right? The exact cost hasn't been penciled out for this idea, but there was a similar one last spring when it was Biden and Harris, right? And that administration, it was estimated to run in the hundreds of billions of dollars. Given that, how sustainable do you see this plan being, given the U.S. currently has $35 trillion in debt?
Listen, if we're helping ourselves, I think it's sustainable. We spend a lot of money elsewhere and on a lot of people outside of America. I think if we have initiatives that's going to make this country better for the people, for the Americans to live here, we should try it. We're the greatest country in the world. We have money available. We decide how we use it. If we want to divert some of the money that's going to other nations to make ourselves better, I'm all for it. And I think you can find the money. It's about deciding to prioritize what you want and saying, I believe this is going to help the economy, so I'm going to put that money in. I'm going to invest that money because I think it will come back to us when you have families that are more stable. You have accounts that are now have bigger balances because you can grow interest. Your credit is better, so you have access to more things. If that's believed to help us, then I think it's worth finding the money to do it.
And Gerard, I do want to get your thoughts, but first we have to go down to the convention floor where we have our correspondents Jack and Luis. So Jack and Luis, what is the atmosphere like over there now? Is it heating up? Is it getting more excited? Tell us.
It is. It's picking up a little bit more here at the DNC, but we just about a few blocks from here have been protests just going on all day long, pro-Palestine protests with people holding signs that say "Free Palestine" with chants saying "From the river to the sea" and others. And we know that the State Department just weeks ago said that Iran is actually behind many of these protests of supporting them, although it's probably, the vast majority of people, we're not sure if they're aware of this, that Iran is behind these protests. But again, the mayor of Chicago has said that Brandon Johnson said that the city is prepared for whatever may happen. If there is violence that breaks out right now, they're peaceful. We're seeing peaceful protests.
Organizers expected about 20,000 people to show up to these protests, Jack.
Right.
Of course, what we saw when we came into the convention was a number less than 20,000, but authorities have also refused to give an estimate. It's important to know that these protesters, are continuing from the protest earlier this year against the Biden-Harris administration's policy towards Israel and Gaza. One of the chants that we were hearing today was, "Biden, you can't hide. We will charge you with genocide." So, of course, the tensions continue despite the change in the presumptive presidential nominee for the Democratic Party. Jack, today we will hear from President Biden, and it'll be interesting to see whether in the next few days Vice President Kamala Harris, the presumptive presidential nominee for the Democratic Party, will distance herself from the Biden policies or double down on them.
Absolutely. And we saw that many members of Congress are not attending the DNC this time around as they're campaigning in their home states. We also saw Senator John Fetterman, who is a staunch supporter of Israel in this Israel-Hamas war. He's also not attending the DNC this time around, saying he wants to spend time with his kids. So these protests, they're going to continue on as the DNC goes on, but we'll keep you updated on anything that comes out of that. Back to you.
All right, Jack and Luis, they're on the convention floor for us at the DNC in Chicago. Thank you so much for that. And going back in studio now to our guest, Gerard, I did not give you a chance to respond earlier to this $25,000 tax credit for first-time homeowners. What are your thoughts on how all of this will play out?
Well, I think it's great to prioritize homeowners if that's what the government wants to do, but you also have to actually take money out of something else and not just increase the tax burden for everyone by handout programs to one group, another group, and yet another group. And a more meaningful way to address the economy and homeownership is to tackle inflation, tackle interest rates. That's a lot of what's preventing right now people from getting mortgages and buying houses is they can't afford it. $25,000 is great as a down payment support, but it doesn't help in the long term. And I think that if the Democratic Party wants to be serious about helping homeowners, then there are ways to go about it, but that's just not enough.
And right now we're keeping an eye on the DNC, where there's scheduled to be many high-profile speakers, including President Biden himself this evening. Right now you can see there live footage of those protests that Jack and Louise were mentioning, where they appear to be gaining some steam, by all accounts peaceful. We'll be keeping an eye on it, and we'll be back with more of our special coverage of the 2024 Democratic National Convention. We'll be back soon.
When I drink it, the first thing was I feel the warmth in my tummy. It's kind of like gently radiating out, a kind of a very comforting warmth. And it was really good, actually. I felt much better. I did feel, actually, an effect. And I find that it is actually better when I take it regularly.
It's actually steamed and dried 9 times. And so it's really, the essence is really extracted.
Then the second time, I tried it really like on an empty stomach and just 2 teaspoons of it, and over a few times. And wow, that was a big difference, because suddenly I could feel, wow, I was very good energized. I didn't have to eat. I could work outside in the garden for a couple of hours, and I still felt very well. And I was impressed by that. So I think it's a good product.
What if you could whiten your teeth by simply brushing your teeth? Now you can with Smile Actives, the teeth whitening breakthrough that safely gets your teeth white and keeps them white every day, just by brushing your teeth.
I never thought that whitening my teeth could be so easy. I just put the gel on the brush, the toothpaste on it, brush, and I can see my white teeth.
Simply add Smile Actives to any toothpaste and our patented PolyClean technology activates into a powerful microfoam that penetrates into the enamel surface to safely lift and remove stains.
You need a simple way to whiten your teeth. Without strips, without trays, without going to the dentist. And it was about time that a product was developed that you would be able to do that with just brushing.
And now, Smile Actives is even better with new Pro Whitening Gel with 33% greater whitening power, clinically shown to whiten teeth faster, up to 8 shades. 100% of users saw whiter teeth. On food stains, coffee and wine stains, even on veneers, crowns, and dentures.
I eat the blueberries, I drink the coffee, and I know that Smile Actives will keep my teeth white every day.
If you could use something so easy like Smile Actives to take yellow teeth to white teeth, why wouldn't you?
Why spend hundreds of dollars for whitening treatments at the dentist when now you can whiten your teeth with new Smile Actives Pro Whitening Gel every time you brush your teeth? Call or go to smileactives.com and for a limited time get new Pro Whitening Gel for just $24.95. Order in the next 5 minutes and buy one get one absolutely free for just $24.95. That's 2 for 1 and save 58%. We'll even include free shipping. Get your teeth whiter guaranteed or return it within 60 days for your money back.
I smile every day now.
The difference is literally night and day.
So now I'm always smiling, always choosing, because now my teeth are much whiter.
This offer is not available in stores, so call or click now before the special buy one get one free offer goes away.
welcome back to the Nation Decides 2024.
We're continuing our coverage of the Democratic National Convention, which will be starting soon at 6:30 p.m. Eastern. Now, we've got live coverage every single night until presidential candidate Kamala Harris closes it up Thursday night with her nomination acceptance speech.
And tonight, we'll be hearing a lot from some of those big names in the Democratic Party, including Congresswoman Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, former presidential candidate Hillary Clinton, First Lady Dr. Jill Biden, and President Joe Biden, who'll be the keynote speaker and the last speaker of the night. Right now, let's go to the Data Hub, where we have NTD's Dave Martin standing by. Dave, what can you tell us?
Thank you, Steve. With President Biden being tonight's main speaker, I wanted to take a look at how he was doing in the national polls against Donald Trump before withdrawing from the race, and also before that debate against Trump back on June 27 that effectively ended the race. So here we go here. According to a YouGov poll taken the same week, just days before that June 27 debate, Biden and Trump were essentially tied in the national vote. Now remember, in 2016, Trump beat Hillary Clinton in the national election despite losing the popular national vote by nearly 3 million votes. Now fast forward roughly 6 weeks, Joe Biden is out, Kamala Harris is in, and suddenly she's got a 4-point bump over where Biden was. Meanwhile, Trump a 2-point bump from 6 weeks ago. So clearly quite a difference between how people feel, how voters felt about Harris versus Biden. Now, we've mentioned a lot how their honeymoon, she's still in the honeymoon stage right now. Right now, though, she has rolled out some of her policies already. Now, we'll be back later on to see how Harris and Trump are doing in the all-important swing states. Right now, let's go back to the desk.
NTD's data analyst, Dave Martin. Thank you.
And coming back to our guests in studio here, we have political strategist and national trial attorney with Mills and Edwards, Dante Mills, and political strategist and senior counsel at the Lawfare Project, Gerard Filitti. Thank you both so much for being here with us. Now, when it comes to, this media honeymoon, if you will, that we just heard from Dave Martin, what do you think is behind the lack of interviews that Harris and the Democratic Party right now has been doing?
Preparation. And I don't think they're wrong. You would rather get it right than to rush her out and she dropped the ball. Because if she drops the ball a certain way, she may not be able to recover from that. So I would rather have her in a bunker, teaching her how to interact with the media, ironing out what the policy is going to be. So if she's asked a follow-up question, she doesn't just go off the edge. And I think it's worth it. There's no reason to rush this out. Yes, there's a short time before the election, and she does not have a long campaign process, but that makes mistakes even bigger. So I would try to avoid mistakes by prepping her as much as possible until I'm absolutely sure she's ready. Until then, I'm keeping her on a teleprompter, because there's no reason to walk your way into a disaster. So I commend them for doing that. I commend them for having the patience to do that, despite the fact that everybody's knocking on the door to get that interview. And I think they need to do that. Allow her to ready herself so that when she steps out for the first time, she shows the country that she's ready and she can lead.
And Gerard, does she run the risk of misplaying that timeline that Dante mentioned?
To some extent, but right now she has a very favorable media cycle. She doesn't need to be giving interviews for the media to be fawning over her, because she is new. She is being defined by her campaign. She's being defined by the media. And so long as that definition is good, she has no incentive to go out there and speak for herself, because it only carries a negative risk. It carries a risk of alienating people and changing some of that opinion. So right now, she can play with the timing as much as she wants. She doesn't have to sit down with anyone, and she won't. We'll see the convention, we'll see post-convention campaigning, and then probably we'll see a sit-down with a friendly outlet before she starts taking wider questions from the media, in part for preparation, but also she has nothing to gain by being out there with the media right now.
And Dante, back to the interesting nature of this campaign, with President Biden stepping down, her jumping in, there has been a significant bump in the polls for Kamala. When you factor that in to the bump that you typically see coming out of a convention, if we don't see that, will we know that the honeymoon phase is officially over?
We will. We should see a bump coming out of this convention. The only pushback I would have with that is I think part of her bump is she is a new candidate. Nobody really knows what she's going to stand for. So people are being nice to her with the hopes of getting her to back their position. And I think that's part of the reason why you see some of these protests now, because they still believe they can have influence over her politics because she hasn't announced them yet. So if they say, if we're loud enough, if we're nice to her, but at the same time we make some noise, maybe she'll back us. Where with former President Trump, you know what you're going to get, right? So people aren't pushing and kind of clamoring to get a spot at the table because you're either at the table already or you know there's no place for you there. And I think that's a part of this freshness and why there's so much excitement, because people think, wait, maybe I have a chance to be heard now. And we see that specifically with the Palestine protests and a lot of their supporters stepping up because, in part, Vice President Kamala Harris has been friendly to Iran policies. And she's had some advocates at the White House. So people think there's an opening there for a lot of different issues. And that's why there's a lot of excitement and happiness around her. I think there will be, when the dust settles and we know what she stands for, the people that's left on the outside are going to turn against her, and that may impact their numbers. But coming out of this convention, hopefully, you know, for their sake, there should be a boost, and that would have meant that they did this the right way. They rolled it out the right way.
And Gerard, on the flip side, though, we've seen Trump and J.D. Vance campaigning in battleground states like Pennsylvania today, kind of doing counter-programming, if you will. It seems, you know, given the shakeup we've seen with this presidential election year, you know, the focus has been away from the Republican Party. What do you see Trump and Vance needing to do to get back into the spotlight and get their momentum back?
It's not even necessarily about being back in the spotlight overall. They need to be in the spotlight in those swing states, in those battleground states where Trump and Vance have to basically live for the next several weeks. They need to convey their message there. They need media coverage there. At the national level, they're known entities. Trump will get coverage for what he's saying, whether or not he gets the full hour treatment or a 90-second blurb. People will still see what he's saying, but he needs that coverage and he needs that attention in Pennsylvania, in Michigan, in Georgia, in Arizona, in Nevada, in the states where we expect to see some uncertainty among voters and where he does need to stand out and not just have the media fawning over Vice President Harris.
Now, when it comes to some, say, negative coverage of Kamala Harris, we've seen an op-ed in the Washington Post saying when your opponent calls you communist, maybe don't propose price controls. We've also seen reporters in, say, CNN and other, you would say, left-leaning outlets kind of going after her, so far, economic policies that she's rolled out, calling them communist or socialist or Marxist. How do you view, maybe zooming out, how do you view Americans viewing those policies? Would they also see them as ending up in breadlines, or what is the general view of this?
I think everybody that's been challenging those policies have the right to do that, and I'm glad they are, because it will force her to flush out exactly how she plans to get where she wants to go. And I think when she does that, we can then look at it and say, do we believe this will work or not? And that's going to be, the devil's going to be in the details of it. You know, are you putting out policies that's going to make a name for yourself and then kind of falter off and leave people in a breadline? Or are you planning something that's going to, over long term, sustain a better middle class for this country and allow people to grow and develop and be what America is supposed to be? So I like the criticism. I think it should come. And I think she should be tested as a politician. Her policies should be tested. And if she can withstand that, then she should win the election. If not, and it proves that her policies are not going to work or aren't going to be beneficial for most of America, then she shouldn't win the election. So I think we're in the place we need to be right now. Former President Trump is going to be former President Trump and make some of it personal. But I think that challenging her positions and her political views and her policies needs to happen for sure. And that's better for everybody.
And we are going to go to the convention where we have NTD's Kelly Wright there on the floor. Actually, no, he's at...
A lot. Based on the analysis that we've heard, which has been very spot on, we've got a lot of people who would agree with that assessment. In fact, earlier today I spoke with a senior policy advisor for President Joe Biden, Steve Benjamin, and he basically said pretty much the same thing. But here's something else that he talks about this convention and what it means not only for Joe Biden, but for the entire country.
Well, it seems
I hope and pray that it's somewhat nostalgic in that it recognizes the service of this amazing man and the leadership he's provided. You think about where we were 4 years ago. I mean, the greatest pandemic since 1918, maybe the greatest economic disruption we saw since 1929, and the greatest social unrest we saw since 1968, all wrapped up into one. And President Biden and Vice President Harris hit the ground running, decided they needed to put an end to the pandemic, get shots in arms and save lives. After saving lives through the American Rescue Plan, decided they needed to save livelihoods, stood up businesses all across this country, have led to a small business boom. You know, I hope for America is that the world that my teenage daughters are growing up in looks a lot better than the world that we inherited. That their rights, that their bodily autonomy is protected. They're able to make their own healthcare decisions. That their ability to utilize everything from AI and advanced machine learning to make their lives better, to help improve healthcare outcomes and ameliorate poverty. I mean, that we continue to invest in the idea of America as truly a land of possibilities.
That's Steve Benjamin, who, of course, heads up the President's Office of Public Engagements. He's a senior policy advisor to President Joe Biden, who will be speaking here tonight. We're just steps away, actually, from walking into the main arena where everything will unfold this evening. And President Biden takes to the stage to talk about that very speech that you heard Steve alluding to. The other thing that goes on here, this main entrance area that we're at on Media Row, we've seen a lot of people coming through here. In fact, just moments ago, about a half hour ago, we spoke to, or I tried to speak to, the Reverend Jesse Jackson. He is suffering right now from Parkinson's disease, but he did come through. I saw him. He's a gentleman that I've had the pleasure of interviewing in the past. He's a civil rights icon, someone who actually marched with the Reverend Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. during the civil rights era. He has been a stalwart champion of the Democrat Party, if you will, and he still receives a lot of fanfare and support from Democrats, young and old alike. Keep that in mind, because as this party moves forward under the theme of future hope for the future people, for the people of America, he is someone that people will look to as saying, this is an example of what we tried to accomplish during the civil rights era. And Jesse Jackson, of course, went on to run for president 2 times. He failed both, but he did show up well. And through his Rainbow Operation Push, he's been able to reach out to many people throughout America. In fact, it was on Sunday that one of the churches here in the area actually celebrated Jesse Jackson, honoring him for his life of public service. And many of the people coming through these doors will also recognize the life that he has given for public service. So it's a lot going on here, a lot of people coming in. We're meeting a lot of political people as well as community, grassroots people. It's all about service, and what kind of service will Kamala Harris be judged for by the people outside looking in? That is a question. And will she be able to show America that she is someone committed to a life of public service, not just for Democrats, not just for Republicans, but for all Americans? Back to you, Steve and Tiffany.
NTD's Kelly Wright there on the scene at the DNC in Chicago. Thank you, Kelly. Be checking back in at the DNC with our reporters there throughout the evening. In the meantime, Gerard, I want to get your thoughts. Kelly mentioned something about he had an interaction there with the civil rights icon, Reverend Jesse Jackson. I remember at President Obama's first inauguration seeing him there, and just kind of an iconic image of him with tears running down his eyes to see the first black president. There's a lot of discussion right now as to whether or not Kamala Harris will be elected as the first female president. We know that America has reached the point where we've elected a black president, but do you think America is ready to elect a female?
I think America absolutely is ready to elect a female. It's ready to elect anyone who is qualified and the voters think is the right person to lead the country. I think we're past the point where we are putting gender, race, or any other restrictions on the high office. And to her credit, Kamala Harris has not been campaigning on the fact that she is a woman, but rather on the fact that she believes she's the best qualified to hold the office. So we're seeing an era now where this just attitude, where anyone can achieve the office, anyone can achieve anything, is really a testament to the old-style civil rights policies and advocacy of people like Jesse Jackson and people who led this movement to basically enable all Americans of any color, of any creed, of any gender to be anything that they want to be.
Yeah, and if I can just follow up on it, I think the Reverend Jesse Jackson deserves his flowers, and I want to do that now. He stood up for people at a time where it was dangerous to do so. I mean, he literally had someone killed right next to him, another icon. So we're talking about someone who put his life on the line for the betterment of other people and was successful at it, because this country is not where it was in the 1960s and the 1970s, and in large part due to Jesse Jackson and the action of the people like him. So he deserves his flowers. He is an icon. It's good to see that he's being recognized as such even in this day and age. I don't think America is in the same place as it was, and that's a beautiful thing. I think America is ready for, as Gerard said, anybody who's ready to make this nation better, despite your creed, color, gender, no matter what it is. And I think you're small-minded if you're saying, well, you may have good policy or be smart, but you're a woman, so I can't vote for you. That makes no sense. And I think America is smart enough now to know that. So I applaud where we are as a country, and you have to thank people like the Reverend Jesse Jackson, because maybe we're not there right now this soon if it wasn't for people like him stepping up, again, when it was a danger to themselves to do so.
A good point indeed. And right now we are going to direct people's attention to the screen where we are seeing the floor of the Democratic National Convention there in Chicago. It's set to start in just a few minutes, so we'll have a lot more for you when it does start in just a few minutes.
Did you know indoor air quality can be 5 to even 100 times worse than outdoors? Meet the Air Doctor. It's your answer for clean air and the only hospital-grade air purifier equipped with advanced ultra HEPA filters, proven to improve your indoor air quality and overall health. Air Doctor circulates and triple filters the air in your room up to 5 times per hour. Say goodbye to pollen, smoke, mold spores, pet dander, even viruses, because the Ultra HEPA filter removes virtually 100% of dangerous contaminants down to 0.003 microns. That's 100 times smaller filtration than ordinary HEPA purifiers. This would have been in your lungs. Finally, get relief from allergies and asthma and reduce airborne disease.
It's pulling the pollutants out. It's even pulling the toxic chemicals that our cleaning products leave behind.
Call or go to tryairdoctor40.com now. Get 40% off our best-selling air purifier.
Call 1-800-876-0163. Call now.
There's a whirlwind of emotion and activity going on in this painting. And there's chaos all around and threat from below. The walls surrounding her, and they're anything but unmoved. They're moving all the time, and we sense that. But this little girl remains unmoved.
She's in quite a perilous situation, but she's completely strong and serene, and she's actually meditating. It was very, very well liked, because no matter what culture or what sort of walk of life you're from, I think people, they see it and they immediately understand what that energy, what that message is, and they're drawn to it because everybody kind of needs a little bit of that in their own life, of, you know, the steadfast calmness and something to hold on to. It's definitely an inner peace in the midst of something very chaotic, and for a lot of people right now, the whole world is very, very chaotic. So I guess that's another reason why so many people are very drawn to this.
All right, welcome back, and let's go now to the big wall with NTD's Dave Martin, our data analyst. Dave, what do you have for us?
Thank you, Tiff. Yeah, we've got quite a list of headline speakers talking tonight, including President Biden, who'll be at the end. Let's take a look at a few more of them, though, starting with Shawn Fain, president of United Auto Workers since 2023. He's actually a 29-year member of the United Auto Workers. Next up, Governor Kathy Hochul of New York. She's been the governor for now 3 years. She's also a former representative, also with the state of New York. And also Hillary Rodham Clinton, former First Lady, former U.S. Secretary of State for 4 years, and former U.S. Senator. So let's just a quick look at a few more of the speakers that are coming up tonight. We'll continue to have more of these as the night continues. But for right now, let's go back to the desk.
All right, Dave, thanks for that.
And let's come back to our in-studio guests, political strategist Dante Mills and Gerard Filitti. It's great to have you both back with us. So, Dante, I want to get your thoughts back to some of the footage that we saw a little bit earlier outside with some of those protests that are starting to mount. There are reports that there may be some agitators out there amidst the crowd. The DNC is facing these protests. Many of them are from left-wing groups that are dissatisfied with certain policies on the Democratic Party, including the party's stance on Israel. How might these protests affect the public perception of the party's unity and effectiveness during this convention?
Well, I think protest is a good thing. That's what America was built on, having that freedom of speech and having a belief that you can peacefully speak about and not be penalized for it. I think everybody should have the ability to say what they believe as long as they stay peaceful. So that's the hope, first and foremost, that this remains peaceful. Now, in dissecting the protest itself, I think that this shows that these protesters believe that they will be heard, because if they didn't, there would be no reason to be out there. You didn't see protests this size, of this nature, at the Republican convention, because they believe that they're firmly planted in their politics in regards to Israel and Palestine. So I think that when you look at Vice President Harris, she has to declare, she has to say who she's backing and how far she's willing to go, because it's an important matter. And I think people deserve to know. And part of this protest is they feel like they have the ability to influence what her politics is going to be. I think there will be an understanding once she announces what they are, who she's backing and who she's not, and people will have to fall in line. But I think she has to declare so people will know who they're voting for and what to expect moving forward as this election comes to a close.
And Gerard, to Dante's point, there is a pretty major political element to this. When we talk about the blue wall in swing states, the state of Michigan has a very big, large Muslim population that she runs the risk of losing their vote, which ultimately could cost her Michigan and ultimately the race.
It's fascinating that we have seen in this election cycle Democratic policy and politics being hijacked by a group of people who have one set agenda, which is to go against the state of Israel, to support the state of Palestine that does not yet exist, and to essentially continue fomenting the Jew hate that we've seen on American campuses and the streets of America since October 7th. And we saw Kamala Harris meeting with people. We saw her, not her personally, but her aides meeting with people. There was the discussion on whether or not she's committing to changing her policy to Israel. She has not sat down to define what she will do about anti-Semitism. Donald Trump, last week, to his credit, sat down with Jewish leaders and laid out a plan to deal with it. And it is absolutely astounding to me that the Democratic Party has been hijacked by a special interest group, which is undemocratic, un-American, and runs the risk of alienating millions of people.
And as we here take a look at the feed on your screen at the DNC, there's the stage where you'll see speakers like Gina Raimondo, the U.S. Secretary of Commerce, the Governor of New York, Kathy Hochul, will be there tonight giving her speech. You also have New York Congresswoman Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, and as Dave Martin, our data analyst at NTD, mentioned, Hillary Rodham Clinton, former First Lady, will be there as well. Many other speakers, and of course, we will be carrying them all for you. President Biden also giving the keynote speech. So with that said, Dante, with President Biden getting ready to speak tonight, let's kind of revisit kind of his legacy and also the passing of the torch. And how do you think that Kamala Harris will perceive his speech?
The hope is that he can stand up there, give highlights for the last 3.5 years, give credit to Vice President Harris for things that she played a role in, and hopefully there are some things on that list that he could honestly give her credit for, and then move on. We just have to accept the fact that his run is over, for good or for bad, whether you're excited about that or happy about that or not, it's over. And what I don't want to happen is, we understand that President Joe Biden went from being the speaker on the last day, the final speaker, kind of ushering in his second run for office as president, to the first head note speaker on the first day, right? We have to accept that and allow the first day to close out President Joe Biden's hold on the Democratic Party. If he gets up there and tries to keep that hold, I think it's going to weigh down this convention, because people are going to be stuck in the middle of whether or not I put my full support behind Vice President Harris. So the hope is President Biden gets up there. He deserves to walk through his kind of list of accolades, give credit, and then allow it to move on.
And with that said, we do have a quick update on President Biden ahead of his speech later tonight. He and the First Lady did a walkthrough earlier today at the Chicago United Center earlier this afternoon, where he took a few questions from the podium. Jill Biden, for the First Lady, up first, then the president following soon after. Though his mic was not on, so a reporter said they couldn't actually hear all of his comments. The president called it a memorable moment and answered, "You'll hear tonight," when asked about his message to the American people. When asked if he was ready to pass on the torch, he said that he was. And a few protesters reportedly gathered outside of the security perimeter there. And so there you can see on the screen the president doing a little bit of a walkthrough, which is common. We saw that during the RNC with former President Trump, getting familiar with the area and prepping for his speech tonight. And back to you, Gerard. President Biden, by all accounts, I think could be considered a moderate throughout his career, and he chose Kamala Harris, who, by most reports, was one of the most progressive, if you will, left-leaning senators in the United States Senate. How big is this kind of polarity going to show now that she is in the captaincy?
Well, that's an excellent question. I think that one of the things that we've seen for the last 3.5 years is Kamala not have that heightened position or the attention on her because of that difference in policy opinion or approach that she has with Joe Biden, with Biden being more of a moderate and her being more progressive. I think what's interesting tonight is the extent to which President Biden explains why he chose her, what his rationale was, what it was about her that appealed to him. Not just that she is the standard bearer of the party going forward, but he needs to personalize it and explain why he, as someone who, as you said, is more moderate, at least these days in the Democratic Party, feels that she is the best torchbearer going forward, why he chose her, what it is about her that makes her palatable to Democrats who may not share her views.
And Dante, when it comes to Kamala Harris, I think you were touching on this earlier. When she ran previously for president, there wasn't much enthusiasm around her within her own party. She kind of dropped out of that race quite soon. Now, however, after, overnight, she kind of became the party head, that she got all these votes, she got the campaign funds. There's a lot of talk of enthusiasm around her, saying that, they haven't seen crowds at rallies for Democrats since Obama, that she's drawing those types of crowds. Even Obama's famous poster art that says hope, the same artist is now making one for Vice President Kamala Harris called Forward, same art style. So given that, do you see the enthusiasm for her, or is it for that the party has new blood? How do you view that?
I think it's new blood. And this is not to take anything away from her, but Vice President Harris has to earn that. And I don't know if she has yet. There's still some people who are not excited about the fact that they're being told this is the top of the ticket. Vice President Harris did not receive a single vote for president and in this election cycle. And there's people that saying, why am I being told that this is who I have to vote for if I'm a Democrat? They did not come to the convention and have some kind of shortened primary process or people kind of putting their names into the ring and saying why they should be this election. 2 days after President Biden said he's not running, Vice President Harris was anointed, right? And she was crowned, and everybody rallied, which was a good thing. I think their rollout was fantastic, but she still has to convince people that that was the right thing to do. And I think she has her work cut out for her, because what you don't want is this early excitement and people saying, oh, we have this candidate, she's a woman, she's this, and people acting like they're excited, but then on election day, they're staying home because they're really not, because they were told or force-fed a candidate that they don't know or they're not comfortable with. So I think she has her work cut out for her. I think they want to take advantage of this excitement in the beginning, but you can't overlook the fact that she's new in people's eyes because they don't know. We were just talking about the difference between her policy and President Joe Biden's policy, and that was, her policy was pushed under the rug for the last 3.5 years. So did she convert to now being more moderate, or was she just kind of waiting in the wings? People want to know that, and I think they'll find out during this convention. And hopefully, for Vice President Harris's sake, that excitement continues after this convention is over.
I do want to zoom in on that, but first I want to draw everyone's attention back to the screen where we are seeing the main floor of the Democratic National Convention, the DNC. This is the year 2024. A lot happening, a lot of changes right there. So it is supposed to start in just a few minutes. We have vast lineup of names. The biggest one tonight is President Biden, ending the night, as far as I know, with his big speech of unity and passing on the torch to Kamala Harris. And as we were saying here, why he chose her and why people should be united behind her instead of why do we suddenly have a new candidate type of thing. Back to what you were pointing out, Dante, Gerard, I want to get your thoughts on this. We've seen this, say, surge, if you will, in the polls, especially in the swing states where Kamala Harris is either narrowing that gap or now leading Trump in a lot of those states. It is still within the margin of error, though, right now, what the numbers that we're seeing. And as Dante was mentioning, you know, it comes down to voter turnout, it sounds like, given how close these polls are. Now, we do still have a lot of big events coming up. Of course, the DNC is happening right now. We have the debate that's planned. It was at the vice presidential debate. But then also there's the Trump sentencing. So in your view, what elements are going to make which side more motivated to come out and vote?
Ultimately, whatever motivates them, it's up to the campaigns to figure out how to actually mobilize those people to get them out. And Trump's people especially had the uphill task of this cycle of convincing people that, yes, now all of a sudden we do believe in mail-in voting. Now all of a sudden we do believe in early voting. They do believe in canvassing like they didn't before. And it's not so much a question with Trump supporters, I think, about what will get them out as actually the mechanics of getting them out. I think in large part, unless you're an independent, you're not going to be readily swayed by whatever happens with the sentencing in September. I think most people who vote for Trump, their minds are already made up. Same as people who decided not to vote for him. It's a matter of how do you mobilize those people? How do you physically get their votes done? And here's where you have the voter turnout, because what we're doing now, we're seeing the so-called the sexy part of the campaign, the speeches, the partying, but we're not seeing what's going on behind the scenes, which is the meticulous planning of how to get your people to cast their vote on or before Election Day. And for that, Trump has made a lot of progress this year beyond where he was before, but he has a lot of catching up to do with the Democratic machinery.
Yeah, and that's one thing you talk about the Democratic machine. It's absolutely there. And they have it in place, and that's the one benefit to the new candidate for the Democratic ticket being a vice president. She tapped into the money that was raised by President Biden because she was on the ticket as the vice president, and also into that machine. So a lot of the offices that were set up in the battleground states, her team has effectively taken over. They've left a lot of his people in play. I have a lot of friends in those offices that said we simply transitioned from one candidate to the other. So they're going to have those connections to the community, those busing systems set up, all of that to get people out. Former President Trump did not believe in that, and I think he rolled off of a surge in his first election cycle, and it carried him to a victory. I think now they see the benefit, as Gerard was saying, of having this machine put in place, and they're working to build that. Can they do it in time? We'll see. But they also understand that, you know, if it's raining, if it's cold, people don't want to walk out of their house. And you have to get them excited enough to do that, to battle through some bad weather conditions or something like that, because you're going to need every vote.
And we're going to take you right now, take a look at our screen here as the DNC 2024 convention appears to be kicking off right now in Chicago at the United Center.
Hello, everyone. I am Mignon Moore, permanent chair of the Democratic National Committee. It is a pleasure to welcome you all to my hometown, Chicago. This convention is a celebration of our hard work and accomplishments and of the American spirit that makes this party and our country great. That's the spirit President Biden reignited when he told us we were in the battle for the soul of our nation. Throughout his term, he has brought us together and revived our country and our country's soul. And last month, in a true act of patriotism, he passed the torch to the next generation and the next President of the United States, Kamala Harris. As convention chair, I may appoint officers to assist in the conduct of our proceedings. It is my honor to announce the following convention officers. Assisting as co-chairs are Lieutenant Governor Peggy Flanagan, Mayor Mitch Landrieu, Senator Cory Booker, and Congresswoman Veronica Escobar. Our convention parliamentarians will be former House Majority Whip Steny Hoyer, Broderick Johnson, and DNC parliamentary Helen McFadden. Lieutenant Governor Garland Gilchrist, Harris County Judge Lena Hidalgo, and Congressman Ted Lieu will serve as Sergeant at Arms. Louis Terrell will serve as our book doorkeeper, and Congresswoman Barbara Lee will serve as our timekeeper. I'd now like to turn it over to my friend, Chairman Harrison.
Thank you, Mignon. Hello, Democrats. The Democratic Party is 196 years old. It's the oldest active political party in the world. Every person here is a part of a movement that brings America closer to our goal of a more perfect union. And every convention is a moment. It's a moment that contributes to our movement. It's moments like 60 years ago, when Fannie Lou Hamer told the shocking story of the racist brutality she suffered simply for registering to vote. Or 52 years ago, when Shirley Chisholm ran a historic race for the presidential nomination. Or 40 years ago, when a round-headed boy from South Carolina, the same before you today, watched Reverend Jesse Jackson challenge America to hope and to dream. Folks, all of these moments led us to this transformational moment, when a black convention chair and a black DNC chair lead us in nominating a black and AAPI woman to be the next President of the United States. Folks, this is because the Democratic Party is and always will be for the people, for our future. We are honored to be a part of American history as we gavel in this convention and celebrate this historic nomination. I would like to thank the incredible workers at this year's convention, the convention staff led by the amazing Alex Hornbrook, and our convention chair, Mignon Moore, and my amazing staff at the DNC. You quite literally set the stage for us today, and we wouldn't be here without all of you. We hereby call the in-person portion of the 49th Quadrennial Democratic National Convention to order.
Please stand if you are able for this evening's invocation offered by Cardinal Blaise Joseph Cupich, Archbishop of Chicago.
And
we praise you.
And we're back with our in-studio panel as the DNC is set to kick off just shortly, which will be bringing you some of those key speeches throughout the evening. In the meantime, Gerard, I'd like to just revisit a conversation we were having a little bit earlier about sort of the differences with President Biden and Kamala Harris on that ticket back in 2020. Two pretty significantly different figures politically. However, you have Kamala Harris choosing Governor Walz, who by all accounts is pretty progressive and to the left. You don't really have that kind of balance, if you will, on the ticket. How do you think this might affect them in November?
Well, in many ways, you choose someone that you feel comfortable with, who shares your views and who will campaign for you as you would yourself, which I think this is one of the main reasons why she chose Walz, because there isn't that big difference between them. And at this election, you don't need disparity. You don't need to have that difference or a differing opinion within the ranks. You really need to close ranks because your target is Donald Trump, not one another. How will this help her or hurt her? It may end up hurting her, actually, because there are a lot of people who are not sympathetic to the more progressive views. They do see Walz as a mini Bernie Sanders, bringing the same ideas and ideology. And he is perhaps more well-defined in what he has stood for over the years than Kamala herself. So this is an interesting choice because it doesn't really add diversity to her ticket. It has the same concrete voice of the progressive wing of the Democratic Party.
Yeah, I agree with that. And if you look at this cycle, the same thing happened on the Republican ticket. We were curious as to who former President Trump was going to pick as his running mate. He chose someone who's just like him and who aspires seemingly to be the next Donald Trump. So both people said, I am who I am, and I'm going to rest my win or loss on me alone. And I'm going to pick somebody that mirrors me so it doesn't distract from what I'm doing, from what my plan is, from what my politics are. And I'm just going to ride that as the ticket. Sometimes you see candidates select someone that's different than them or opposite from them to balance it out. But I think in this cycle, it's important the top of the ticket, probably more than ever before. And they said, we are going to stand firm on who we are and pick people that's similar to us so we can stay focused and stay on message. And whether it works or not, we'll see in November.
On that note, it does seem like, as you were pointing out, right, it's the two parties are quite defined. You don't have that maybe moderate balancer as a VP potential. This year, though, how do you view the vice presidential debate? Do you think there'll be a lot of eyes on that? Could that be a big factor in how people vote, given that, with people now pointing out Trump is the older candidate in this race, and you could potentially have J.D. Vance replacing him if anything were to happen to Trump, either old age or something. Do you see that fitting into how people will vote, or is it still just top of the ticket?
I think top of the ticket really carries the day. And if we look back in political history, there was one vice president who maybe carried a state in the last 38 years or something like that. I don't think J.D. Vance has an opportunity to impact the Republican ticket at all. I do believe that Walz has a slight opportunity because there are people who, by November, they're still not going to know exactly who Kamala Harris is. So if they're comfortable with Walz, and you're talking about people in his state in that surrounding Rust Belt area, if they're comfortable with him and he makes a strong showing, say at a vice presidential debate, and really says what the policy of the administration would be, he may be able to impact people and bring some votes to the table that otherwise would not be there. I don't see Vance having that same opportunity because Trump is a well-known figure. But because of the newness of Vice President Harris and what her stance is going to be, and as Gerard was just saying, the fact that Walz is an established politician, he may have an opportunity to bring some voters along with him.
And right now we're going to take you back to the DNC and take a look and see what's happening there.
Chairman of the Prairie Band Potawatomi Nation, joined by Secretary Lori Melchior, and our nation's tribal council, who are also with us in the audience. From time immemorial, our ancestors lived in the Great Lakes region. However, in 1849, an illegal auction by the U.S. government forcibly removed our tribe from our homeland. Since then, we have been working to reclaim it. Finally, this year, the Department of the Interior placed some of our ancestral lands west of Chicago into a trust. Thanks to the resolve of our tribal community and the Biden-Harris administration, we reclaimed a piece of our home. We became the only federally recognized tribal nation in Illinois in 175 years. Together, in our homelands, let's have a joyful, historic convention. Blessings to you all. Miigwech.
Please remain standing for the presentation of colors by the Illinois State Police Honor Guard.
Detail. Attention. Carry.
And right now you're going to see the presentation of colors here at the DNC as they get set to kick off the first night of the convention, four-night convention where Kamala Harris is set to speak on Thursday evening. You'll have the likes of former President Barack Obama, former President Bill Clinton, a wide range of high-ranking Democrats. It's actually quite interesting how they do choose some of the lesser-known folks, if you will, with so many members of Congress on the Democratic side, over 200. You only have a few. You have a handful tonight, some of which will be Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, James Clyburn of South Carolina. He was co-chair of the previous Biden campaign. Some liken the congressman there of South Carolina to getting President Biden to the White House for mobilizing the black vote in South Carolina.
I pledge allegiance.
And we're gonna go in and listen to the Pledge of Allegiance.
United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
And we're going to continue watching there, the live feed from the DNC. As I was saying, Dante, if you want to just talk about the significance of Jim Clyburn speaking tonight.
Yeah, so we know the relationship he has with President Joe Biden. It goes back decades. They spent a lot of time together. And Representative Clyburn influenced a lot of President Biden's policies. And he's somebody that the president relies on to get an understanding of a chunk of America, right? The people that Clyburn knows intimately. And I think he did a phenomenal job at that. And he is credited with kind of inserting that jolt into the Biden campaign in the last election cycle that catapulted him to the White House, because his stamp of approval made a big difference among black voters. And we're not saying that everybody, one voting block, votes because one person gives a stamp of approval, but you do have to acknowledge that if there's somebody like Representative Clyburn who stood there with you, and we talked about Reverend Jesse Jackson earlier. Representative Clyburn was on the bridge walking and protesting with them. And when you see somebody that's fought for you like that, that says this other person is going to fight for you equally as hard, and they give that stamp of approval, it means something. And I think President Biden understands the importance of that and the impact that it had. And he's continued to highlight Representative Clyburn throughout his presidency. So again, it's good that he's getting his flowers. I think they are due. And this first day is clearly dedicated to the old guard, right? You have you have Hillary Clinton who's going to speak. You have President Biden, Clyburn, people who are the establishment, the old guard, and hopefully this day they can kind of relish in that, get their flowers, and then pass it to the new guard so that excitement continues for the rest of the convention.
And tapping in, we're just going to tap back into the feed here as they continue with some of the ceremonies, the opening ceremonies of the DNC. We're going to bring you there to Chicago and take a look.
Please welcome Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson.
Welcome to the greatest city in the world, Chicago, where Ida B. Wells and Jane Addams organized to deliver real transformative change across this country. Chicago, where Reverend Jesse Jackson united people from all different backgrounds to keep hope alive. And to a community organizer on the south side of Chicago, Barack Obama rose to the White House reminding us that yes, we can. And now Chicago, this city of hard work and caring people, is where Democrats will celebrate President Joe Biden and nominate Kamala Harris for President of the United States of America. As the son of a family that worked to make ends meet, I know that Kamala Harris, the daughter of a mom who worked hard every single day, she is going to look out for the interests of everyday people. I know that as a fellow former social studies teacher, that Governor Tim Walz will never shrink from standing up for our democracy and for those most in need. And as a black man, raising a little black girl on the west side of Chicago, I know that my daughter Brayden will see not only a reflection of herself in the White House, but she will experience the deepest part of American values. Think about it. What will it take to build the middle class and make it easier for families not only to get by, but to get ahead? It will take someone with toughness to stand up for us. And let me tell you, America, Kamala's got it. What will it take to defend our fundamental rights and our freedoms? It will take someone with leadership who would fight for us. And let me tell you, America, leadership, Kamala, she's got it. And what will it take to defeat MAGA Republicans and move our country forward and not backwards? It will take everyone, and let me tell you all, Kamala, she's got us. From Mississippi to Pennsylvania to Delaware, Kamala Harris, she's got us. From Michigan to Wisconsin to Nevada to California, and right here in Illinois, Kamala Harris, she's got us. To the child care workers, to the tip workers, Kamala Harris, she's got us. And to make sure that this country ensures that families will have access to real affordable housing, to create a pathway to the American dream, Kamala Harris, she's got us. Together we can build a better, brighter future. And there's no better place to start that than right here in the greatest freaking city in the world, the city of Chicago. God bless you all. Thank you.
This is our town. We've got steel in our spines, iron in our veins, and hope in our hearts.
And there you had Brandon Johnson, the mayor of Chicago, kicking off the first night of the Democratic convention there in Chicago. Let's go now to the floor at the DNC, where we have NTD's Jack Bradley. They're on the floor at the event. Jack, what do you have for us?
Well, we see the crowd getting more and more packed here. A lot of people fired up after the mayor of Chicago's speech. We heard from Mayor Johnson. Now, let's hear from another mayor, the mayor of Richmond City in Ohio, the great state of Ohio. Can you tell us about the mayor of Richmond Heights, Kim Thomas? Why do you support Kamala for president?
So I support Vice President Kamala Harris because her values line with my values. She is going to get things done for my community. And what does that look like? It looks like infrastructure issues, but really those kitchen table conversations that we have with our residents who are struggling to put food on the table, who are struggling to pay for health care. And so I relate to her like she relates to our community.
And do you think that her ticket has introduced new energy into the party?
Oh, absolutely. She's touching a different group of people. She's touching those residents and those voters who were probably just sitting at home and didn't have a reason to vote. They didn't feel like their voice was being heard. But because of now Kamala, she is the one that's going to come out and listen to those voices. So absolutely.
Kim Thomas, thank you so much. Thank you. All right. Thank you very much, everyone. Really, we're seeing the crowd really liven up here. So if you want to take a look over behind me, we see
my fellow Democrats.
Another speech going on.
I started my journey to this stage in 1988.
All right, Jack Bradley there on the floor for us. quite the interview right there. It seems, Dante, the first step of this new campaign is how to say Kamala Harris's name.
Yes, listen, I will be honest with you. Sometimes I slip up. It's just naturally you want to say Kamala, but it is Kamala.
Right.
But you hear people say Kamala.
I just
Kamala. you can put an accent on it and make it, just blend it in so it's either or. But Kamala is the best way, and my wife tells me all the time, comma, just think Kamala, and you'll be good. It's difficult to say, but it just shows you how new she is. And it's odd to think that the Vice President of the United States, people don't know who she is. And before this turnover, if you asked a normal person walking down the street, they probably wouldn't have been able to tell you what her first name was at all. So she has her work cut out for her because this is a mayor in Ohio who really isn't familiar enough with her to truly know what her first name is. And I think that speaks volumes because it shows the work she has to do to get people comfortable, not just with their name, but with her policies, with her personality, and all of that to go vote for her in November.
As the mayor of Ohio was talking, though, it does seem that Kamala Harris has injected a lot of new energy and vigor into the party. Gerard, how do you see Trump and Vance countering that, given that, you know, we have seen and lived 4 years of Trump? What are they going to do now to go against this unknown entity?
Go bigger, go bolder, and make statements and pronouncements that are louder than before, I think, is a safe play for Trump. And I do think, though, that he will start focusing his attacks on the policy. We heard this mayor, for example, talking about the issue that Americans are having, in her community are having, struggling to put food on the table or pay for health care. Well, who's been president and vice president for the last 4 years? I think that's the sort of thing that you will hear more attacks from Trump on Kamala's record or a non-record when it comes to a lot of these issues. And that is a good line for him to advance, because even the Democrats, they have the same issues that Republican voters have, but Trump can capitalize on the fact that he has not been in office when people are still struggling now.
And that's one thing, if I can just point to former President Trump, he has a lot of one-liners and things like that. The one thing he said, I believe it was yesterday, that really stuck. He said, well, she's saying what she's going to do on day one. Well, her day one started 3.5 years ago. And I think people perked up when they heard that and said, wait, she was a part of the current, she is a part of the current administration. So why should we believe that she's going to come in and all of a sudden everything is going to be different? So that's a good stance for him to take. And now she has to be able to separate herself while still claiming the victories of the last 3.5 years.
And Dante, how do you see her tackling that? We do have the convention unfolding right now, so I'm sure we're going to hear more in terms of policies. But how do you see Kamala Harris tackling the economic issues? I think she'll be quite strong on abortion, healthcare potentially. But there's also immigration that's quite top of mind for a lot of voters. And then also, as we're seeing within the Democratic Party, kind of this divide when it comes to Israel, Hamas. We just saw 2 squad members, Jamal Bowman and Cori Bush, losing in their primaries because they were very against Israel. How do you see her handling all of that within her own party and then countering Trump?
Well, the danger is she has to pick a side. But there's danger in that, because you just talked about those representatives that lost their races, because once they chose a side, all of the money went to the other side and they lost. And that's one thing that Vice President Harris does not want to happen. I think there's some fear there, but she's going to have to pick a side and take a stance and say, you don't have to say I'm with Israel or Palestine, but you have to say how far you will go in one direction. You don't have to say how you're going to fix the border on day one, but you do have to say whether or not you're going to allow people to keep coming in the same numbers that they are, right? So you have to pick a side and kind of accept that people aren't going to like you after you do. And they want to let this honeymoon phase go as long as possible, but at some point they have to accept that they're going to have to choose, and just hope that they're choosing what's best for most of America, and most of America votes for them.
This has been an excellent discussion. We're going to continue it in just a moment. But right now, standing by for us at the DNC, we have Georgia Congressman Hank Johnson. Congressman, thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you for having me.
Congressman, if you could just give us an idea. You're obviously there at the convention. You've been to many since taking office and prior. Tell us what the feeling is like at this particular convention.
Well, you know, everybody is so happy and joyful and optimistic about the future. It's a very positive vibe that people are feeling. Everyone is very friendly and outgoing. There's so many volunteers from Illinois and Chicago who are here to make sure that this is a great experience for all of the visitors. I think 20,000 delegates coming in. And it's just a real nice place to be, great time, a time of hope and optimism about the future.
More important, it's essentially a battleground state this election cycle. What do you think the Harris campaign is going to need to win your state?
Well, we're going to have to get out and make sure that everybody who is registered gets out and votes. We have a high registration number or percentage among people in Georgia eligible to vote. So many registered voters, and our job is to make sure that we get those registered voters out to vote, particularly our young people, particularly people who have recently moved into Georgia and established residence, and they are basically young people. We want to make sure that those folks have a stake in what is going on in America. They certainly have a stake in our future. We have a stake in our youth, and we want our young people and young adults to be voting. So what we have to do in Georgia is to make sure that we deliver a message, a positive message about the future, And I believe that Kamala Harris and my friend Governor Walz have that message. And that message is all about protecting the middle class and promoting the middle class, making sure that we lower costs for consumers and families, and also, last but not least, making sure that we protect the freedom that all people are eligible for in this country. Those freedoms are under attack, first being reproductive freedom. Women's rights are under attack. The LGBTQ community is on the table in terms of their rights. Affirmative action for African Americans and black people in America is under attack. And so we want to make sure that we get this message out to the people that we Democrats are about lowering costs, improving chances of people to get into the middle class and actually strengthening that middle class, and also protecting these precious freedoms that our forefathers fought for. Even the precious right to vote is under attack in places like Georgia. And the way that we fight back is by getting people organized and out to exercise that precious right to vote. And I think we'll do so in Georgia. Once again, Georgia is a blue state now. We elected 2 United States senators in 2020, 2021, and we changed the complexion of the Senate from Republican to Democrat. And we're going to have to make sure that we continue to make Georgia a blue state.
Georgia Democratic Congressman Hank Johnson, really appreciate your perspective. Thank you.
Thank you.
And right now we're going to go back to the DNC, where another member of Congress, Maxine Waters, is at the podium now.
Kamala Harris as our party's nominee. Oh, so I know there is no better leader to marshal us into the future. Kamala has been a courtroom prosecutor, a district attorney, an attorney general, a United States senator, vice president of the United States. And when the dust settles in November, and Americans of all stripes have elected her, their president, I know she'll be thinking about Fannie Lou, who I happen to know is one of Kamala's heroes. In that moment, all of us, from New York to Pennsylvania, to Arizona, to California, we can ask ourselves, is this America? And we will be able to say loudly and proudly, you're damn right it is.
Please welcome President and CEO of the NAACP, Derek Johnson, and President and CEO of the National Coalition on Black Civic Participation, Melanie Campbell.
Good evening. I'm Derek Johnson, President and CEO of the NAACP, and I'm here to do my black job. Since the founding of our nation, we have been on an unending march to protect this imperfect union. Tonight, we celebrate the power of the collective, of what is possible when we are all in for all people. But as we do, let us not forget the history that preceded this moment or the history makers who prepared us for it. As we just heard, in 1964, the Mississippi Freedom Democratic Party, led by Fannie Lou Hamer, and Mississippi NAACP State President Aaron Henry, who stood tall and challenged a process that excluded them to ensure that we will all be recognized here tonight. In 1973, the historic elections of Atlanta's Mayor Maynard Jackson, Detroit's Mayor Comey Young, and LA's Mayor Tom Bradley paved the way for another historic election just 10 years later, right here in Chicago, with the election of Harold Washington as the first black mayor of the city of Chicago. And in 1988, the Reverend Jesse Jackson, in his second quest for the White House, inspired us all to keep hope alive. Now, this is important because we must all understand Black history is American history. And in this historic moment, we will write the next chapter together.
Good evening. I'm Melanie Campbell, President and CEO of the National Coalition on Black Civic Participation and National Convener of the Black Women's Roundtable. We have come this far by faith. And for Black women, this moment has been a long time coming. Vice President Kamala Harris's path to becoming the Democratic nominee for President of the United States has been paved by the leadership, sacrifice, faith, and patriotism of generations of Black women. Black women like Dr. Dorothy Irene Height, Diane Nash, Ella Baker, Amelia Boynton Robinson, Barbara Jordan, Shirley Chisholm, and Reverend Willie Barrow. Women whose optimism about what America could be and their fight to make that vision real redefined the leadership role that Black women could play in moving our nation forward. As President, Kamala Harris will lead with power, brilliance, and strength from the highest office in the land.
Brothers and sisters, I don't know what this world is coming to.
We resist those attacks collectively, and we will stand together.
Do we believe in freedom? Support human rights. We believe in that.
And bringing it back to the panel here as we still look at some of the footage that's being played at the DNC honoring the Reverend Jesse Jackson for his civil rights work. Dante, you eloquently stated earlier that we may not be here right now in terms of the state of our race relations on the positive end if it weren't for icons like this. Why do you think that they've decided to honor Jesse Jackson tonight?
I think they're trying to make sure he receives his flowers while he's still here. I mean, it's no secret that he's older, he's suffering from Parkinson's. And you want people to know that they're appreciated, the work that they did, everything that they put into their life, that it's appreciated. And I think that taking this moment was important. We know that this was a late add to the convention. It wasn't on the initial list for today, but they decided it was important enough to include it, and I'm glad they did. And you just hope that the Reverend Jesse Jackson understands that this is the nation saying thank you, and accepts that thank you from us for all of his efforts to move this nation forward. And we heard from Auntie Maxine Waters, who's always riveting and has a lot of energy and excitement. She stood on those battlegrounds with him as well. So including that group of people that really put their lives on the line was the right thing to do, and I'm glad they did it. I can't tell you who made that call, but I'm glad they did.
It was a bit of an unexpected add to the program. We didn't have it in our lineup here.
Unexpected, but a good lineup. And it's good for the Democrats as well, because it does go back to the party's roots. It goes back to sending that message of inclusion and how the Democrats have fought for many years to be an inclusive party and advance the civil rights of a lot of Americans. So I think this only adds benefit to this convention in showcasing everything that the Democratic Party stands for and wants to stand for.
And this has been a great discussion, and we're going to be back with more of it in just a moment. Right now, we're going to go to a quick commercial break, and we'll be right back.
Imagine a coffee that cares for your health. Expertly fermented with a 50-enzyme complex to enhance flavor and remove bitterness. Small batch roasted to a decadent medium dark, resulting in a brew that is gentle on digestion, low acid, and up to 90% less caffeine than regular coffee. Try America's first enzyme fermented coffee today.
Where nature embraces you and fills you with invigorating joy. Treasuring every little moment as these romantic memories gather up to complete our blissful memories together. Mokpo.
Hi, I'm Caleb, and this is my story. I was born with osteogenesis imperfecta, or brittle bone disease. I have broken my bones almost 200 times, and I have had 11 surgeries. But I didn't let that stop me. I love to bike ride, climb, race, and I'm learning how to stand and walk. But I can only do all of this because of generous people like you and Shriners Hospitals for Children.
Because of people like you, Shriners Hospitals for Children has helped more than 1.3 million kids just like me, regardless of their family's ability to pay.
Shriners Hospitals for Children is only able to provide this world-class, life-changing medical care because of the generous gifts of people just like you.
Because of you, I can ride my bike. I can play basketball.
Because of people like you, I can run.
I can smile.
Will you send your love to the rescue today?
When you go to loveshriners.org right now and give just 63 cents a day, you're helping kids just like me.
Like me. Like me.
When you give today, we'll send you this.
Democrats, our first order of business is adopting an up-to-date convention agenda. When the Convention Rules Committee met, everyone was working on updating plans based on the significant changes that had just occurred. When the committee approved an agenda, It was a work in progress that members knew would need to be revised accordingly. We now have an agenda for the next 4 days. The agenda is included in the Standing Committee report booklet emailed to each convention participant. In addition to fantastic speakers and performers, tonight's agenda provides for adopting the up-to-date convention agenda, hearing the Credentials Committee report, hearing the Rules Committee report, and considering a resolution as recommended by the committee, hearing the Platform Committee report, and considering our national platform as recommended by the Platform Committee, and holding a confirmatory and ceremonial vote for our vice presidential nominee. Tuesday includes a ceremonial roll call for the presidential nominee. Wednesday, we'll hear ceremonial nominating speeches for our vice presidential nominee, and Governor Walz will make his acceptance speech. And on Thursday, my friends, we'll hear a ceremonial nominating speech for our presidential nominee, and Vice President Harris will make her acceptance speech. So now, delegates, the chair will entertain a motion to approve the up-to-date agenda. Is there a second? All in favor of approving the convention agenda, please say aye. All opposed, say nay. The ayes have it. Are we going to the next one?
Please welcome Credentials Committee co-chairs, Secretary Marcia Fudge and James Roosevelt Jr.
Greetings, my friends. It is an honor to have served as co-chair along my friend, Jim Roosevelt. Pursuant to the call, the Credentials Committee met and adopted a resolution to credential the delegates and alternates to the 2024 National Convention. I am pleased.
And bringing it back in studio from the DNC as we continue to keep an eye on the speeches there, and we'll bring them to you throughout the evening. But back to our in-studio panel, Dante Mills, Gerard Filitti. Dante, I want to get your thoughts in terms of Kamala Harris's speech, which will be Thursday. What are some of the themes she needs to touch on in her acceptance speech to be the Democratic nominee, and also not just to rally the Democratic base, but also to appeal to the all-important undecided voters?
Yes, it's going to be tricky, and I do understand that there's a lot of work going on with writing her speech for Thursday night. It has to be a balance of excitement and keeping that momentum going, but boring in a sense that she has to include a lot of policy in it, because this is going to be the biggest stage she's had so far, and people just want to know what they're getting. So she's clearly going to touch on the important things, the three things that they've identified, which is the economy, the border with immigration, and abortion, women's rights. Those are going to be the highlights of her speech. We know that already. How detailed she's going to get into what exactly she's going to do to impact those three things, I think that's the line that you have to cross. You don't want to lull people to sleep, but you also want to give them some meat so that they can tell other people why they're voting for you, because that's what really spreads the word. The excitement of, oh, the Democratic Party has a new candidate. It's Vice President Harris. Let's get excited about her. That's going to wear off, and people are going to start to ask, well, why? And you have to couch it in a way that you can tell your neighbor, this is why you should vote for her, because this is what she's going to do. So that's what I'm looking for her to do. Find that balance of providing enough meat, but keeping it exciting so that you don't lose interest and people can get behind you and carry this momentum throughout the rest of the election cycle.
How important, Gerard, is it for her to do that? And will she be able to ultimately thread that needle?
It's very important for her to do that and to do so in a way that tells her story, who she is, in her own words, why she's standing on that stage. And she can very well adapt to that speech while giving policy pronouncements. Because when you think about it, the economy, border security, reproductive rights, she can tell her own life story on those thematic issues without making it seem like it's just a policy platform. So she has the opportunity to deliver a fantastic speech, but as Dante said, it does have to be full of issues because this is something that has not been addressed before. She hasn't had the trials of a campaign to be the candidate, the nominee for president. She has to define who she is, what she stands for, more so perhaps than other people who have been in her shoes accepting that nomination.
An important discussion, and right now we're going to go over to the big wall with NTD's Dave Martin, our data analyst. Dave, what do you have for us?
Thank you, Tiff. As I said earlier, we have quite a list of headline speakers talking tonight. We've already taken a quick look at a few. Let's take a quick look at a few more, starting here with Representative Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez. She, of course, was the youngest female ever elected to Congress in 2019 at age 29. Of course, she introduced the Green New Deal in 2019. Now, next we have Representative James Clyburn of South Carolina. He served as representative for more than 30 years now. He's also former House Majority Whip for 2 different terms, a total of 6 years there. And finally, we'll also have Representative Jamie Raskin. He's been a member of Congress since 2016, former law professor at American University College of Law. Now, we'll have more of these updates as the night continues, but right now, let's go back to you guys at the desk.
All right, Dave, thanks for those speakers lining up for tonight.
And as we, kind of close out our panel here, Gerard, final thoughts on what you will expect to come out, not just of tonight, but also how will the Democrats fare coming out of the convention?
Well, I think that barring any surprises, they will fare very well. I think that what we've seen so far is the traditional bread and butter of a convention, everything organized, orderly, no surprises yet, but of course, we're still on the first hour of the first night. But what everyone expects is a message of unity, a message of hope, and explaining a vision for the next 4 years. I think if the Democrats deliver on that and avoid the personal attacks on Donald Trump and avoid making this the show about the prosecutor versus the felon and stick to the issues, I think they will come out of this very strong.
And to Gerard's point, Kamala has been pretty disciplined on that note, not attacking Trump. 5-point bump coming out of the DNC for them?
I can see that. I can see that because I think the platform that they're going to use during this convention is to attack individual blocks of voters. And we like to look big picture and say, can she bring in voters nationwide? But you have to start by identifying them individually. One thing she's doing is having, for example, Sean Fain, the automobile union workers president, come in and speak. That's a big block of union workers, of workers in this country that she can get. So if she separates that, I was speaking with William House, he's a representative from the UWA. It's the utility workers union here in New York. And he was saying that that whole group is ready to get behind whoever's going to back them. So I think identifying individual people and saying, here's how we're going to specifically help you, allows her to have those building blocks in place that can add up to a 5-point bump coming out of this convention.
Well, Dante, Gerard, it's been an excellent civil and substantive discussion. Really appreciate you both for doing that. As we take a look at the DNC here, we're going to bring the feedback into Chicago at the United Center and see what is happening there in just a moment.
The Kindness is Cool Video Awards are back for their second year. Record and nominate acts of kindness, both big and small, from individuals, families, and communities. Submit your videos on ganjingworld.com with the hashtag KindnessIsCool. Win a $10,000 grand prize and be featured on a New York Times Square billboard. Visit ganjingworld.com and start sharing today. Kindness is cool.
One in 5 children worldwide are faced with the reality of living without food. No family dinners, no special treats, not enough energy to play. All around the world, hunger is affecting children's physical and mental health. Toddlers are suffering from acute malnutrition, which stunts their growth. Kids are forced to drop out of school so they can help support their families. Conflict, inflation, and climate have ignited the worst famine in our lifetime. And we are fed up. Fed up that hunger devours dreams. Fed up that hunger destroys joy. Fed up with the fact that hunger eats childhood. Help us feed the futures of children all over the world by visiting givetosave.org. For as little as $10 a month, you can join Save the Children as we support children and families in desperate need of our help. Now is the time to get fed up and give back. When you join the cause, your $10 monthly donation can help communities in need of life-saving treatments and nutrients, prevent children from dropping out of school, support our work with communities and governments to help children go from short-term surviving to long-term thriving. And now, thanks to special government grants, every dollar you give can multiply up to 10 times the impact. That means more food, water, medicine, and help for kids around the world. You'll also receive a free tote bag to share your support for children in need. Having your childhood eaten away by hunger is unimaginable. Get fed up. Call us now or visit givetosave.org today.
There's always a searching process for beauty. You know it when you see it.
What's happened to this world we're living in? Why?
For the 4 years he has been on this earth, he has known nothing but war.
Wherever I go, the things I see, I just want to turn away. The dreams I have, the stories I could tell, will they still be possible? This year, more than ever, I need a brand new world, a clean world. Where I can improve myself and be inspired. My stage can be anywhere and everywhere. But it begins here.
Ganjing World, a brighter way of life.
Please welcome to the stage co-chair Peggy Flanagan to resume chairing our convention.
Thank you. Thank you. Well, good evening.
and welcome to the first night of the Democratic National Convention. I'm Peggy Flanagan, Lieutenant Governor of Minnesota, and I am thrilled to be here in Chicago with Democrats from across the country to rally around Kamala Harris and Tim Walz and their vision for America. It's been 8 years since we last came together as a party, and I can feel the excitement in this arena. It's filled with energy and with joy. Our theme tonight is for the people. We'll hear from union leaders, civil rights advocates, and our fellow citizens. And we'll hear from our president, Joe Biden, who has been a champion for the people for his entire life. My name in the Ojibwe language is Gigi Wewadam Ukwe, or in English, speaks with a clear and loud voice woman. I'm a member of the White Earth Nation, and my family is the Wolf Clan. And the role of our clan is to ensure that we never leave anyone behind. That's why I am supporting Kamala Harris and Tim Walz to be the next president and vice president of the United States. For almost 6 years, I've worked side by side with Governor Walz. I've seen how hard he's worked for Minnesota to be the best place for kids to grow up. He does it all with a big heart, a buffalo plaid jacket, and a bottomless bag of snacks. Nutter Butters, cheese curds, and Diet Dew. Every time we meet, he brings something for me because he's always got my back. And when he's vice president, he will always have yours. He and Kamala Harris have spent their lives fighting for you, for your family, for your future. So whether you're a lifelong Democrat or just tuning in, thank you for being part of this evening. 4 years ago, the COVID pandemic upended our lives. My brother Ron was the second person to die of COVID in the state of Tennessee. We couldn't see him. We couldn't have a memorial. And millions of American families went through the same thing. Our communities were suffering. Our economy was struggling. And Donald Trump was playing games. Our country was brought to the brink by his failure to respond. But the Biden-Harris administration stepped in with quick and decisive action. They contained the virus, created millions of jobs, and invested in our nation's future. Under their leadership, America began to heal.
Are there words about a pandemic at this point?
No, we're not at all. We have it totally under control. We think we have it very well under control. We pretty much shut it down. A lot of people think that goes away in April. With the heat, we're in very good shape. Because of all we've done, the risk to the American people.
And bringing it back in studio as we keep one eye on the DNC in Chicago. We have our panel here, Arlene Richards and Dave Martin, entities Arlene Richards and Dave Martin. It's great to have you both with us right now. So we were just hearing there from one of the speakers at the DNC that tonight's theme is for the people. What do you think it is that the Democrats are trying to embody in their message to embrace, I guess you would say, all of the people?
Well, I mean, I think they're trying to show the people that Kamala Harris and Tim Walz are just regular people like everybody else, and so they want them to be able to identify with them. Anybody in the country could identify with Tim Walz and Kamala Harris because they are regular people, and that's what they want America to know. He's the coach, and she used to work at McDonald's, and and I think that's a good message for people to kind of feel connected to the two of them.
And Dave, we're seeing, Arlene mentions Governor Walz of Minnesota, that Midwestern kind of what they call the blue wall in those swing states. You've been keeping a very close eye on those, Michigan in particular. Tell us, what are the numbers doing there right now, and how important will Michigan be?
Well, I think Michigan, Wisconsin, Pennsylvania, those three have almost separated out from the swing states, and those were part of the blue wall for like 20 years. Trump broke that in 2016. Biden reclaimed that in 2020, and it's been up and down really for the last 2 years probably. But the latest ones, at least for New York Times poll, showed that Kamala Harris had a 4-point lead in all three of those swing states, just within the margin of error. But I'm also looking at another poll that shows she's got a 1-point lead in Wisconsin, 4-point lead in Michigan. That is within the margin of error, but a 6-point lead in Pennsylvania that would be outside of that probably margin of error. So that's pretty significant too. That's 44 electoral votes. If she takes those three states, Trump would have to break down another blue state, really, I think, to win the election.
And NTD's Kelly Wright is standing by at the DNC right now. We're going to go over to Kelly. Kelly, what do you have for us?
To my left. How's that? Hi, everybody. I'm here at the DNC, and a lot of excitement and activities building up. And, of course, this has already begun. The big thing is that many people are coming in to hear President Joe Biden speak. I spoke earlier to a member of Congress, and she was saying that this will be giving President Joe Biden his flowers. But I also spoke with a congressional member from Maryland, Congressman Jamie Raskin, someone who's been very active in government for many years. And he talked to me about the tone and tenor of this election since Kamala Harris has now taken over along with Tim Walz. Here's my discussion with Congressman Jamie Raskin of Maryland.
I think Kamala Harris has spoken beautifully about this, which is the Democratic Party has always been a strong supporter of the strategic defense and security of Israel, a fellow democracy, and at the same time, we are anguished about the civilian casualties and the loss of life in Gaza, and we need to bring the hostages home, and we need a ceasefire. And that's something where American leadership can make a difference. I hope that this century will have all of the beauty of the great civilizing movements of American history, the civil rights movement, the women's movement, the LGBTQ movement, the environmental movement, the movements that have made America a more perfect union and opportunity for everybody. So I think that we're going to see that, and I'm hoping that we leave all the corruption and the cynicism and the violence and the insurrection behind.
Congressman Jamie Raskin talking to me about what he sees on the horizon for the Democratic Party as they continue to launch their Democratic National Convention here in Chicago at the famed United Center. And the theme of being united is something that they want to talk about as well, even though the theme for tonight is the future hope for America, a future for and by the people. And of course, Congressman Jamie Raskin is one of many members of Congress. I just finished speaking to Senator Ed Markey. He too is feeling the zeal and excitement of this moment. And many people, as I've stated before, are waiting for President Joe Biden to speak tonight. And then, of course, tomorrow will be former President Obama. And then everyone is really waiting to hear from Vice President Kamala Harris on Thursday. Steve and Tiffany, back to you.
NTD's Kelly Wright with a great live report from the heart of the DNC right there. We'll be checking back in with Kelly throughout the evening. In the meantime, we're going to bring you back to the feed at the DNC. We're keeping one eye over there. We're going to bring you there and see what's taking place now.
Lying is Trump's toxic superpower. He's ripped apart families, communities, our whole country. So this is my message to all the Republicans and independents who are watching. People like me who voted for and believed in Trump. I made a grave mistake. but it's never too late to change your mind. You don't need to agree with everything you hear tonight to do what is right. We need to be able to trust our leaders. That's why I'm all in for Kamala Harris.
Please welcome California Representative Robert Garcia.
Thank you. Thank you. We all remember. We all remember the world in 2020, where we were, and for some of us, who we lost. Now, I was in my second term as mayor of Long Beach, California. And my mom was a healthcare worker. Like many of you, I watched in terror and horror as the COVID pandemic consumed our lives. As mayor, I fought for more hospital beds, for more tests, and to make masks more accessible. What we needed at that moment was national leadership. But instead, we got Donald Trump. While schools closed and dead bodies filled morgues, Donald Trump downplayed the virus. He told us to inject bleach into our bodies. He peddled conspiracy theories across the country. We lost hundreds of thousands of Americans and our economy collapsed. Now, that summer of 2020, my mom and my stepfather both died of the COVID pandemic. And I miss them every single day. So when Donald Trump and his MAGA extremists like Marjorie Taylor Greene downplay the horror of the pandemic, it should make us all furious. Now, I will never forget when Kamala Harris called me after my parents died. She told me about her own story, about losing her own mother, and that she was praying for me at that very moment. Now, we all know that later that year, Joe Biden and Kamala Harris were elected president and vice president. And what a difference they made together. They got people vaccinated. They got the virus under control. They safely reopened our schools. And they passed the American Rescue Plan. A historic economic package that helped small businesses and created jobs all across the country. Thank you, Joe Biden and Kamala Harris. Now, I am a proud immigrant who came to the United States as a young child. We grew up poor. English was our second language, and we often, like many immigrant families, struggled to get by. But my mom, she moved here to the United States because she believed in the American dream. I'll never forget the day that I became a United States citizen. I raised my right hand and I pledged an oath to protect and to love this country. It was the proudest day of my life. My mom taught me to love this country. She taught me that real American patriotism is not about screaming and yelling America first. Real American patriotism is loving your country so much that you want to help the people in your country. That is American patriotism. And we all know that Kamala Harris understands and knows this as well. Kamala Harris is ready to lead this country. We can all remember 2020. We can all remember the horrors of Donald Trump. But let's remember, most importantly, tonight and every single day this week, that we are not going back. Thank you.
Let's do another one.
And there was Congressman Garcia giving a speech at the DNC in Chicago. Right now we have our two reporters, Jack Bradley, Luis Martinez, on the floor of the DNC. We're going to check in with you guys. What can you tell us?
Well, we're seeing a lot more energy here on the floor right now. A lot of support for Biden as he hands the torch over to Harris. And we saw that the crowd elected by a unanimous vote, verbal vote, for Vice President Tim Walz. So a lot of support out here, a lot of energy picking up here. And as well, we had 4 protesters just a block away from here, just as a side note, were arrested at the pro-Palestine protests. They knocked down a barricade that was outside of the United Center. Police quickly apprehended them and handled the situation. But as bringing it back to here, Luis.
Yes, Steve, Tiffany, earlier we mentioned that DNC organizers had previewed that today, Monday, the theme would be for the people, for the future. We mentioned that over an hour ago, and now we've heard several speakers mention it. So the catchphrase is being used. It's being used to remember that relaunch, the first presidential bid by current Vice President and presumptive Democratic presidential nominee Kamala Harris in 2019. We also heard from Chicago Meier talking about how today was going to be a celebration of President Joe Biden. So we'll probably hear from Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, from Jill Biden, and from former Secretary of State Hillary Clinton talking about President Joe Biden's policies and legacies in the positive, of course, as it transitions the leadership of the Democratic Party towards presumptive presidential nominee Kamala Harris.
Definitely. We've seen a lot of support for President Biden and Harris as well. So keep our eyes open here. Back to you guys.
Anthony's Jack Bradley, Luis Martinez on the floor of the DNC in Chicago. Thank you, guys. And we're going to take a short break, a short commercial break, and we'll be back soon.
We've been spending a lot more time than ever at home these days. So maybe now you've just noticed cold air coming in from a couple windows, or that your patio door isn't closing fully, which means you're losing heat in the winter, losing cooling in the summer, losing money all year long. And that means now is the time for new windows and patio doors from Renewal by Andersen. Most installations are usually done in just one day. Renewal by Andersen windows and doors can help lower your heating bills and air conditioning bills with their most energy efficient glass available. Only their windows are made with Fibrex material, proven to be 2 times stronger than vinyl, and they're backed by a 20-year warranty. And right now, when you buy one window or patio door, get one at 40% off. Plus, there's no money down, no payments for 12 months, and no interest for 12 months. Plus, an additional $200 off your entire purchase.
1-800-968-1443.
Will radical lies determine your child's future, or will timeless truths? Fathom the Good equips children with wisdom against the world. Our homeschool curriculum teaches high schoolers to think critically. We provide primary texts, original content, reasoning tools, and mentoring videos to help them transform America. Teach your children to navigate the world's woke confusion. Teach them to fathom the good.
When I drink it, the first thing was I feel the warmth in my tummy. It's kind of like gently radiating out, a kind of a very comforting warmth. And it was really good, actually. I felt much better. I did feel, actually, the effect. And I find that it is actually better when I take it regularly.
It's actually steamed and dried 9 times. And so it's really, the essence is really extracted.
Then the second time, I tried it really like on an empty stomach and just 2 teaspoons of it, and over a few times. And wow, that was a big difference, because suddenly I could feel, wow, I was very good energized. I didn't have to eat. I could work outside in the garden for a couple of hours, and I still felt very well. And I was impressed by that. So I think it's a good product.
When they learn something new and you can just see in their faces, it's such an incredible moment. It's those moments that are my favorite.
And welcome back to The Nation Decides 2024. I'm Steve Lance, and I am joined in studio with our panel, NTD's Arlene Richards and Dave Martin. Arlene, so obviously the focal point tonight will be all eyes on President Biden. Of course, you do have Hillary Clinton and a few other major names in the Democratic Party to speak, but all eyes will be on the president as he gives what some might call a farewell address or a passing the torch, if you will, or maybe even a victory lap. What do you anticipate?
Well, it's going to be a bittersweet moment for him because, 4 years ago when he was the Democratic nominee, it was during COVID. So there was only about 15 people in the place where he gave his speech because of the COVID, there was no crowd. And now 4 years later, he was supposed to be the Democratic nominee, but he's not. And there's been some, reports that he's feeling a little bit bitter about that, but I think he's getting over it. But it's kind of a hard pill to swallow that you're here now and you're in the arena and you're giving a speech, but it's not your speech for your Democratic nomination. It's for someone else. But I understand that he's getting behind Kamala Harris. He's fully supporting her in everything she's doing. He's maybe a little upset with some people, that had something to do with this, but he is committed to making sure that she wins this election.
It is going to be interesting, Dave, to see. I mean, no matter how you slice it, as recent as a week or so ago, President Biden saying that he still thinks he could have won this race had he stayed in, but he exited for the greater good of the Democratic Party, much of which you've been following in some of those key swing states where the down ballot races are on the line. What are you seeing those races starting to do now with Kamala at the top of the ticket?
Well, I actually wanted to discuss, you were talking about how he didn't really want to come out of the race. At the time, though, we showed, at the time of the Republican National Convention, he was losing in all 6 swing states in the polls. And there were actually 3 more states, it was New Hampshire, New Mexico, and Virginia, that were becoming toss-ups, and those had been, lean Democrat, really. So it really seemed like the tide certainly was going against him at that point. So certainly for the Democrats, I mean, obviously this move has clearly worked out for them. I mean, Kamala Harris, obviously she really hasn't met with the media yet. She finally did roll out some of her plans, her economic plan, last weekend. And that'll probably make a little bit of a difference in the polls. Some of it was considered, left-leaning, but some of it, a lot of people got behind, like the child tax credits as well. So that I think is going to be, one of the pivot points in this race. Whether she gets a bump from this convention as well as from her economic plan.
And speaking of this convention, it is in the state of Illinois, in the city of Chicago, and there you have Illinois Senator Dick Durbin at the podium giving a speech. Let's tune in and listen to what he has to say.
Donald Trump is like a bad boss. You want time off to take care of your sick parents? Ask Donald Trump. Denied. In Donald Trump's America, there is no paid family leave. Want to have a child, but need IVF? Too bad. That's shut down too. Want a pay raise? Too bad. The boss just gave himself one, so there's nothing left for you. Donald Trump reminds us of a boss we've all had. The guy who thinks he's a very stable genius, but is driving the company into the ground. Now get this, Donald Trump did make history. Let's give him credit. He is one of only 2 presidents in the history of the United States to leave office with fewer Americans working than when he started. Now he wants a chance to make America unemployed again. On the other hand, let's take a look at the record of Joe Biden and Kamala Harris. They recovered all those millions of jobs that Trump watched slip away. They added over 6 million jobs on top of that. 16 million jobs in total. 16 million. Today, more roads are getting fixed, more factories are being built, more Americans are working construction, and more auto workers are making cars than on any month when Trump was president. And we know behind every job is a person or community forever changed. Data centers in Wisconsin, semiconductors in Pennsylvania, electric vehicles in Michigan. Yes. Hello, Michigan. These investments mean strong economy, growing public schools, and well-funded, well-staffed first responders. These investments mean hope. That's what Kamala Harris and Tim Walz are fighting for. They'll fight for the places that are too often left behind. Fight to change lives and uplift communities. Fight to bring back American manufacturing. My friend, Ed Smith, a giant of the Illinois laborers, he's a great fellow. We lost him this year. But Ed Smith told us there's joy in this battle. When we win, we help people buy their first homes, send their kids to college, and retire with dignity. Incidentally, that happens to be my family's story too. My mom and dad worked for the railroad, and because we were a strong union family, we were able not just to get by, but to get ahead. That's the American economy Kamala Harris and Tim Walz are fighting for. Let's join that fight and build it together. Now let's hear from some union workers on the ground in Arizona, thanks to the Biden-Harris administration investment in America.
Welcome to Phoenix. Donald Trump said he'd bring back American manufacturing, but Joe Biden and Kamala Harris actually did it. Thanks to them, plumbers and pipe fitters like us are building the factories, semiconductor plants, and data centers of the future. We are hard at work in Phoenix, Mesa, Goodyear, Chandler, and more. Our neighborhoods, schools, and local businesses are growing. Sometimes we have so many projects that we send fabrication out to other states. Our local union is now up to 4,800 trades members. That's up from 2,800 in 2020, thanks to Joe and Kamala.
And it's an exciting time for us in the next generation. Our apprenticeship program now trains over 1,100 people a year. Every year at local high schools, when they announce what graduated seniors are doing next, more and more of these kids are joining the trades. My son is a senior in high school this year, and he plans to join us. Not just for the great career and the financial security that all us parents want for our kids, but it's because he's excited to work on the cutting edge of innovation. Kamala Harris will keep investing in American manufacturing. With her commitment, there's nothing that us American workers can't build.
Please welcome Ohio Representative Joyce Beatty.
Good evening. I'm Joyce Beatty, and I'm proud to represent Ohio in Congress. I was born in the Buckeye State, and I've never left. Now, J.D. Vance likes to talk about how he's from Ohio, but as soon as he could, he ran away to Yale and Silicon Valley, cozying up with billionaires while trashing our communities. J.D. has been our senator for 18 months. And what has he done for hardworking Americans? Nothing. He's been busy writing the foreword to the book from the Project 2025 guide. While JD and Donald Trump have been sharing conspiracy theories from the darkest corners of our internet, Kamala Harris and Joe Biden have been busy expanding access to the internet, while the other guys have been criticizing women without children. Joe and Kamala have been expanding the child tax credit. And let me just tell you, cutting the poverty rate for our children. Kamala and Joe Biden have been also at the same time reducing the price of health care for our seniors. And yes, securing a cap of $35 on insulin. And as JD and Trump, they want to take us back to the past. Kamala and Joe have been bringing the jobs of the future to America today. With the CHIPS Act, a $280 billion investment. And that's not just a big number. It means new semiconductor plants and thousands of good-paying jobs. You see, I worked with Kamala to pass it, and I saw her leadership style up close, a rare combination of brilliance, legal expertise, and patience. You see, it's simple. JD and Trump like to talk about states like Ohio, but Kamala and Joe actually get stuff done for us. And so does our next vice president and my good friend, Governor Tim Walz. America, are you ready to build on our progress? Are you ready to turn out for leaders who know that action speaks louder than words? Are you ready to vote for Kamala Harris? Are you ready to put people over politics once and for all? Well, the era of joy and freedom is up on us. And now it is on us to go seize it. Thank you. God bless you.
Please welcome AFSCME President Lee Saunders, SEIU President April Barrett, LIUNA General President Brent Booker, IBEW International President Ken Cooper, CWA President Claude Cummings, and AFL-CIO President Liz Schuler.
Union yes! Union yes! Union yes! Union yes! All right. I'm Lee Saunders,
president of AFSCME, a union of 1.4 million public service workers in healthcare, corrections, sanitation, and more. 4 years ago, we faced a pandemic and a recession with a president who didn't care one bit what working people were going through. Enter Joe Biden and Kamala Harris. Within weeks, they passed the American Rescue Plan, pulling the economy back from the brink and putting us back to work. They're guided by a basic principle: more freedom for working people, including the freedom to join a union. So this November, we're moving forward with Kamala Harris as our president.
And I am the president of SEIU, representing 2 million service and care workers. We're all in for Kamala Harris because Kamala Harris has always been all in for us. Vice President Harris joined fast food workers on the picket line, and she walked a day in the shoes of a home care worker. She shares our vision for a modern-day labor movement, a movement that meets the needs of workers in the 21st century, and an economy that is ready for the future. It is going to be together that we write new rules to make it easier for all workers to join a union. And we are going to build a younger, darker, hipper, fresher, sneaker-wearing labor movement. A movement that is going to be more inclusive and built for the middle class. And we are going to end poverty, wage, work.
All right, and welcome back. This is the first night of the Democratic National Convention happening in Chicago. We're going to go there to the floor where we have our reporter, Luis Martinez, on the floor. Luis, who do you have with you?
Okay, we're right now with Congressman Seth Magaziner from Rhode Island. Congressman, thank you so much for your time. First of all, what are your impressions? I understand you just got here to the convention.
Yeah, I just got here about half an hour ago, and already the energy is incredible. Even though it's the first day and we're only, just beginning, you can feel the unity, you can feel the excitement. It's really, really encouraging.
Congressman, what do you think changed in the past month, besides, of course, the nominee, to generate all of this excitement that we're seeing here in the convention?
Well, I think you have two candidates now, Kamala Harris and Tim Walz, who are really exciting voters across all demographics. So young people are excited in a way that they haven't been in a long time. Blue-collar voters, like we have in my district in Rhode Island, we're a big blue-collar state. They're energized. People of color, women, people are excited. And they're excited to have a campaign that is focused on the future and not just relitigating the past. I think what Kamala Harris has done really well since she became the presidential nominee is she has focused on an agenda for the future. And that's been really exciting to people.
We've heard from several of the speakers today the slogan, "For the future, for the people," referring to Kamala Harris's launch in 2019. You like that slogan they're using?
Every election is about the future. And the comparison with Donald Trump, where all he can talk about is his grievances from the past. All he talks about is revenge on his enemies or people who he thinks have slighted him. Kamala's vision is optimistic, it's forward-looking, and it's practical. She's talking about things like cracking down on price gouging at the grocery stores, cracking down on medical debt, raising wages, forward-looking things. All Donald Trump is focused on is his own grievances and his own grudges against people. It's night and day. And so I think the energy here is great, but not just here at the convention. I mean, back home when I'm talking to voters, people are feeling newly energized as well.
Congressman, you're mentioning some of the policies that Vice President Kamala Harris has already spoken about, but for all these policies, she will need Congress if elected president. And right now there's an impasse in Congress. When you get back to session in a couple of weeks, Congress will have to deal with the appropriations process. How do you see that playing out?
Well, I mean, the Republicans have shown us that they have no interest in governing and they have no ability in governing. They won control of the House. And right away, they started infighting with each other. They couldn't agree on who should be Speaker of the House. They came close to shutting down the government multiple times, not because they were even fighting with Democrats, but because they were fighting with each other. And so I think that, unfortunately, the next few months from the House Republicans is going to be more of the same dysfunction, the same gamesmanship. But I'm optimistic that in November, Democrats will take back the House. We're only 4 seats short. Hakeem Jeffries will be the next speaker, and we can get back to actually making the House functional again and work with the Harris administration to put working people first.
Congressman, to wrap up this interview, if you had a final message for your constituents in Rhode Island, what would that be?
You know, now is not a time to be on the sidelines. This election is about our collective future. It is about having an America that we can be proud of. And, you know, I just encourage everybody. There's still 79 days left, and a lot can happen. So volunteer, sign up to knock on doors, sign up to phone bank, get involved, and let's sprint through the finish.
Thank you so much for your time, Congressman. We had there Congressman Seth Magaziner from the 2nd District of Rhode Island sharing his excitement from here, the convention in Chicago.
All right, Luis Martinez, they're on the floor with the congressman from Rhode Island. Thank you for that. And we are going to leave the discussion for a few minutes. But as you can see, the energy is quite high there on the floor in the DNC in Chicago. So we'll have a lot more for you in just a few minutes. Stay with us.
I'm Richard Karn, and I love my hose. It ain't those old hoses. This is my hose. The new Pocket Hose Copper Bullet, now infused with real copper, so your water is always clean and lead-free. Just turn on the water and watch your hose grow and grow. And when you turn off the water, away it goes. Our new inner tube uses 3 layers of high-strength latex on the inside. Then it's wrapped in a new polymer filament jacket, 3 times stronger than the other hoses. But my favorite part of our new hose build, the oversized, easy-to-grip fittings. Get the super light 25-foot Pocket Hose Copper Bullet today for only $29.99. But wait, call now and get our copper spray nozzle with our exclusive thumb drive free. This is an exclusive release of our newest Pocket Hose. Order now.
Call 1-800-960-8919. That's 1-800-960-8919 or visit copperbullet.hose.com. Order now.
Will radical lies determine your child's future, or will timeless truths? Fathom the Good equips children with wisdom against the world. Our homeschool curriculum teaches high schoolers to think critically. We provide primary texts, original content, reasoning tools, and mentoring videos to help them transform America. Teach your children to navigate the world's woke confusion. Teach them to fathom the good.
The one-time drug dealer turned pastor, along with 2 others, will be executed at 12 midnight local time.
I thought this would be our final run ever. We had made millions and millions of dollars, but God had other plans.
We'll walk straight out of here, pretend to be the media.
This pathetic maggot got caught trying to escape my prison.
He's a changed person. He's
a new man.
My name is Peter Lowe, and I will be executed in 2 hours. Why am I being executed, you ask?
Salvation is a gift.
Got a new house.
A place that I call home.
And welcome back to The Nation Decides. I'm Tiffany Meier. We are on day 1 of the Democratic National Convention happening down in Chicago. Tonight we'll be hearing from a long list of big speakers, including the squads, Congressman Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, former presidential candidate Hillary Clinton, First Lady Dr. Jill Biden, and of course President Joe Biden, who will be the last speaker of the night. The highly anticipated speech there, as he was running for the presidency and, just basically a month ago. So there's a lot of focus on that speech. Now, we were just hearing from Luis Martinez, our correspondent down on the floor at the convention, speaking to the congressman of Rhode Island, talking about the new energy in the party and even in his home state and how he sees that playing out in this election. When it comes to big speakers tonight, though, Dave, I want to go to you. One name that's popping up on the list later tonight is Steve Kerr. He's the Team USA men's basketball coach, also the Golden State Warriors coach. How do you see his addition fitting into tonight's theme of For the People?
Well, basketball is a very popular sport. He's won 4 NBA titles with the Golden State Warriors. He just led the national team to a gold medal victory. So a lot of people like him, like the job he's done. I mean, he's one of the most respected coaches in the NBA. He's been known to be interested in politics pretty much his whole life, so it doesn't surprise me that he's here. But he's also known as a very most coaches you think are kind of jump off the handle at any time, have a bit of a temper. He's kind of got a different temper to him. Like he's a lot more calm and kind of even-tempered kind of person. So I'm very interested to see what he says here because I really respect him as a coach. So this should be interesting for me.
All right, on that note, let's go back to the convention floor and take a listen at what is happening right now.
Champagne, millionaires, bets and change and everything in between. Ain't we all? Ain't we all American? Ain't we all? Ain't we all American? We got the same stars, the same stripes. Just wanna live that good life. Ain't we all? Just wanna live that good life. Ain't we all? Ain't we all American? No matter your race.
And there we had a performance from Mickey Guyton, who's a country artist right there. Now, going back to what we've been hearing tonight, there's a lot of enthusiasm, excitement about a new candidate, basically, for President Kamala Harris, and now with Tim Walz. Arlene, when it comes to this enthusiasm, we've been seeing that also feeding into the polls, slight surges there, this momentum. The Trump campaign is calling this a honeymoon phase for Kamala Harris, but what do you see Kamala Harris and Tim Walz needing to do to keep that momentum going?
Well, you know, it's interesting. I mean, this energy here probably is going to add to the enthusiasm that they've already gotten from a lot of people. But, you know, enthusiasm doesn't mean votes. And so there's still a lot of work that she's going to have to do going forward, you know, to try and get those votes. Now, she's got a lot of support from young people and women, but she's going to need support from probably even Republicans right now. And that's where Tim Walz comes in. You know, he's a nice guy. Seems more laid back, and he might be more appealable to conservatives, right? And Republicans who aren't happy with President Trump, or who maybe voted for him before but aren't voting for him again. And also some of these people who are just staying on the couch. You know, they decided that they're not going to vote for Joe Biden and they're just going to sit this one out. I think Tim Walz can help her with that. But, you know, that she can't sit back and relax. I think she's been telling all of these crowds at the rallies that, you know, don't pay attention to the polls, even though she's leading right now by a little bit. She's saying, don't pay attention to the polls. We got a lot of work to do and not very much time to do it.
To your point, Dante Mills, the Democratic strategist who was on earlier on our show, was making that point too, saying that Kamala Harris is really going to need to put out a lot of her policies in her acceptance speech Thursday night. And that's also part of why he thinks she chose Tim Walz, because he does have a record. People can look at his record and maybe be like, okay, this is who I'm voting for, what I can expect. When it comes to those polls, right, Dave, we are seeing those numbers changing. In terms of the speeches tonight, what have we heard in terms of messaging that could feed into the voter turnout that we do need, given how close the polls are?
Yeah, they've definitely hit Trump on the COVID thing, for sure, for 2020. I was interested to see kind of what their strategy would be tonight. You know, would they talk about immigration? I don't think I've heard much about anything at all about that. Would they talk about the economy? Now, they certainly have talked about the economy, number of jobs coming back in 2021. I don't think we've heard too much about inflation. So I think that's kind of where they're at right now. We've also talked about, you know, I think there was an interview there with, I think it was Jamie Raskin, who was talking about, you know, bringing back the hostages and also a ceasefire in the Middle East. Obviously, if that happened during this during the Biden-Harris administration, that would be a big bump in the polls for it. But as far as we've seen here, I'm kind of curious to see where else they'll go, but it seems consistent. They're going after Trump with the COVID thing.
A lot of big issues you just pointed out. We do have the protesters outside of the venue there, the pro-Palestine group that are protesting. So we'll see how all of that fits in, as we haven't heard from Kamala Harris on explicit policy when it comes to the Israel-Hamas war. Going back now to the feed there on the floor in the DNC. This is the first night of the Democratic National Convention happening at the United Center in Chicago. There's a big lineup of speakers. We're going to be listening from President Biden later tonight. But let's go to the feed and listen in really quickly and see what is happening there.
I served in the Peace Corps at the height of HIV/AIDS and in Baltimore emergency rooms at the height of the heroin and gun violence epidemics. During the COVID pandemic, Trump and Wisconsin Republicans failed to protect our health. That's why I ran for office and flipped a red district blue. Because once a nurse, always a nurse. Now Trump is promising to terminate the Affordable Care Act, meddling in personal decisions between a woman and her doctor, and threatening to slash Medicare. Vice President Harris fights for our health. She'll defend women's reproductive freedom and protect Medicare and Medicaid. Thanks to the Biden-Harris administration, insulin is capped at $35 a month for seniors. And they negotiated down the prices of 10 more life-saving drugs like Eliquis and Jardiance for Americans on Medicare. Kamala will continue to take on Big Pharma and lower the cost of prescriptions for everyone. Of course, healthcare isn't just about drugs and treatment. It's about freedom. The freedom to make your own choices and the freedom to get the care you need without worrying about the cost. Kamala Harris is fighting for that healthy future.
Let me tell y'all about Texas leadership. I'm County Executive Lena Hidalgo, and I serve the 5 million residents of Harris County. Harris County includes Houston. Texas Governor Ann Richards said, "I've been tested by fire, and the fire lost." In the years I've been in office, we've dealt with chemical fires. We've dealt with 10 floods, 7 hurricanes, a deadly winter freeze, and of course the pandemic. When that last disaster struck, Donald Trump abandoned us. He spread misinformation that cost lives. Compare that to 2021, when the Texas power grid went dark. Kamala Harris didn't just put out a tweet, she called me to make sure we had what we needed. Over the years, I've learned that Kamala Harris always calls. And not only does she call, she delivers. The very week she launched her campaign, she was down in Texas with vital FEMA assistance right after Hurricane Beryl. Kamala Harris cares. She will never risk lives for the sake of politics. And she's leading the charge to protect our communities from extreme weather. The Biden-Harris administration have announced at least $1 billion to help us with just that, and Houston is thriving. We deserve leaders who acknowledge the threats, heck, the existence of climate change. We deserve tough leaders who have our backs. We deserve compassionate leaders ready to help. That's Kamala Harris and Tim Walz.
I can personally attest that Kamala is a leader who has our back. I'm California's Lieutenant Governor Eleni Kounalakis, but I hold another title just as dear to me, Kamala Harris's friend. I met her when we were both young women trying to navigate the halls of power. I worked in housing. She had just been elected district attorney. We get frequent lunches together, and she was funny and fun. She was also a great mentor. Once, I told her about a professional experience of being minimized.
All right, and we are going to go now to Media Row. This is day one of the National Democratic Convention, where we are going to speak with Charlie Kirk, who is a Republican and is an American political activist. Charlie, thank you so much for joining us. Now, of course, this is a Democratic Party convention, but what is it going to take for former President Donald Trump and his VP nominee, J.D. Vance, to win this election?
Yeah, it's going to be a tough fight. The Democrats right now have a new nominee, and it's a much tighter race. I really like our chances, but it's going to require a focused message talking about inflation, talking about immigration, and presenting a different agenda to the American people than what they're going to see here in Chicago. We know that the Democrats have failed everywhere their policies have been tried, in Chicago, in Los Angeles, in San Francisco, in New York. And President Trump has built a once-in-a-generation movement of people, all sorts of different backgrounds, to be able to come together and to unite. And we're going to see that really kind of come to fruition after Labor Day. But I'm here in Chicago trying to spread the message, spread the word, and counter every way I can.
And Charlie, on that note, there is talk, how Kamala Harris has added fresh blood and re-energized the Democratic base. When we look at this party, do you think she can keep up the momentum without really talking about her plans for the economy?
I don't know. And that's the more she talks about her plans, the more voters are really not crazy about it, to be honest with you. Talking about price controls, talking about things that are very, very radical and really not getting into specifics when it comes to energy, when it comes to immigration. But we'll see. I think that President Trump, poll after poll, is in a much better, stronger position when it comes to the economy, when it comes to lower prices, when it comes to immigration, when it comes to foreign policy. And so if we stay focused on that issue subset and we understand what this election is about, I think we'll be successful coming into November.
People who voted for President Joe Biden in the primary, what happened to their vote? What do you see happening within the Democratic Party?
Yeah, they were completely and totally disenfranchised. Their vote was taken away from them. They do not have a voice. They were told that their vote basically does not matter. And instead, Kamala Harris just kind of waltzed in and the delegates went behind her in a very suspicious, sneaky way. It's interesting how the party democracy decided to get away and go away from primary elections.
Well, Charlie Kirk, thank you so much for joining us tonight.
Thank you. Thank you.
All right, and that was Charlie Kirk down in Media Row at the Democratic National Convention. I'm sure he's starting some interesting conversations down there. But of course, this is night one of the Democratic Convention, so we'll have a lot more for you in just a few minutes.
Shenyun Creations, the streaming platform from Shenyun, featuring world-class dance, past programs, and all original music. Masterclasses, behind the scenes, comedy, and more. Explore shenyuncreations.com.
If you're happy and you know it, clap your hands. If you're happy and you know it, ride your bike.
If you're happy and you know it, then your face will surely show it.
If you're happy and you know it, smile big and bright.
Thousands of kids just like me are happy every day.
And it's all because of generous people like you who support Shriners Hospitals for Children every month.
All you have to do is call the number on your screen or go online to loveshriners.org right now with your monthly gift.
Because of people like you, Shriners Hospitals for Children is able to make an everyday miracle happen for kids like me.
If you're happy and you know it, dance around. If you're happy and you know it, play a song.
If you're happy and you know it, and your face will surely show it.
If you're happy and you know it, take a shot.
And when you call or go online right now to donate $19 a month or more, we'll send you this adorable Love to the Rescue blanket as a thank you and a reminder of all the smiles you're bringing to kids' faces every day.
Will today be the day you send your love to the rescue?
When you call the number on your screen right now and give as little as $19 a month, just 63 cents a day, you'll be making a life-changing difference for a child, just like Sarah.
Your monthly gift today could change your life forever.
Because of you.
We are happy and we know it. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Please call or go online right now to give. If operators are busy, please wait patiently or go to loveshriners.org right away. Is that time yet?
It's time.
Oh, terrific.
Donating pet food is one of the many ways you can help families in your community. Pets and people belong together. Learn more at petsandpeopletogether.org.
Hi, I'm Kelly Wright. We thank you for joining us and watching America's Hope here on NTD News. Bottom line is, I know you're sick and tired of being sick and tired, but let's give you some good news in the midst of the bad news. Watch us nightly, right here on NTD News, for a full dose of America's Hope.
Here on NTD Business, we break financial news and give market insights you won't find anywhere else. Don't miss a beat. Tune in on NTD News.
For the day's top headlines and the news you need to know, tune in right here to NTD Evening News.
There are real consequences to controlled media. And NTD's founders know them firsthand. Our freedom of thought is the price. This is the lesson that guides us in everything we do.
So there's the tear gas there.
We know the value of a free society. And we take seriously the responsibility to preserve it. We are NTD.
NTD News, the fastest growing independent news source in America, bringing you breaking news from around the world. Expert analysis, investigative reporting, and original award-winning documentaries. We're known for our uncensored China coverage you won't find anywhere else. We cover the stories that affect you and shape our world without the political noise. We report from the heart with you in mind. Watch us right here on NTD News.
And here is another live look at the DNC in Chicago, where a lot of big-name Democrats are set to speak this evening, including former First Lady Hillary Clinton, President Biden, the First Lady as well. So we're going to be keeping a very close eye as those speeches unfold, and we'll bring you there when they do. In the meantime, I would like to bring us back in studio where we have political strategist and national trial attorney with us, Dante Mills, and former U.S. ambassador to Denmark and vice chair of the Center for Energy Environment at the America First Policy Institute, Carla Sands. Thank you both for joining us. Carla, welcome to the studio. So I want to get your thoughts, some fresh thoughts here tonight as we're about to see this evening unfold. What are you anticipating?
Well, I'm anticipating a really well-produced show, a showcase for Joe Biden to step off of the public stage, if you will, even if he is still president, and ushering in a new era for the Democrat Party.
And Dante, to that point, what will this new era look like? How different might it be from what we've seen over the past 4 years?
Well, it's going to be a surprise. We don't know yet.
We don't know if Vice President Harris is going to come in and mirror the policies of President Biden, or if she's going to introduce her own platform that's completely different. It could be somewhere in between. So we can sit here and try to anticipate based on some of the policy that was put out recently, I think, as testers. But we just have to wait and see as this week progresses. Who is she? Who is she going to announce herself to be? Because you only have one chance to make a first impression. I think it's bizarre a little bit that the Vice President of the United States has to introduce herself to everybody, but she does. And I'm curious to see exactly who she's going to be.
And Ambassador Sands, I want to get your thoughts. Just a few short weeks ago at the RNC, there was unity. We were just fresh off of the attempted assassination of former President Trump. And here, I want to get your thoughts this evening at the DNC. How unified would you say the Democratic Party is, despite there are many endorsements, obviously, former President Obama, Hillary Clinton, they're all going to endorse Kamala Harris. But looming large over this evening is the fact that the torch was essentially taken away from President Biden.
Yeah, we just had a coup in America. In the modern history, we've never seen a bloodless coup, but there it happened. His own did it to him, right? Nancy Pelosi, Barack Obama, they went in and took him out. And so now we have a new candidate, and she is running for president, but just a month ago, Democrats were saying, how do we get rid of her? We don't want her to be the vice president. She's a drag on the ticket. She's incompetent. She hasn't secured the border. It's an 80-20 issue. Americans really want that border secure. She did zero goose egg to secure the border. So when you look at the fruit of her product, it's not very good. It's not very popular. And if you poll Americans, maybe not the people in that amphitheater tonight, but if you poll the general public, the voting public, they want the border secure. She was the last person in the room when Joe Biden ordered the withdrawal, the disastrous, deadly withdrawal from Afghanistan. So she concurred with his decision. If her decision-making is as bad as his, our country would be in trouble if she's elected.
I think just a little pushback on the coup. I think after the debate, and even before, there was an understanding that Father Time is undefeated, right? And President Biden is getting older, and he wasn't running for an election to be president for the next couple of months. It was to be president for 4 years, for more years. And it was just an understanding that he wasn't in the best position or condition to do that. I don't know if it's a coup to say whether you're former President Barack Obama, Nancy Pelosi, or anybody else, to say we don't think you're the best person to lead us right now, and for the president to willingly say, I agree with that, and I'm going to step aside. I think that was the right move, and I think that anybody, whether you're a Democrat or Republican, when looking at the condition of President Biden after that debate, was saying, I don't know if he can do this. So the fact that that was told to him by the people around him, I don't know if that means it was a coup, but I do believe that it's time to turn the page, and we have to see where the party is going to go now, and if they can present themselves in a way that America is comfortable with this new candidate and believe that she's the best person to lead them into the future.
Well, not to relitigate the past, but they did have a primary, and they didn't allow it to be competitive. The DNC said, no, Joe Biden is the only one, and he won, of course, won his primary. So it's this was absolutely under threat to Joe Biden that he withdrew. He was, until the day he withdrew, 100% committed, and he kept saying that over and over.
I agree with that 100%. I think that there could have been some kind of a process after President Biden decided not to run to see who was going to take his place. The Democratic Party is going to have to explain why there wasn't a process. I think that has to be a part of this week. Introducing Vice President Harris as the person and saying why she was the one to take that without the ability to be challenged by someone else. But I do believe that it was time for President Biden, and for us to sit here and say he probably could have made it in that position another 4 years, I don't know if that's realistic. So despite the fact that he was the only one in the primary, time passed on, and we saw that he just couldn't do it. So I think it was the right decision to step down.
It is quite an interesting election year. I've spoken to several people. They're like, I've seen more happen in 1 month than,
Yes.
multiple
True.
years of my life, all of those. But on that note, let's actually go to the floor where we have our reporter Jack Bradley there on the floor and reports that Vice President nominee pick Tim Walz just showed up. So Jack, take it away.
Hey, yeah, we just saw Tim Walz up ahead above us, make an appearance. He's going to give his speech, of course, on Wednesday. We're all looking forward to that. I'm here in the Washington section, where everyone's got really nice hats here. And what is your name, and where are you from in Washington?
My name is Ashley Finan, and I'm from Lakewood, Washington, south of Tacoma.
Excellent. And why are you supporting Harris for the presidential ticket?
She's the most qualified candidate. She's brilliant. She is a policy just superstar. She is progressive, and she cares for everybody, not just certain party people. She cares for everyone in this room and everyone outside of this room. She is the right woman for the job.
And as a potential woman president, the first ever, what would that do for women?
I have goosebumps just thinking about what that might mean for women. I think the availability of finally having a true notion of equality that we are finally recognized as leaders in our country, up to the highest office, that we are no longer stuck under the thumb of old white guys, to be honest with you. Like, this is amazing. It would mean so much. And it's especially a woman of color. I mean, that's so huge in our history and also in the world, for the free world. Like, having her in that seat, can't imagine anything better.
Thank you. And what is your name, and where are you from?
Yeah, my name is Sabrina Otnes. I'm from Mukilteo, Washington.
And why are you supporting Harris tonight here?
I'm supporting Harris because she is the future. She is our way forward. Our party is totally behind her, and she's poised for this moment. So I'm just really excited to be a part of history, be a part of this experience with everybody here.
Thank you so much. Thank you both.
Thank you.
Great. All right, guys, back to you.
All right, Jack Bradley down on the floor at the convention. Thank you for that. Quite a lively crowd. It's first night, right? There's already a lot of energy right there as we're hearing from the female voters right there, what a first female president would mean to them. Now, we actually have seen some talk, not a lot, about Kamala Harris becoming the first female president. Now, we saw in 2016 the whole movement of I'm with her when Hillary Clinton was running for president. Now, Dante, in your view, how big of a pull is that for voters voting for the first female president? Or do you see them focusing more on policies that impact them, like the economy?
I think it will impact some people, but I don't believe it should. I think we should be voting on who we believe is the best person for the job, no matter who they are, what color they are, what gender they are. I think that plays into who she is as a person because, of course, her upbringing, her experiences were impacted by the fact that she's a woman. But when we're voting for someone, we should look at what they bring to the table and decide if they're the best person to govern. That interview was very telling, and I think it showed a lot of energy, but the answers were, oh, she's the future, she's going to do this. There was nothing specific about her policy or what she would bring, and you would hope by the end of this week, if they interviewed the same two people and say, well, why are you supporting Harris, that they would say, oh, because she's going to focus on the middle class, or oh, because followed by a policy line. That's what you hope this week brings about, and I will hope that that's what's going to drive voters to the election box, what her policy is as opposed to what her gender is.
To your point, because that is the base, and in order to win this race, it's not about the base, it's about those undecided people that are really focused on the policy.
Absolutely, and really, politics is pretty straightforward and simple. You want to be able to tell your neighbor why you or them should support somebody else. So if that question comes, hey, what do you think about such and such? Oh, this is what she brings to the table. They're not going to want to hear, oh, I'm excited about her. They're going to say, well, why? Right? So by the end of this week, you will hope that people leave and can tell the people around them in a simple word or two or a sentence or two why Vice President Harris is the best person for the job.
And Carla,
I totally agree with you, Dante. We should hire the best president, not looking at any of their, their physical qualities. We should hire the best person. America's great because we're a meritocracy. But I also agree with you on the other point, is we want to hire a president because of their policies, not because of who they are. And unfortunately, one of the Democrat Party platforms that's just been agreed to at the convention is that they want to welcome gang members and human traffickers in to be citizens and give them all the benefits that they give legal immigrants, which is, for me, it's so threatening to our security and to the law. So I'm disappointed about that. We really want to know about Kamala Harris's policies. I think that all the voters do, because the president's the president of all Americans. All of us become part of that leadership. One thing I'm also disappointed with Kamala Harris is she has said that she wants to do things that aren't economically feasible. For instance, she wants to put price caps on goods. She says that the reason we're paying more in grocery stores and in stores is because of price gouging. She calls it price gauging, so I don't think she really knows what that means, but price gouging is something that's really rare in America. There's already laws in most states against it. It's already illegal. And as a matter of fact, the reason things are more expensive is because of the multi-trillion-dollar bills that have been passed under her and Joe Biden's leadership. Kamala Harris was the deciding vote on the IRA, the Inflation Reduction Act, which stoked the inflation. It's one of the reasons it was supposed to be around $400 billion. It ended up being about $1.4 trillion, and most of it is Green New Deal subsidies, some of it even funding terrorists through some of the agencies that in the U.S. as the money is dispersed. It's hard. Money's fungible. It's hard to track all that. But the American people really want government to spend less of their money. I think that's one of the points.
I think.
Sorry, hold that thought real quick, because we are going to go listen into Gina Raimondo right now, Commerce Secretary, who is speaking at the Democratic National Convention.
My dad said to me, Gina, this happened because our leaders let us down. And my father was right. The Republicans in power who pushed failed economic strategy. Let's just cut taxes for the wealthy and leave everybody else behind. Well, not only did my father lose his job, but frankly, manufacturing left my state. Manufacturing withered in Rhode Island and all across this nation. In communities all across America, factories shuttered, communities got hollowed out, and people were left without their job, without hope, without the dignity that comes with a decent job. And Republican economic policy failed Rhode Island. How do I know that? Because when I took office, first Democrat elected governor in a couple of decades, I inherited one of the worst economies in the country. It was a mess. But we got to work and we turned it around. We turned it around with a pro-business, pro-worker agenda. Kamala Harris has that same agenda. She knows we need an economy where the costs are low and opportunities abound. An economy where people can show up to their jobs with dignity and pride. She has a new economic vision for America. You know how she knows that? She knows it because, just like me, Kamala Harris grew up in a middle-class home. Her mom worked to cure breast cancer by day and feed her family at night. And as an adult, Kamala worked to lock up sex offenders and violent criminals by day. And she took care of her sick mother at night. Kamala Harris gets it. She gets that so many Americans work so hard every day and they're barely getting by. And that is not right. It is a fundamental economic principle Hard work ought to pay off. We believe in that. And that's why the Vice President is committed to building the opportunity economy, an economy that rewards ambition, an economy that rewards hard work. She believes in an America where everyone, regardless of who you are, what you have, where you started, you got a chance to get ahead in this country. Kamala Harris will give more than 100 middle-class Americans a tax cut. She'll build 3 million new homes for the middle class. And she's going to forge an economy with fair competition, free from monopolies. Monopolies that crush workers and small businesses and startups. Kamala Harris will make building up the middle class a defining goal of her presidency. Meanwhile, Donald Trump, he's going to double down on his worst economic ideas. The same ideas that shipped my dad's job overseas. Ideas that don't work. We know they don't work because they never have. He wants another huge tax cut for the wealthy. He wants to put his corrupt buddies in charge of the economy. And he wants a sales tax that's going to supercharge inflation. We cannot afford Donald Trump's failed economic ideas. But here's the thing. The most important thing. Kamala Harris works for the people. Kamala Harris works for you. And Donald Trump is in it for himself. As our president, Kamala Harris will build an economy where everyone, and she means everyone, can find and live their American dream. So let's put her in the Oval Office. Thank you.
And that was Commerce Secretary Gina Raimondo speaking there about some contrast when it comes to the economy. We're going to go quickly now to NTD's Dave Martin over at the Data Hub with some numbers for us. Dave, what do you have for us?
Thank you, Tiff. You know, earlier we looked at a national poll that showed Kamala Harris had a slight 2-point lead over Donald Trump. But now I want to take a look at some swing states. But first, a little history lesson about the Blue Wall. Well, the Blue Wall is just these 18 states here, in blue of course, that voted Democrat in every presidential election from 1992 through 2012. You see, you've got Hawaii here, you've got some West Coast states here. You've got the New England area here, as well as the northern Midwest. Now, if you look at the 2012 election where Barack Obama beat Mitt Romney, you can see here all these states marked in blue are the ones he won. He took, of course, the entire blue wall, plus he also took Florida as well, which has kind of swung back and forth in recent years. But then in 2016, Donald Trump came along, broke the blue wall here, got Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin, as well as Florida, in his shocking victory. But then, of course, 4 years later, Biden goes up against Joe Biden, and Biden basically reclaims those lost states of the blue wall here. He takes back Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin again to reclaim victory. So, of course, the question is, where do these states stand right now in these polls? Let's take a look at a recent one from the Cook Political Report here. Kamala Harris here, 1-point lead in Michigan over Donald Trump. Wisconsin as well is a 4-point lead. Now, both of those are within the margin of error. Now this one though, Pennsylvania, a 6-point lead. That is outside the margin of error there. Now these 3 states, that's 44 electoral votes, very crucial. Now we'll be back with some more swing state votes, swing state polls after a little bit. Right now, let's go back to the desk.
All right, Dave, thanks for that breakdown. And we're going to go back to the DNC where New York Governor Kathy Hochul is speaking right now. So let's listen in.
Families in my blue-collar community, they believed that with hard work, they could build a better future, not just for themselves, but for those with less hope and less opportunity. I'm proud of my roots and the values I learned: grit, determination, compassion. Kamala Harris and Tim Walz grew up with those same values. And those values have always defined the people of my state. Well, most of us anyway. Donald Trump was born a New Yorker, but ended up a fraud, a philanderer, and a felon. He wasn't raised with the New York values that I know. He never had to worry about childcare costs or groceries or rent. He never had to worry about anything or anyone but himself. Trust me, America, if you think you're tired of Donald Trump, talk to a New Yorker. We've had to deal with him for 78 long years. The fraud, the tax dodging, the sham university, the shady charities. We've seen him stiff contractors, rip off workers. He abuses women, brags about it, and then takes away their rights. And New Yorkers are sick of it. It's no wonder he had to flee to Mar-a-Lago. Sorry about that, Florida. Sorry about that. Trump hasn't spent much time in New York lately, except that is to get convicted of 34 felonies. And that's just fine with us, because New York's motto is Excelsior, ever upward. And Trump takes us ever downward. Because here's what Trump never understood. America isn't a luxury good to be bought and sold by the privileged and powerful few. America, we just can't afford another 4 years of that. We have kids to feed, roads to build, jobs to create, real problems to solve. And we need leaders who can get it done. Trump talked big about bringing back manufacturing jobs. But you know who actually did it? President Biden and Vice President Kamala Harris. Thank you, Joe. Thank you, Kamala. And look no further than the city of Syracuse, where a company called Micron is building a $100 billion microchip factory with union labor. It's the largest private investment in American history, and it's going to create 50,000 good-paying jobs. The Biden-Harris administration has made the most significant investments in our economy in generations. And as president, Kamala Harris will continue to build an opportunity economy for all. My friends, history's watching us. Together, we must protect abortion rights. Together, we must protect the middle class. Together, we must protect the American dream. And together, we must elect Kamala Harris, President of the United States. Thank you.
And there you had the New York State Governor, Kathy Hochul, giving a speech. She was quite critical of former President Trump, not so much talking about her candidate's policies. I want to bring it back, I think, to the so-called blue wall in the swing states, Ambassador Sands. How critical are these undecided votes, and what is it going to take to be able to tap into those votes for either candidate?
Well, it's a great question. No U.S. president has won the election without winning Pennsylvania in the last 40 years. So it's a really critical state. And how do you get the votes in that you need to win? Well, if we have a free and fair election, I believe that Donald Trump will win. And the reason I believe that is because there was so much corruption in the 2020 election, so many irregularities. COVID gave an excuse, a fig leaf, if you will, for bending and breaking of rules, and even the election laws in some cases. And so if we have a free and fair election, I do believe that Donald Trump will win because his policies benefited all Americans, especially the least educated, especially people of women had the best employment and the best incomes in 50 years. Our minority populations, whether Asian, Hispanic, Black, all had great salary increases and the best employment that they had had in my lifetime. And if you look at how the economy grew, people were thriving. People had, on average, about $11,400 more in their pocket when President Trump was president. But because of Joe Biden's spending, with Kamala Harris at his side, because she's been the tie-breaking vote, she's broken more ties in the Senate than any vice president, at least in modern history. And the IRA, all these multi-trillion-dollar spending bills, they have stoked inflation and hurt Americans so much that Americans have very low savings right now, and most Americans can no longer afford to buy a home.
I'd like to ask you just briefly about foreign policy, if we could. We heard from Commerce Secretary Gina Raimondo. When it comes to China and the nefarious trade practices and bad practices that they commit on the United States, how big of an issue do you see China being this election cycle?
I think China is a huge issue because it's not the Chinese people. We love the Chinese people. It's the Chinese Communist Party. And they have determined that they want to be the global hegemon. They want to supplant the U.S. and take our freedoms and the freedoms of the Western world. And how are they doing that? It is a war by any other name. It's through propaganda, bribing officials on both sides of the aisle. It's all kinds of influence operations. It's theft of intellectual property, stealing in person, online. They have armies of Chinese soldiers in uniform every day, 800 of them to one American cyber warrior. They have 800 to every one of ours. They are focused on defeating the United States without firing a shot. I recommend your viewers read the book Sun Tzu, The Art of War, and they can get an idea of how China is trying to beat the United States.
We're going to cut to the feed here at the DNC in Chicago, where Kamala Harris is just taking the mic for a moment. We're going to listen in.
It is so good to be with everyone this evening in this hall and everyone at home. This is going to be a great week. And I want to kick us off by celebrating our incredible President, Joe Biden, who will be speaking later tonight. Joe, thank you for your historic leadership, for your lifetime of service to our nation, and for all you will continue to do. We are forever grateful to you. Thank you, Joe. And looking out at everyone tonight, I see the beauty of our great nation, People from every corner of our country and every walk of life are here, united by our shared vision for the future of our country. And this November, we will come together and declare with one voice, as one people, we are moving forward. With optimism, hope, and faith, so guided by our love of country, knowing we all have so much more in common than what separates us. Let us fight for the ideals we hold dear, and let us always remember, when we fight, we win. God bless you. God bless the United States of America. Good night, everyone.
Please welcome actor and director
Vice President
Tony
Kamala
Goldwyn.
Harris addressing the crowd as the DNC, the first night, continues to unfold with still some very big speakers coming up. You have, excuse me, former First Lady Hillary Clinton, Congressman James Clyburn, Congressman Jamie Raskin, many other speakers set to take the mic in just moments. Dante, what did you make of Kamala Harris's few words there addressing the crowd?
I think it was a nice surprise. It was interesting to see because at the Republican National Convention, former President Donald Trump waited until his night to really kind of get the attention. But there was a lot happening before then. I think that just goes to show that Vice President Harris understands that she needs to make her presence felt. Not only does the convention have to be about her, but she has to be visible. People have to leave this week being comfortable with her. And I think for her to come out and make this introduction, it was a nice surprise for people. Nobody expected it. It's not on the call sheet. But she was able to get up there, be a little folksy, not worry about the policy, which you would expect her speech to have kind of be stuffed with at the end of the week. This was just a light welcome to my show. This is about me, and you know, I'm looking forward to spending the week with you. So I think it went a long way, and people will appreciate the fact that she took the time out to address them and kind of welcome them to the new era of the Democratic Party.
And back to our discussion on foreign policy, we were talking about China. It's obviously the United States' greatest adversary, the second largest military, biggest threat posed to our country. What would you like to see in terms of foreign policy stances coming out from the leader of the Democratic Party?
Well, the same thing. I think the slogan of former President Donald Trump, America First, resonates with everybody in America. You want to make sure that we are safe and protected, that we have a future here in America, and that there is no foreign nation that can come in and kind of make us play second fiddle to ourselves. And at times it does seem like that. When you look at the trade policy, there are a lot of manufacturers that are leaving the states, and we can't have that. We have to get them back. I think the Democratic Party has to come up with some kind of plan to bring these plants back to America, back to the Rust Belt, back to these towns that are now vacant and empty. There's a lot when you look across America. We're talking about Philadelphia, Pittsburgh, all through Ohio, Wisconsin, towns where you could start a position entry level and work your way up to become a line supervisor and then a worker supervisor, and you have the ability to buy your home for your family, to feed your family, to retire. We need that back in the United States, so we have to figure out how to do that. I think it starts not by, I'm not a big fan of the price gauging, gouging, gauging as Vice President Harris called it, but the price gouging, it's available now in 37 states. It's close to 40 states that have rules that kind of monitor the prices. I think what you have to do is allow competition to be available. And if competition is there, then you can't charge people these crazy prices because they won't use your services, right? So I think that's what America is about. It's allowing businesses to come in, to excel, to not be taxed to the point that they have to close, and for workers to go there and be able to stay there for a long time into retirement. So that's the formula. We'll see if the Democratic Party can really find a way to convey that and get behind it and show people that that's what they're going to do.
An important discussion, and Ambassador, I do want to get your thoughts more on China, but for now we're going to go to a very quick break, and we'll be back with a lot more of the first night of the Democratic National Convention, so stay with us.
I'm Ilka. I live with my daughter and with my grandchildren. There's a sense of comfort that comes with eating a good meal. We try to make the most, of what we have. We have rent to pay, and then there are lights and there are gas. And while my daughter and I both work, it still just doesn't seem like there's enough to go around sometimes.
Every day, millions of our neighbors face hunger, including 1 in 5 children, and food costs keep rising. Please call or go online right now to join Feeding America with your gift of just $19 a month, only 63 cents a day. Your monthly support can fill plates with nutritious food for families across the country and in your community, thanks to a nationwide network of food banks and volunteers.
If you were over and playing with us, you were part of our family and you were going to eat. A real cook can take nothing and make something.
No one should ever have to wonder if they will have enough to eat, and our neighbors are working hard to feed their families every day. Call or go online now. Visit helpfeedingamerica.org and give $19 a month. 98% of donations go directly to help millions of people facing hunger from coast to coast and in your own community. Use your credit card and you'll get this exclusive canvas grocery bag as a thank you for joining hands with people across America to help end hunger.
Some of the lessons that I hope that my family will take, it is important to treat people the way that you want to be treated. I have carried on the tradition of loving people through food.
Please call right now or go online to make a monthly gift at helpfeedingamerica.org. Your support helps our neighbors bring food home to their families.
New to Medicare, recently moved or losing coverage? Then let us help break it down for you. First up, we have Medicare Part A. Consider your hospital insurance as your safety net, covering inpatient hospital stays, skilled nursing facilities, hospice care, and some home health care. It's the help for your peace of mind, ensuring that you get the care you may need when you need it. And now let's talk about Medicare Part B, your medical insurance. This is your key to most preventative services, outpatient care and doctor visits, from flu shots to screenings. Part B, you're at the forefront of proactive health care. If you enroll in a Medicare Advantage plan, the plan may provide all of your Medicare Part A and Medicare Part B coverage, and it is designed with you in mind, providing a wide array of coverage options for personalized care. Review your Medicare coverage options, ensuring it aligns with your evolving healthcare needs, from flu shots to screenings. Call 800-939-1759. That's 800-939-1759.
It was spectacular, so beautiful.
I thought I was going to heaven.
Oh, it was electric.
I'm getting chills talking about it.
It gets a 10 from me, that's for sure.
It was that good.
Absolutely marvelous.
Hands down the best show I've ever seen.
It's emotional, it's captivating, it's visual. Every single bit of your senses is engaged.
Oh my gosh, it was a riot. I didn't expect to laugh so much and also be touched so much.
I was literally looking for something which was magical, uplifting, and it was way more than that.
The music was just so beautiful, and it really lit up the room.
And there's nothing like live music.
The combination of the music and the dancing was sometimes uplifting. You know, my toes are tapping and I want to get out of my seat. But it was also very calming.
I think it's magnificent. It's magnificent to see another part of Chinese culture that a lot of people don't get to see. And the stories are amazing. The execution, the dance is amazing.
The flips, the aerial movement, it was amazing. It wasn't anything I've ever seen before.
Absolutely perfection. There wasn't even one flaw.
I must say I'm so highly impressed with the level of the dancers, their technique. Just all the concepts are absolutely wonderful.
The costumes
they were works of art.
The way they used the costumes to create part of the image, it was just absolutely mind-blowing.
I thought I was going to come to see some amazing dancing, but I learned so much about the Chinese culture.
They're actually telling you the story of their life, of their culture, of their history, and bringing it full circle so that we can see and enjoy it.
There was an encouragement to go back to that divine nature and those divine values.
This experience for me is transcendent. It was a communication to the soul and the spirit.
And I cried, I think, the whole time because it was so amazing.
It was powerful, and it is something that's needed in today's society.
People nowadays go to the doctors, the psychiatrists for pills, for antidepressants. This is the antidepressant, the best.
I knew it was going to be good. It's a billion times better than I even thought it would be.
I've heard people say you don't want to miss this, and I would fully agree.
I'm going to tell everyone to come see it. You have to.
Definitely going to come back next year.
Totally inspirational. You have to go see this.
Everyone needs to see this.
Don't miss it.
It's a once-in-a-lifetime must-see that will change their lives forever.
And it is what our country needs. Leadership, real leadership. Not the kind that seeks to divide us, but the kind that recognizes and celebrates our common purpose. Think about what our team achieved with 12 Americans in Paris, putting aside rivalries to represent our country. Now imagine what we could do with all 330 million of us playing on the same team. Not as Democrats, not as Republicans, not as libertarians, but as Americans who know the greatness of this nation doesn't come from any one of us, but from each of us doing our part to build a more perfect union. That vision is what this campaign is all about. It's why I'm here tonight. And it's why I'll be getting out every day to help people get out and vote on November 5th and elect Kamala Harris and Tim Walz as the next president and vice president of the United States. And after the results are tallied that night, we can, in the words of the great Steph Curry, we can tell Donald Trump, night, night. Thank you.
Let me tell you folks.
All right, that was Steve Kerr, Team USA men's basketball coach and Golden State Warriors coach, speaking just now. We're going to bring it back in studio where we have Dante Mills and Ambassador Carla Sands. Thank you both so much for joining us. Now, Carla, earlier we were talking about China a little bit and foreign policy. Now, earlier in the show, we were talking about how perhaps this is why Vice President Kamala Harris chose Tim Walz, governor of Minnesota, because he does have experience in foreign policy, or at least maybe more than she does when it comes to dealing with other countries. Now, when it comes to China, Tim Walz actually has an interesting history, if you will, with that country. He's spoken in the past, he went there. He was there during the 1989 Tiananmen massacre, not in Beijing, but he was in Guangdong. He was teaching English. He was there fresh out of college. He's spoken a lot about the people of China and that they would do really well if they were under proper leadership. And he's spoken out in terms of human rights. He signed some bills against some of his own party's wishes. He signed bills against forced organ harvesting in China. He stood up for the Falun Gong faith group inside China. We've also seen former House Speaker Nancy Pelosi speaking out about them as well. But on the other side, what some critics are pointing out is that Governor Tim Walz and his wife back in the day had a company with China that would send American students to visit. Now, some are raising concerns that that sounds a lot like the United Front work, which is a propaganda department on behalf of the Chinese Communist Party. And Tim Walz himself back in the day said that it was unusual that the Chinese regime was paying for part of this. So the Chinese regime was footing the bills for once the students were inside China, paying for their stays, their food, that type of thing. And then some of the reporting was pointing out that Tim Walz was telling these students to play down their Americanness while they're there. Now, usually when you go after corruption, you're like, where's the money? When it comes to Tim Walz in China, there is no money trail. So some are like, what is in it for him then when it comes to China? How do you view that relationship, if you will, and how that could feed into what would happen if he does become the vice president?
It's a really good question, and I think that the Chinese Communist Party doesn't mind a few negative things against it if it has ultimately control of the individual and they are their ally. If you could say he was love bombed by the Chinese Communist Party because he said he was never treated better than when he was in China. And people who went there with him, adults, said that he would buy Mao's Little Red Book up to 10 times a day and be giving them out. That was his favorite way.
People?
No, to his students. So I think that perhaps we don't know everything about Tim Walz. I know that the U.S. House of Representatives is investigating him because of this influence operation that clearly they've been working on this for a long time. The Chinese Communist Party will target low-level people and develop them. I mean, remember, they literally Hunter Biden was told by a high-level Chinese official, your father should run for president. So there's a lot of influence. Now, Joe Biden with the corruption with China being, receiving money from the state. And then now we have Tim Walz. We don't want influence from foreign nations on our nation's highest officials. We want them to be clean hands and be working for the American people, not for an outside country.
We're going to talk more about China in just a moment. I'll give you a chance to respond. Right now, on that note, we do want to go to the president of the United Auto Workers Union, who represents many people who say have lost jobs to China in the Rust Belt. We're going to have a listen. Sean Fain.
That's not just my opinion, that's a fact. All we have to do is look at the track record. When Donald Trump was president, corporate America ran wild. Donald Trump did not bring back the auto industry. When Donald Trump was president, auto plants closed. Trump did nothing. Trump told workers in Lordstown, Ohio, that he would be bringing all the auto jobs back. And Trump did nothing. In 2019, General Motor workers went on strike for 40 days for good jobs and a better life. And Trump did nothing. Talk is cheap. But in 2019, you know who was on the picket line standing shoulder to shoulder with auto workers? I'll give you a clue. Her initials are Kamala Harris. In 2023, who helped bring jobs back to Lordstown, Ohio? Kamala Harris. And in 2024, who will stand with the working class in our fight for justice? Kamala Harris. And that's the difference. Donald Trump is all talk, and Kamala Harris walks the walk. Woo. In the words of the great American poet, Nellie, it's getting hot in here. It's hot in here. It's hot in here because you're fired up and you're fed up, and the American working class is fired up and fed up. The American working class is in a fight for our lives. And if you don't believe me, just last night, blue-collar workers, the UAW members at Cornell University had to walk out on strike for a better life because they're fighting corporate greed. And our only hope is to attack corporate greed head on. Corporate greed turns blue-collar blood, sweat, and tears into Wall Street stock buybacks and CEO jackpots. It causes inflation. It hurts workers. It hurts consumers, and it hurts America. And corporate greed is alive and well in the auto industry. You know, last fall, we achieved life-changing gains in our strike at the Big Three. We even won a commitment to reopen a closed plant not too far from here. We were able to do that thanks to the support of Kamala Harris and Joe Biden and the thousands of auto workers that went on strike. But a year later, one company wants to go back on their commitments in our contract. And let me be clear, Stellantis must keep the promises they made to America in our union contract. And the UAW will take whatever action necessary at Stellantis or any other corporation to stand up and hold corporate America accountable. And when the UAW stands up, we know who stands with us and who stands against us. Donald Trump laughs about firing workers who go on strike. And Kamala Harris stands shoulder to shoulder with workers when they're on strike. And that's the difference between Kamala Harris and Donald Trump the scab. Trump is pushing divide and conquer tactics of the rich. It's the oldest trick in the book. They want to blame the frustrations of working class people. They want to take those frustrations, they want to blame it on race. They want to blame it on LGBTQ plus people. They want to blame it on some destitute and desperate person at the border. They do that because they want working class people to be divided and to focus and keep the focus off the one true enemy, corporate greed. The rich think we're stupid, but working class Americans see what it is. This is our generation's defining moment. So I have a question for you. Are you ready to stand up, speak up, and show up and put Kamala Harris and Tim Walz in the White House? We need a defender of the working class in the White House, someone who is one of us and someone who knows how to fight. And that fighter is the next President of the United States, Kamala Harris. Thank you.
Please welcome New York Representative Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez.
Thank you, Chicago, for your energy,
Thank you, Chicago, for your energy. Thank you, Kamala Harris and Tim Walz, for your vision. And thank you, Joe Biden, for your leadership. You know, 6 years ago, I was taking omelet orders as a waitress in New York City. I didn't have health insurance. My family was fighting off foreclosure, and we were struggling with bills after my dad passed away unexpectedly from cancer. Like millions of Americans, we were just looking for an honest shake. And we were tired of a cynical politics that seemed blind to the realities of working people. It was then, only through the miracles of democracy and community, that the good people of the Bronx and Queens chose someone like me to elect them in Congress. And America, in my heart, I know from that same cloth of hope and aspiration, we will also elect Kamala Harris and Tim Walz as President and Vice President of the United States of America. I am here tonight because America has before us a rare and precious opportunity. In Kamala Harris, we have a chance to elect a president who is for the middle class because she is from the middle class. She understands the urgency of rent checks and groceries and prescriptions. She is as committed to our reproductive and civil rights as she is to taking on corporate greed. And she is working tirelessly to secure a ceasefire in Gaza and bringing hostages home. In Kamala Harris, I see a leader who understands. I see a leader with a real commitment to a better future for working families. And Chicago, we have to help her win. Because we know that Donald Trump would sell this country for $1 if it meant lining his own pockets and greasing the palms of his Wall Street friends. And I, for one, am tired of hearing about how a two-bit union buster thinks of himself as more of a patriot than the woman who fights every single day to lift working people out from under the boots of greed, trampling on our way of life. The truth is, Don, you cannot love this country if you only fight for the wealthy and big business. To love this country is to fight for its people, all people, working people, everyday Americans like bartenders and factory workers and fast food cashiers who punch a clock and are on their feet all day in some of the toughest jobs out there. You know, ever since I got elected, Republicans have attacked me by saying that I should go back to bartending. But let me tell you, I'm happy to any day of the week because there is nothing wrong with working for a living. Imagine having leaders in the White House who understand that. Leaders like Kamala and Tim. But Chicago, just because the choice is clear to us does not mean that the path will be easy. Over the next 78 days, We will have to pour every ounce, every minute, every moment into making history on November 5th. But we cannot send Kamala and Tim to the White House alone. Together, we must also elect strong Democratic majorities in the House and in the Senate so that we can deliver on an ambitious agenda for the people. Because if you are a working parent trying to afford rent and childcare, Kamala is for you. If you are a senior who had to go back to work because your retirement didn't stretch far enough, Kamala is for you. If you're an immigrant family just starting your American story, Kamala is for you. America, when we knock on our neighbor's door, organize our communities, and elect Kamala Harris to the presidency on November 5th, we will send a loud message that the people of this nation will not go back. We choose a new path and open the door to a new day, one that is for the people and by the people. Thank you. Thank you very much. God bless. God bless you all.
Oh, interesting. And there you have Congresswoman Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, otherwise known as AOC, member of the squad, giving her speech, very impassioned, a lot of energy. It's interesting, though, when it comes to the squad, while we're talking about them, two of those members have since been voted out. You had AIPAC, the big pro-Israel lobby, throwing a lot of money behind those two races. How big of an issue do you see the conflict in Israel playing right now into the Democratic base?
I think it's a great question. I think it's the reason that Josh Shapiro isn't the vice presidential candidate, pretty much locking in Pennsylvania for Kamala Harris and pretty much locking in the election. She chose instead someone who's even further left than she is, if that's possible, Tim Walz, who has strong connections with Communist Chinese Party. So I think she chose her path, what she's going to do. I do think that in looking at the map, we can see Georgia, Nevada, Arizona, all of these important states are all having issues too with getting illegal voters off the rolls, off the ballots, and even some pushback from cleaning the voter rolls, which should be something that would happen normally, but they're attempting to charge for this. I hope that we have a clean election. I hope that every one of your viewers, if they're an American citizen, takes out their cell phone if they're not already registered to vote and registers to vote online. They can do it online, and then make sure that they vote early in case we have a kind of CrowdStrike event on election day, that they have banked that vote.
Dante, I don't know if we could necessarily say that the Israel-Hamas conflict looms large over this DNC, but it certainly is playing some role. We're seeing the protesters out there, reports of things mostly peaceful thus far. With that said, would you say that AOC's talk there was more of a pro-Palestinian pitch to that segment of the party to try to get them on board, where she mentioned the hostages need to be released and there needs to be a ceasefire?
Well, I think what Vice President Harris is trying to do is say you don't have to pick one side or the other, that there's this middle space where minds can come together. And we see that. And I think this is a hot button issue because it is happening right now, right? And it's affecting so many people. We know that there's talks of this ceasefire. And Benjamin Netanyahu has some things that he has in place where he's not going to take no for an answer. But I think what Vice President Harris is trying to do, and her surrogates who are speaking on her behalf, including Representative AOC, is say that there's a middle ground, And I think if they can convince people that sometimes both sides have things that they can change, right? There's some things that are inexcusable. If you talk about October 6th or civilians dying, those things should not happen. But I think there's a middle ground where you can say both sides can do better. There can be change and an understanding where nobody else gets hurt or nobody else dies. I think that's what AOC was trying to project when she talked about a ceasefire, but at the same time releasing the hostages, kind of meeting in the middle. I've had interactions with Representative AOC. I've represented a family of someone who died in New York. She called and asked to speak to that family. So I have to believe that when she talks about that as genuine. I know when she talked about her upbringing and the fact that she was a bartender and with a family that lost her father and went through some personal things, I think she cares about people, and this is more than just politics. So I have to believe when she says that she's truly just trying to find that middle ground and peace where everybody comes together and people can stop dying.
And right now we are going to go back to the convention where on the floor right now is Stacey Johnson Batiste indoors. Johnson, these are childhood friends of Kamala Harris. So I think we can learn a bit more about Kamala Harris. So let's listen in.
We would pile into my 1966 Mustang, and Kamala's mom, Shamala, would sit in the front with me, and Kamala and Meier and Stacy would sit in the back, and off we would go to a movie or some adventure.
My mom still has that Mustang.
I do.
Kamala and I both get our grit from our mothers. Kamala has always been a protector. One day at school, we made clay art projects during story time when they were outside on tables to dry. For whatever reason, a boy in our class took mine, threw it on the ground, and it shattered. Kamala jumped in between him and me and said something that made him so mad, he picked up a rock or something and hit her on the head. Blood came streaming down. The school called Shamala to come take her to the hospital. The stitches she got left a scar over one of her eyes. She still has it. That's the kind of person Kamala has always been from the very beginning. Someone who doesn't hesitate to stand up for what's right, to take up for the underdog, and to stand up to bullies. I have seen it time and again, whether the bully is an individual, a gang, or a corporation. She fights for all of us. Before we go, I know my mom has one more thing to say.
Kamala, your mom would be so proud of you.
Please welcome former Secretary of State Hillary Clinton.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you all so much. Thank you.
energy in this room, just like there is across the country. Something is happening in America. You can feel it. Something we've worked for and dreamed of for a long time. First, though, let's salute President Biden. He has been democracy's champion at home and abroad. He brought dignity, decency, and competence back to the White House. And he showed what it means to be a true patriot. Thank you, Joe Biden, for your lifetime of service and leadership. And now we are writing a new chapter in America's story. You know, my mother Dorothy was born right here in Chicago before women had the right to vote. That changed 104 years ago yesterday. Think about it. Tennessee became the final state to ratify the 19th Amendment to the Constitution. The state legislature was deadlocked until one lawmaker's mother, a widow who read 3 newspapers a day, sent a letter to her son. "No more delays," she wrote. "Give us the vote." And since that day, every generation has carried the torch forward. In 1972, a fearless black congresswoman named Shirley Chisholm she ran for president. And her determination let me and millions of others dream bigger, not just because of who she was, but because of who she fought for. Working parents, poor children, the last, the least, and the lost. In 1984, I brought my daughter to see Geraldine Ferraro, the first woman nominated for vice president. If we can do this, Jerry said, we can do anything. And then there was 2016, when it was the honor of my life to accept our party's nomination for president. And nearly 66 million Americans voted for a future where there are no ceilings on our dreams. And afterwards, we refused to give up on America. Millions marched, many ran for office. We kept our eyes on the future. Well, my friends, the future is here. I wish my mother and Kamala's mother could see us. They would say, keep going. Shirley and Jerry would say, keep going. Women saying, keep going. Families building better lives, parents stretching to afford child care, young people struggling to pay their rent. They're all asking us to keep going. So, with faith in each other and joy in our hearts, let's send Kamala Harris and Tim Walz to the White House. You know, the story of my life and the history of our country is that progress is possible, but not guaranteed. We have to fight for it and never, ever give up. There is always a choice. Do we push forward or pull back? Come together as we the people, or split into us versus them? That's the choice we face in this election. Kamala has the character, experience, and vision to lead us forward. I know her heart and her integrity. We both got our start as young lawyers, helping children who were abused and neglected. That kind of work changes a person. Those kids stay with you. Kamala carries with her the hopes of every child she protected, every family she helped, every community she served. So as president, she will always have our backs, and she will be a fighter for us. She will fight to lower costs for hardworking families, open the doors wide for good-paying jobs, and yes, she will restore abortion rights nationwide. As a prosecutor, Kamala locked up murderers and drug traffickers. She will never rest in defense of our freedom and safety. Donald Trump fell asleep at his own trial, and when he woke up, he made his own kind of history, the first person to run for president with 34 felony convictions. As Vice President, Kamala sat in the Situation Room. We also know, as Vice President, Kamala sat in the Situation Room and stood for America's values. I know what it takes, and I can tell you, as Commander-in-Chief, Kamala won't disrespect our military and our veterans. She reveres our Medal of Honor recipients. She won't be sending love letters to dictators. She will defend democracy and our Constitution and will protect America from enemies, foreign and domestic. Think about it. The Constitution says the president's job is to take care that the laws be faithfully executed. Those are the words of our founders. Take care. Just look at the candidates. Kamala cares about kids and families, cares about America. Donald only cares about himself. On her first day in court, Kamala said 5 words that still guide her. Kamala Harris, for the people. That is something that Donald Trump will never understand. So it is no surprise, is it, that he is lying about Kamala's record. He's mocking her name and her laugh. Sounds familiar. But we have him on the run now. So, no matter what the polls say, we can't let up. We can't get driven down crazy conspiracy rabbit holes. We have to fight for the truth. We have to fight for Kamala as she will fight for us. Because you know what? It still takes a village to raise a family, heal a country, and win a campaign. And America needs every one of us, our energy, our talents, our dreams. We're not just electing a president, we're uplifting our nation. We're opening the promise of America wide enough for everyone. Together, we've put a lot of cracks in the highest, hardest glass ceiling. And tonight, so close to breaking through once and for all, I want to tell you what I see through all those cracks and why it matters for each and every one of us. What do I see? I see freedom. I see the freedom to make our own decisions about our health, our lives, our loves, our families. The freedom to work with dignity and prosper, to worship as we choose or not, to speak our minds freely and honestly. I see freedom from fear and intimidation, from violence and injustice, from chaos and corruption. I see the freedom to look our children in the eye and say, in America, you can go as far as your hard work and talent will take you, and mean it. And you know what? On the other side of that glass ceiling is Kamala Harris raising her hand and taking the oath of office as our 47th President of the United States. Because, my friends, when a barrier falls for one of us, it falls. It falls and clears the way for all of us. So for the next 78 days, we need to work harder than we ever have. We need to beat back the dangers that Trump and his allies pose to the rule of law and our way of life. Don't get distracted or complacent. Talk to your friends and neighbors. Volunteer. Be proud champions for the truth and for the country that we all love. I want my grandchildren and their grandchildren to know I was here at this moment, that we were here, and that we were with Kamala Harris every step of the way, This is our time, America. This is when we stand up. This is when we break through. The future is here. It's in our grasp. Let's go win it.
I think it's fair to say that we all stand on the shoulders of Hillary Clinton. So, I'm just checking. Are you ready to join this fight yet?
And coming back in studio for a moment there, you had the former First Lady, a lot of titles, Hillary Clinton, former New York Senator, former presidential candidate against President Trump in the 2016 race. Dante, she had a hero's welcome there. A lot of energy still surrounding Hillary. What do you make of that?
Well, former Secretary of State, I mean, the list can go on and on about her accomplishments, and it speaks volumes of who she is as a person, as a politician. I think she was introduced to America as the First Lady, but quickly showed that she was much more and had much more to offer to the political field than that. And she came very close to winning an election to be President of the United States. She still holds the hearts of a lot of people, including demographics that Vice President Harris may not be directly connected with. That older crowd of women specifically that really poured a lot into her campaign because they believed she was the one that was going to break that glass ceiling. And you heard in her speech today, she talks about moving things forward, moving the goal line and saying we can do whatever we want. And a lot of people bought into that because of her. So she used that opportunity, and I think Vice President Harris wants to capitalize on that, get those people, and lock them up to have them vote for her in this upcoming election.
And good evening.
Ambassador?
Well, I like you were talking about earlier, the meritocracy of America. I like the best person for the role to be hired, not because it's a woman as a candidate. As a woman, I want the best president for all of America, so we have a great economy, so we're secure once again, so we secure our border, so that people who want a job can have a job and be able, like you said, to support their family, be able to buy a house. That's the American dream. I'm going to bring that back. I believe that that's the vision that President Trump offers to the American people.
But I think with these two candidates, it's pretty clear. And I think the Democratic Party and Vice President Harris's campaign is going to have a difficult time showing that she can out-business Donald Trump. He's a businessman, and I think his economic policy is pretty solid. And I think what Vice President Harris has to stand on is the aspect of how we treat other people, how we treat our neighbors, how we respect each other. That's what the platform is going to be, because there's no denying that former President Trump has a very strong economic policy. But I think that the thing is weighing, do I want more money in my pocket, or do I want to be happy when I walk around the house and engage with people, as opposed to some of the banter that we get with President Trump, if he takes that office again.
Right now, South Carolina Congressman Jim Clyburn is speaking. He was also co-chair of the Biden campaign, former co-chair for President Biden's campaign. We're going to tune in and listen to him speak.
For President Biden's lifetime of achievement in service of his country, we owe him a great debt of gratitude. And we're all grateful for one of the best decisions he made, selecting Kamala Harris as his vice president and endorsing her to succeed him. I often say that we are but the sum of our experiences. In the introduction of my memoir, I wrote, all my experiences have not been pleasant, but I consider all of them to be blessings. So has been the case with Kamala. Her experiences have prepared her for this moment. Kamala Harris is a true battle-tested leader, a district attorney, attorney general, senator, and vice president who gets things done. While Donald Trump has been bragging about how he overturned Roe, Kamala has been fiercely advocating for the respectation of reproduction freedoms. While Trump has been looking out for himself and his billionaire buddies, Kamala has been fighting to lower costs for all Americans. And while Trump falsely pleads ignorance of Project 2025, which in my opinion is Jim Crow 2.0, Kamala has been offering the American people enlightened proposals and visionary leadership. Having grown up in a parsonage, I often look to the good book for understanding and guidance. As 2 Corinthians informs, we are troubled on every side, yet not distressed. We are perplexed, but not in despair, persecuted, but not forsaken, cast down, but not destroyed. Our great democracy has been tested, and so has the basic goodness of the American people. But our resolve to remain a great country with freedom and justice for all will not falter. We will continue our march toward a more perfect union, united in our common purpose and emboldened by our resolve to elect Kamala Harris and Tim Walz as the next president and vice president of these United States of America. Thank you and Godspeed.
In the criminal justice system, the people are represented by two separate yet equally important groups: the police who investigate crime and the district attorneys who prosecute.
And then bringing it back
offenders.
in studio there, you had South Carolina Congressman Jim Clyburn speaking there. Played a significant role, Dante, by a lot of accounts for President Biden's 2020 campaign. A lot of folks, attribute that win to Jim Clyburn's assistance in South Carolina in the primary there. How do you anticipate the support from, say, Jim Clyburn transferring from Biden to Kamala Harris?
It's going to be interesting because Representative Clyburn, he's a very sturdy supporter for President Biden. And I say sturdy because he didn't waver at all, even down to the end when President Biden said he wasn't going to run. James Clyburn was still giving interviews talking about how he deserves to be there, and he should. And then he turned to highlighting the key moments of President Biden's political career and said he should be well received and his legacy should be cemented because of that career. A lot of their careers tied together. They spent a lot of time together and worked on a lot of policies together. Not a lot of people really understand the backstory of James Clyburn. He started in politics in a hospital strike, and he got involved to make sure that that strike ended. And he was so well received that they kind of moved him into higher positions. And that just shows the influence he has on the people around him. I think his endorsement is key and necessary for Vice President Kamala Harris to succeed. I don't know if he will be easily swayed, though. I think Vice President Harris is going to have to win him over, just like she's going to have to win over a lot of these voters that's still out there undecided in America, because he's not going to be one to just get behind her because she's the Democratic nominee. When he does something, it's very intentional, and I'm curious to see if Vice President Harris is going to be able to win him over with her politics by the end of this week, because I think it's necessary to win South Carolina. Even more, there's Governor Warnock is very popular in South Carolina, and clearly he's with Vice President Harris. But I think Senator Warnock. But James Clyburn has a bigger hold on more people there, and I think his endorsement is key.
And right now, we're going to go back and take a look at the DNC and see who's speaking. I believe it's Congressman Jamie Raskin of the state of Maryland. We're going to tune in and see what he has to say.
And welcome to the Democracy Convention. Welcome to the Freedom Convention. And thank you for the beautiful weather, Chicago. It's been a little rough on Capitol Hill, where it's not just the heat, it's the stupidity. Now, we meet in this great city tonight where Abraham Lincoln was nominated in 1860 to save the Union from fanatical insurrectionists, and where Franklin D. Roosevelt was renominated by Democrats in 1940 to defeat fascist dictators. Now, we fight in our time to defend our freedom and our democracy against the banana Republicans who have converted Lincoln's party into a dangerous cult of personality. You know, I'll never forget the pounding on the doors of the House chamber on January 6th, or the screams to follow. Hundreds of our police officers taunted and attacked, 140 of them wounded by extremists wielding baseball bats, steel pipes, even American flags. 5 people died that day, and 4 more of our officers took their own lives in the days and weeks to come. All of this after Trump was defeated by more than 7 million votes by the great Joe Biden. It was after 80 judges rejected every ridiculous claim raised by this sore loser who does not know how to take no for an answer from American voters, American courts, or American women. Remember what the mob chanted as they stormed the Capitol and injured our officers? Hang Mike Pence. Someone should have told Donald Trump that the president's job under Article 2 of the Constitution Someone should have told Donald Trump that the president's job under Article 2 of the Constitution is to take care that the laws are faithfully executed, not that the vice president is executed. Pence has now joined more than 24 officials from Donald Trump's own administration in denouncing him, an historical record. And Pence is the first vice president in more than 2 centuries not to support the president he served with in a general election. And by the way, J.D. Vance, do you understand why there was a sudden job opening for running mate on the GOP ticket? They tried to kill your predecessor. They tried to kill him because he would not follow Trump's plan to destroy and nullify the votes of millions of Americans. Your votes, Pennsylvania. Your votes, Michigan. Your votes, Georgia, Nevada, Arizona. Are we going to go back to the days of election suppression and violent insurrection? We're not going back. Well, look, 1 week after that beautiful day, as Trump calls it, the Republicans, 10 Republicans, joined all of the Democrats to impeach Trump for the worst high crime and misdemeanor ever committed by a president, inciting insurrection against our own Constitution. Make no mistake, a man who uses fraud, theft, and violence to take power will commit any crime to keep it. And now Trump's promising to pardon hundreds of his fellow criminal convicts and insurrectionists. He calls for, quote, the termination of all rules, regulations, and articles, even those in the Constitution. My friends, are we the people going to let Donald Trump terminate our Constitution and obliterate the blessings of liberty for our posterity? That's right, we're going to elect Kamala Harris. We're going to elect the career prosecutor and inspiring public servant and Coach Walls, and we're going to defeat Donald Trump, the career criminal and incorrigible recidivist con man, and his pet chameleon, J.D. Vance. And America, let's make it a landslide so big that Donald Trump and his kangaroo court Supreme Court justices cannot even try to steal it. Let's make every vote count. Let's make sure every vote is counted. Let's let freedom ring, and let's let democracy work in America.
Please welcome Texas Representative Jasmine Crockett.
Well, good evening, America! On November 5th, our nation will hire a president, a commander-in-chief, and leader of the free world. So let's compare their resumes, shall we? One candidate worked at McDonald's while she was in college at an HBCU. HU. The other was born with a silver spoon in his mouth and helped his daddy in the family business. Housing discrimination, that is. She became a career prosecutor while he became a career criminal. With 34 felonies, 2 impeachments, and 1 porn star to prove it. Her entire career as an elected district attorney,
Attorney General, and Senator. She's always worked for one client, the people. Meanwhile, he's a 78-year-old, lifelong predator, fraudster, and cheat, known for inciting violent mobs. Listen, y'all, he's only looked out for one person, himself. As women are dying, he is bragging about overturning Roe. And y'all know I come from Texas. And right now in Texas, come on, Texas. But right now in Texas, they want to institute the death penalty. That is a problem. While Kamala Harris is fighting for our reproductive rights to be restored. She is also the leader we need on the global stage. She helped secure the release of Americans wrongfully detained in Russia. At the same time, he cozies up to his role model, Vladimir Putin, and MAGA holds legislation hostage here at home, critical resources to secure the border, military aid to Ukraine, and even the Farm Bill. She's lived the American dream while he's been America's nightmare. America, looking at the two choices before you, who would you hire? Donald Trump or Kamala Harris? Kamala Harris has a resume. Donald Trump has a rap sheet. She presides over the Senate while he keeps our national secrets next to his thinking chair. Y'all know what I said that other time. In Mar-a-Lago. Well, Donald Trump wants to put our 1787 Constitution through his Project 2025 paper shredder and make every day January 6th. Kamala Harris is fighting to fulfill the promise of America. In the real world, this wouldn't even be close. But this election is. Don't make a mistake. We are the underdogs in this fight, even though there is only one person qualified, only one person who's done the work and who has delivered the results. And she needs you. She needs your one vote this November. Can we count on you? Some of you know a little bit of my history, some of you don't, so let me tell you. I was a public defender. I did criminal defense as well as practiced civil rights law for almost 2 decades. I know a good prosecutor when I see one. Kamala Harris is the kind of prosecutor we long for in the cases like those of Breonna Taylor. Yeah. She was the first Attorney General in the nation to order that her officers wear body cams, and she started the Back on Track program to reduce recidivism. Listen, y'all, she did all these things because she genuinely cares about people. She sees each person as just that, a person, not a statistic. She's proven that since the first day she stepped into a courtroom and said what y'all already heard Hillary say, I did not copy out for her speech. I just want y'all to know. She walked into that courtroom and said, Kamala Harris for the people. And she meant that. Many of you know her credentials, but what I love about Kamala Harris goes beyond her resume, is that she sees the humanity in everyone. She's the only candidate in this race who is capable of empathy. When I first got to Congress, I wasn't sure I made the right decision. The Chaos Caucus couldn't elect a speaker, and the Oversight Committee was unhinged. I was going through all of this when I visited the Vice President's residence for the first time. As I approached Vice President Harris for our official photo, she turned to me and asked, "What's wrong?" Mind you, we'd never met, but she saw right through me. She saw the distress. I immediately began crying. And the most powerful woman in the world wiped my tears and listened. It's so hard for me to tell this story. She then said, among other things, "You are exactly where God wants you. Your district chose you because they believe in you, and so do I." I'm gonna stop. Okay. The next month, I went viral for the first of many times to come for hitting Republicans with a dose of their own medicine. That brief but impactful interaction gave me my legislative legs, and I've been running ever since. The question before us is, will a vindictive, vile villain violate voters' vision for a better America or not? I hear alliterations are back in style. We deserve better. We deserve a president who can be a bright light in a sea of darkness. One who will pull us forward, because we won't go back. Amanda Gorman said it best: "There's always light if only we are brave enough to see it, if only we are brave enough to be it." Kamala Harris showed me that light. And America, when she is our president, together we will shine as that beacon of hope and freedom around the world once more. God bless y'all.
And bringing it back in studio from the DNC, Congresswoman Crockett finishing up her speech. Right now, we're going to go over to Dave Martin, who's at the Data Hub, for an update. Dave, what can you tell us?
Thank you, Steve. You know, we looked at some recent polls in some 3 crucial swing states earlier. That was Wisconsin, Michigan, and Pennsylvania. But there's really 6 states that are considered swing states in this election. So let's take a look at the other 3 here, starting with Nevada. And we've got 6 electoral votes up for grabs here. According to a Real Clear polling average in late July, Donald Trump and Kamala Harris tied at 43 here. Now, this is a close Biden win 4 years ago. Now, how about next door in Arizona? 11 electoral votes here up for grabs. This one for RCP average again, 46 for Trump, 44 for Kamala Harris. So a 2-point lead here for Trump. And then this was another Biden win, of course, 4 years ago. Now, how about Georgia? 16 electoral votes here up for grabs in Georgia. Again, Trump a slight lead, 45.8 to 44, a little bit less than 2 points here. Now, of course, 4 years ago, this was a very close win by Joe Biden. Less than 12,000 votes separated him and Donald Trump. So those 3 states there, 33 electoral votes between them. The 3 we had earlier, Wisconsin, Michigan, and Pennsylvania, that was 44. And of those 6, really only one of them, either one had a big advantage. That was Pennsylvania, the biggest of the 6, 19 electoral votes. Kamala Harris actually had a 6-point lead in that one. Now, we'll continue to keep you updated on these swing states as the week goes on. Right now, let's go back to you guys at the desk.
Good night, Dave, and thank you so much for all of your updates throughout the night. Bringing it back in studio here, Ambassador Sands, I want to get your thoughts. We were just talking earlier as well. When it comes to these swing states, we're taking a little bit of a walk down memory lane. 2016, if you will, Hillary Clinton, a lot of regret after 2016 that she did not spend a little bit more time and energy in Michigan, therefore potentially costing her the race. So how critical are these 3 swing states that Dave just presented in this race?
Yeah, I think the swing states are super important. But I would just remind the viewers that Hillary Clinton had an email scandal. She had a homebrewed server in her bathroom, and then she used BleachBit to kill all of the sort of emails that she didn't want to be disclosed, even though she was supposed to save them. Legally, it's a really big deal when you're in the government not to save your emails. She was sending classified emails over personal phones and computers. There's a lot of stuff happening that the voters did know about, which hurt her in that election. But the swing states, we look at 19 counties, maybe 21 in the U.S. 4 of them are in Pennsylvania. We have Nevada, Arizona, Georgia, and I mean, Florida's important. When you have abortion is, 6 weeks, that makes, I think, Florida, it makes it difficult to maybe hold on to that into perpetuity in the red column, because that's not where most voters are. Most voters are like 15, 16 weeks. We don't want abortion, but people want it to be legal. Bill Clinton used to say legal and rare. Certainly Americans aren't supportive of abortion up until the moment of birth, which Tim Walz has, passed something in his state like that. You don't even resuscitate babies, but who are born of abortion, which is a terrible thing. Almost no Americans support that. But getting back to the swing states, Pennsylvania is probably the keystone state in this case, but all of those swing states are really, really important, and clearly they're all in play.
Yeah, I believe they are all in play. I don't, as I sit here, believe it's going to be that close. I think either America will love Vice President Harris or not. We know the group that former President Trump is going to get, they're not leaving him. They're just not. What we don't know is the impact that Vice President Harris will have on the voters. She did not do well when she ran for president in 2020 for that election cycle. Can she turn that around? If she reaches out to the American public this week and a little after, and they receive her the same way, then this will be a landslide win for former President Trump. If she reaches out to the people and presents a different candidate, more polished, more in the middle, then she may be well received, and I think there will be a lot of support behind her, and it may be a landslide for her. But when you look at these swing states, you talk about Florida, there's things that's on the ballot down there with abortion that I think is going to push that state blue. But there's some states like Pennsylvania, like Michigan, Arizona, that could go red for Donald Trump because those issues aren't necessarily in play. I do think it's interesting. You were talking about the abortion issue. Former President Trump has taken the stance that he's not anti-abortion or does not believe that there should be no abortion. He's been using the phrase, follow your heart, leave it up to the states and then follow your heart. I think that's where a lot of America is. They don't want to be told no, but I don't think anybody is walking around happy to have abortions or kind of planning for that, but they just want the choice. If something happens to them that bringing a child into the world will not benefit that child. So I think that former President Trump sees that as a very dangerous issue. and he's trying to make it clear that he wants to allow people the right to follow their heart, and he wants to leave it up to the states because he understands that that could impact this election, that single issue alone, especially in these swing states that we're talking about.
It also sounds like you're saying that there will not be an extended counting process, and we will know the night of who the president of the United States
I
will
would
be.
hope that we can get some sleep that night at some point, and this doesn't drag on for 3 days like the last election cycle for
I think
president.
most of America would really appreciate that.
We want to know,
as well.
right? I remember that cycle, and you just want to know.
But if I may, the Pennsylvania Secretary of State has come out and said, we may not know on election night who won in Pennsylvania. He literally set the table for that. That's kind of a very negative thing to throw out there.
And on that note, Ambassador Sands, you're obviously at AFPI right now. There's been a lot of effort done for election integrity in your organization. What are some of the things that you guys are focusing on?
Right. Well, I don't speak for AFPI or President Trump, but I do know that they are working on election integrity, especially removing non-active and illegal voters from the rolls. And a concern for me, for instance, in Pennsylvania is that there's a motor voter law, and you're supposed to have to show that you have a driver's license, a social security number. Well, now illegals are getting driver's licenses and social security numbers very quickly. They're naturalizing, I think, 3.5 million of the illegals that they've brought in during this administration have been naturalized and have the ability to vote. And the ones who don't, they're not checking. And they've made that so easy that now my friend who went in to get a new license at the DMV in Harrisburg, Pennsylvania, said usually it's a 10, 15-minute thing. It was an hour and a half. He couldn't even get in the room. There were so many illegal immigrants in the DMV to get driver's licenses in Pennsylvania. And there's an automatic thing where you can just register to vote, and they're even putting tables out to get those people to register. And I don't know that they're checking birth certificates. I think that many of those people are throwing away their birth certificates when they come over the border.
Well, I think we want to make sure that we're not conflating issues and we keep them separate. There is, in Pennsylvania, when you look specifically, they do want people who are here legally to be able to get a driver's license and a social security number so they can pay taxes and they can participate in other civic duties. Voting has been determined if you have a driver's license and if you have a social security number, you're allowed to vote. So whether or not you believe that these people who come into the country and earn the right to get a driver's license and a social security number, whether or not you believe they should, if they do, then they meet the qualifications to become a voter. And that means if they cast a vote, it's a legal vote. So I just don't want to...
Not if they're not a citizen.
Yeah, that's what I was just saying.
They're not all citizens, and they're not forcing them to prove that they're citizens.
They are, it's a requirement.
But they're not. They're not enforcing that. And in fact, you don't even have to give the driver's license or the social security number. It is requested, but they're not forcing it. If you look at the law, there's like so much like it's so leaky that it's allowing them to get people registered to vote who are not citizens.
Well, they do roll checks. When you register to vote, just because you put your name on that registry does not mean you can cast a vote. And in fact, I just had a situation where someone filled out an absentee ballot, got a ballot back, and that ballot said you cannot cast your vote because your signature did not match on the registry. So just because you register to vote does not mean that you are allowed to cast that ballot unless you pass some of the other check marks. I do believe it's important, absolutely important, that those things must happen. We don't want people voting in this country who can't, right? Who are not allowed to legally. I don't know if we have any proof that that's happening in droves or in large numbers, but we don't want that to happen. And I think it's important that we keep the integrity of the election at a high priority.
Certainly a spirited and very important discussion. Right now, we do have to take a look back into the DNC, where we have the Kentucky Governor, Andy Beshear, speaking right now.
Simply don't believe in your freedom. Trump says people are absolutely thrilled that women had their basic rights eliminated. J.D. Vance says women should stay in violent marriages and that pregnancies resulting from rape are simply inconvenient. Their policies give rapists more rights than their victims. That's not inconvenient, it's just plain wrong. And a woman grieving a non-viable pregnancy shouldn't be required to carry it to term just to listen to her child die or to hear no sound at all. All women should have the freedom to make their own decisions. Freedom over their own bodies. Freedom about whether to pursue IVF. Freedom about whether to have children at all. How we treat people transcends party lines. It goes right to the heart of who we are. My faith teaches me the golden rule that I am to love my neighbor as myself. And the parable of the Good Samaritan says we are all each other's neighbors. So I want anyone watching tonight, Republican, Independent, Democrat, to know that you are welcome here. We believe in an America where we live out our values, end anger politics once and for all, and move beyond this us versus them by remembering we are all Americans. That's how Joe Biden and Kamala Harris lead. They both called to ask how they could help Kentucky in recovering from natural disasters. They helped us improve our roads, our bridges, and invested in our people. They didn't ask me who Kentuckians voted for. They asked me what Kentuckians needed, and folks, they delivered. Kamala Harris gets it. She knows we must move beyond anger, extremism, and division, that everyone has dignity and deserves respect. America, we're going to win. And we're going to win by staying true to our values of compassion, empathy, and doing right by our neighbors. I'm so proud to be all in for the next President of the United States, Kamala Harris. Thank you.
Please welcome Georgia Senator Raphael Warnock.
Well, hello, America. Thank you so very much. On January 5th, 2021, the people of Georgia did an amazing thing. They sent a black kid who grew up in public housing and the Jewish son of an immigrant to the United States Senate in one fell swoop. And among those Georgians was my then 82-year-old mother. She grew up in Waycross, Georgia. Do you know where that is? It's way across Georgia. She grew up in Waycross, Georgia, where she picked other people's cotton and other people's tobacco But because this is America, the 82-year-old hands that used to pick somebody else's cotton and somebody else's tobacco picked her youngest son to be a United States Senator. This is my America. Thank you, Mom. Thank you, Georgia. Thank you, America, for raising your voice and using your vote. A vote is a kind of prayer for the world we desire for ourselves and for our children, and our prayers are stronger when we pray together. And so together we flipped the Senate, held the House, and we sent Joe Biden and Kamala Harris to the White House. Together we vaccinated our citizens, we fortified our cities and our towns, and we stood by our small businesses. Together we set out to heal the land. A nation besieged by a deadly pandemic and beset by the awful and divisive rhetoric of a man too small for the office entrusted him or the task set before him. The day after my January 5th election, he instigated an insurrection, a violent assault on our nation's capital and the peaceful transfer of power, all driven by the big lie. But behind the big lie was an even bigger lie. It is the lie that this increasingly diverse American electorate does not get to determine the future of the country. The lie and the logic of January 6th is a sickness. It is a kind of cancer that then metastasized into dozens of voter suppression laws all across our country. And we must be vigilant tonight because these anti-democratic forces are at work right now in Georgia and all across our country. And the question is, who will heal the land? And so here we are, America. Are you ready? Are you ready to stand up in this moral moment? Stand up for the best in the American covenant. Elections are about the character of a country. And we must decide, again, we are the latest generation of Americans who get to decide what kind of country we want to be. And we must choose between the promise of January 5th and the peril of January 6th. A nation that embraces all of us or just some of us. Donald Trump's America is the America of January 6th. People who have no vision traffic in division. He does not know how to lead us, and so he wants to divide us. America, make no mistake, Donald Trump is a plague on the American conscience. He is a clear and present threat to the precious covenant we share with one another. And yes, I saw him holding the Bible and endorsing a Bible as if it needed his endorsement. He should try reading it. It says, do justice, love kindness, and walk humbly with your God. He should try reading it. It says, love your neighbor as yourself. It says, inasmuch as you've done it unto the least of these, you have done it also unto me. I choose the American covenant. E pluribus unum, out of many one. I choose January 5th. I choose a nation that provides a path for ordinary people and gives every child a chance. And that's Joe Biden's America. And he's been fighting for it for more than a half century. President Biden, America is so much better because of you, a true patriot who has always put the people first. Thank you, Joe. Thank you, Joe. But I'll tell you something else. Not only is that Joe Biden's America, that's Kamala Harris's America. She was leading with Joe Biden when we expanded the child tax credit, cutting child poverty in America nearly in half. We ought to renew it. She cast a tie-breaking vote for my bill capping the cost of insulin to no more than $35 per month for seniors. We ought to extend it to everybody. Together we passed an infrastructure bill, bolstered American manufacturing and clean energy, an investment in the house that we all share together. And I've got news for you, we are just getting started. Are you ready to win this election? Kamala Harris and Tim Walz represent the new way forward. We're not going back. We're not going back because we are the United States of America. We always dream about the future. And so forward on women's reproductive rights, because we believe that a patient's room is too small and cramped a space for a woman, her doctor, and the United States government. That's too many people in the room. Forward on worker rights, because most people do not mind working, they just want to share in the prosperity that they are creating for others. Forward on voting rights, forward on affordable housing and access to health care. We are moving forward. And so I'm inspired tonight. I'm inspired by all of you. I'm inspired by the resilience of an American spirit that has rebounded from the pandemic and is holding at bay the forces that are trying to divide us. And I'm inspired tonight by the memory of my late father, a preacher and a junk man. Monday through Friday, he lifted old broken cars and put them on the back of an old rig. But on Sunday morning, the man who lifted broken cars lifted broken people whom other people had discarded and told them that they were God's somebody. My dad discovered strength in the broken places, a power made perfect in weakness. And so I'm convinced tonight that we can lift the broken even as we climb. I'm convinced tonight that we can heal sick bodies. We can heal the wounds that divide us. We can heal a planet in peril. We can heal the land. And in a strange way, the pandemic taught us how. A contagious airborne disease means that I have a personal stake in the health of my neighbor. If she's sick, I may get sick also. Her health care is good for my health. I'm just trying to tell you that we are as close in our humanity as a cough. I need my neighbor's children to be okay so that my children will be okay. I need all of my neighbor's children to be okay. Poor inner city children in Atlanta and poor children of Appalachia. I need the poor children of Israel and the poor children of Gaza. I need Israelis and Palestinians. I need those in the Congo, those in Haiti, those in Ukraine. I need American children on both sides of the track to be okay. Because we are all God's children. And so let's stand together. Let's work together. Let's organize together. Let's pray together. Let's stand together. Let's heal the land. God bless you. Keep the faith and keep looking up.
Please welcome Delaware Senator Chris Coons.
Good evening, folks. Good evening, America. Good evening, Chicago. Are there any Democrats in the room tonight? Folks, we are on the verge of making history. We are on the verge of an historic election. And I want to talk with you for just a few minutes about my dear friend, our president, Joe Biden. Joe Biden's mom had a saying: "You are defined by your courage, and you are redeemed by your loyalty." 4 years ago, I had the honor of helping introduce Joe Biden to our national convention. I spoke about Joe's faith, his love of family, his determination to restore the soul of our nation. Back in 2020, America was nearly flat on our back from a deadly pandemic, an economic collapse, and then in January, an assault on our democracy. All of this, because the drama and chaos of our former president had knocked us down. But folks, Joe Biden's courage, Joe Biden's faith in us, Joe Biden's determination to heal the soul of our nation gave us hope and gave us confidence. Someone who has himself been knocked down by life time and again. Joe Biden knows the grit and determination of the American people. He believed in us, and Joe Biden helped us get back up again. Using the incredible skills he developed in many years in the U.S. Senate, Joe got passed and signed into law the most consequential legislation of any president in 60 years, helping our veterans, advancing gun safety, cutting prescription drug prices, fighting climate change, rebuilding bridges and broadband, bringing manufacturing back to America. Together, Joe and Kamala helped rebuild our economy from the middle up, from the bottom up, and the middle out, not from the top down. And they made our families safer and our country stronger at home and abroad. Today, we are so much better off because they believed in us, in our democracy.
Lady of the United States, Jill Biden.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much. Love you too. Joe and I have been together for almost 50 years. And still, there are moments when I fall in love with him all over again. Like when I handed him our baby Ashley for the first time and saw the smile that lit up his face. Or on nights after an exhausting day working in the Senate, when he would read one more bedtime story just because the kids asked. When he stops on a rope line because he sees someone grieving who needs to know that everything is going to be all right one day. Or to encourage that child with a stutter to find the confidence she needs. Those moments when I'm reminded of all he's accomplished in the name of something bigger than himself. Receiving the Medal of Freedom with humility. Placing his hand on our family Bible to take his oath of office. And weeks ago, when I saw him dig deep into his soul and decide to no longer seek re-election and endorse Kamala Harris. With faith and conviction, Joe knows that our nation's strength doesn't come from intimidation or cruelty. It comes from the small acts of kindness that heal deep wounds, from service to the communities that make us who we are, from love of a country that shines with promise and renewal. Kamala Harris knows that too. Our son, Beau, first worked with Kamala when he was Attorney General of Delaware. He told me at the dinner table one night, "Mom, she's special, someone to keep your eye on." And he was right. Joe and I know Kamala. We have seen her courage, her determination, and her leadership up close. Kamala and Tim, you will win. And you are inspiring a new generation. We are all a part of something bigger than ourselves, and we are stronger than we know. The future of our country is in the hands of those in this room and all of you watching at home. It's going to take all of us, and we can't afford to lose. With faith in each other, hope for a brighter future, and love for our country, we will fight and we will win together. Thank you. Thank you.
Please welcome first daughter, Ashley Biden.
Good evening. I have this memory. It's the eve of my 8th birthday. Dad is still in D.C., tending to urgent matters in the Senate. That night, as a surprise, Mom told me, Bo, and Hunter to get in the car. I remember pulling up to the Wilmington Amtrak station, riding up the escalator to the platform. The train stops, doors open, and Dad steps out. As soon as I saw him, I run down that platform and jump into his arms. Like magic, Mom brought out a cake, they sang happy birthday, and I blew out the candles. Dad hugged me, and he said that he had to get back to work. He crossed to the southbound train, and off he went to D.C. That was a snapshot of one moment, of one day, on this extraordinary journey of being Joe Biden's daughter. Joe Biden is the OG girl dad. He told me I could be anything and I could do anything. As a child, I would sit on the leather chair in his office doing my homework, and he would sit next to me doing his work, drafting the Violence Against Women Act. And he wasn't just a girl dad. And he wasn't just a girl dad. I could see that he valued and trusted women. How he listened to his mother, how he believed in his sister, and most of all, how he respected my mother's career. Dad was always there, doing everything he could to be a true partner to her. Dad, you always tell us, but we don't tell you enough, that you are the love of our lives and the life of our love. I had my wedding reception in my parents' backyard. At the time, my dad was vice president. But he was also that dad who literally set up the entire reception. He was riding around in his John Deere four-wheeler, fixing the place settings, arranging the plants, and by the way, he was very emotional. I thought that I would be a mess, but he was the one crying, and I was the one who had to comfort him. Before he walked me down the aisle, he turned to me and said that he would always be my best friend. All these years later, Dad, you are still my best friend. His example in service inspired my career. I'm a social worker in Philadelphia. I support formerly incarcerated women as they heal from past trauma and they reclaim their lives. Dad always told me that I was no better than anybody else and nobody was better than me. He taught me that everyone deserves a fair shot and that we shouldn't leave anyone behind. That's what you learn from a fighter who has been underestimated his entire life. When I look at Dad, I see grace, strength, and humility. I see one of the most consequential leaders ever in history. And I also know that he never stops thinking about you, about your dreams, about your dignity, about your opportunities, about your family. Dad knows that family is everything. When Hunter and I lost our brother Bo to cancer in 2015, the grief and the pain felt like it might never end. Dad had the capacity to step out of his own pain and absorb ours. And I know that Bo is here with us tonight, as he is always with us. After Bo passed, I got this tattoo on my wrist. It says, "Courage, dear heart." A reminder to myself to keep going, to get back up, like my dad has always done. He has taught me that a courageous heart is a miraculous thing. A courageous heart can heal a family. A courageous heart can heal a nation, and maybe even the world. And now, this election requires the courageous hearts of all of us. In 2020, my dad selected Kamala Harris to beat Donald Trump. And he knows in 2024, she will beat Donald Trump again. So tonight, I am asking you, if you stood with us in 2020, call upon your courageous heart. Stand with us today. Work harder than you have ever worked before in your life. This is the fight of our lifetime. Our freedom, our democracy, our reproductive rights. All of this, all of it is on the ballot. And I know together we can do this because my dad helped show us the way. And now, I would like to introduce my father, your 46th President of the United States, Joe Biden.
Thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you.
thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. I love you. Thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. That was my daughter. Thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you. Thank you for your... I tell you what. To my dearest daughter, Ashley, God love you, you're incredible. Thank you for that introduction and for being my courageous heart, along with Hunter and our entire family, and especially our rock, Jill. Who, as those of you who know us, she still leaves me both breathless and speechless. Everybody knows her. I love her more than she loves me. She walks down the stairs and I still get that going boom, boom, boom. You all will know me. No, not kidding. Let's give a special round of applause to our First Lady, Jill Biden. My dad used to have an expression, for real. He'd say, Joey, family is the beginning, the middle, and the end. And I love you all. Folks. And America, I love you. Folks, let me ask you. Let me ask you. Are you ready to vote for freedom? Are you ready to vote for democracy and for America? Let me ask you, are you ready to elect Kamala Harris and Tim Walz, President and Vice President of the United States? My fellow Democrats, my fellow Americans, nearly 4 years ago, in winter, on the steps of the Capitol on a cold January day, I raised my right hand and I swore an oath to you and to God to preserve, protect, and defend the Constitution and to faithfully execute the office of the President of the United States. In front of me was a city surrounded by the National Guard. Behind me, a Capitol just 2 weeks before had been overrun by a violent mob. But I knew then, from the bottom of my heart, that I knew now, there is no place in America for political violence. None. You cannot say you love your country only when you win. In that moment, I wasn't looking to the past. I was looking to the future. I spoke of the work at hand, the moment we had to meet. It was, as I told you then, a winter of peril and possibility. Of peril and possibility. We're in the grip of a once-in-a-century pandemic, historic joblessness, a call for racial justice long overdue, clear and present threats to our very democracy. Thank you. And yet I believed then, and I believe now, that progress was and is possible. Justice is achievable. And our best days are not behind us, they're before us. Now it's summer. The winter has passed. And with a grateful heart, I stand before you now on this August night to report that democracy has prevailed. Democracy has delivered. And now democracy must be preserved. You've heard me say it before. We're facing an inflection point. One of those rare moments in history when the decisions we make now will determine the fate of our nation and the world for decades to come. That's not hyperbole, I mean it literally. We're in a battle for the very soul of America. I ran for president in 2020 because of what I saw in Charlottesville in August of 2017. Extremists coming out of the woods, carrying torches, their veins bulging from their necks, carrying Nazi swastikas, and chanting the same exact anti-Semitic bile that was heard in Germany in the early 30s. Neo-Nazis, white supremacists, the Ku Klux Klan, so emboldened by a president then in the White House that they saw as an ally. They didn't even bother to wear their hoods. Hate was on the march in America. Old ghosts and new garments, stirring up the oldest divisions, stoking the oldest fears, giving oxygen to the oldest forces that they long sought to tear apart America. In the process, a young woman was killed. When I contacted her mother, I asked about what happened. She told me. When the president was asked what he thought had happened, Donald Trump said, and I quote, "There are very fine people on both sides. My God." That's what he said. That is what he said and what he meant. That's when I realized, had listened to the admonition of my dead son, I could not stay in the sidelines. So I ran. because I had no intention of running again. I just lost part of my soul. But I ran with a deep conviction. In America, I know and believe in an America where honesty, dignity, decency still matter. An America where everyone has a fair shot and hate has no safe harbor. An America where the fundamental creed of this nation, that all of us are created equal, is still very much alive. And a broad coalition of Americans joined with me. 81 million voters voted for us, more than any time in all of history. Because of all of you in this room and others, we came together in 2020 to save democracy. As your president, I've been determined to keep America moving forward, not going back, to stand against hate and violence in all its forms, to be a nation where we not only live with but thrive on diversity, demonizing no one, leaving no one behind, and becoming the nation that we profess to be. I also ran to rebuild the backbone of America, the middle class. I made a commitment to you that I be a president for all Americans, whether you voted for me or not. We have done that. Studies show the major bills we have passed actually delivered more to red states than blue, because the job of the president is to deliver to all of America. Because of you, and I'm not exaggerating, because of you, we've had one of the most extraordinary 4 years of progress ever, period. When I say we, I mean Kamala and me. Just think about it. COVID no longer controls our lives. We've gone from economic crisis to the strongest economy in the entire world. Record 16 million new jobs, record small business growth, record high stock market, record high 401ks, wages up, and inflation down, way down, and continuing to go down. The smallest racial wealth gap in 20 years. And yes, we both know we have more to do, but we're moving in the right direction. More Americans have peace of mind that comes from having health insurance. More Americans have health insurance today than ever before in American history. And after, as a young senator beginning to fight for 50 years to give Medicare the power to negotiate lower prescription drug prices, we finally beat Big Pharma. And guess who cast the tie-breaking vote? Vice President, soon-to-be President Kamala Harris. And now it's the law of the land. Instead of paying $400 a month for insulin, seniors with diabetes will pay $35 a month. The law we passed already includes, starting in January, every senior's total prescription cost can be capped at $2,000 no matter how expensive the drugs they have. And what we don't focus on, and our Republican friends don't seem to understand, our reforms don't just save seniors money, they save the American taxpayers money. You know what we just passed saved? It saved $160 billion over the next decade. That's not hyperbole. It's because Medicare no longer has to pay those exorbitant prices to the big pharma. But look, well, thank you, Kamala, too. Look, folks, how can we have the strongest economy in the world without the best infrastructure in the world? Donald Trump promised Infrastructure Week every week for 4 years, and he never built a damn thing. But now, because of what Kamala and I have done, remember we were told we couldn't get it done. Remember when we came into office, we couldn't get anything passed? But right now, we're giving America an infrastructure decade, not week. We're modernizing our roads, our bridges, our ports, our airports, our trains, our buses. We're removing every lead pipe from schools and homes so every child can drink clean water. We're providing affordable high-speed internet for every American, no matter where they live, not unlike what Roosevelt did with electricity. And so much more. We are uniting the country. We're growing our economy. We're improving our quality of life. And we're building a better America. Because that's who we are. How can we be the strongest nation in the world without leading the world in science and technology? After years of importing 90% of our semiconductor chips from abroad, which America invented those chips, our Chips and Science Act meant that private companies from around the world are now investing literally tens of billions of dollars to build new chip factories right here in America. And over that period, they'll create tens of thousands of jobs. And many of those jobs in the so-called fabs, the buildings that make the chips, are being constructed now. And guess what? The average salary in those fabs, size of a football field, will be over $100,000 a year, and you don't need a college degree. Because of you and so many electeds out there, American manufacturing is back. Where the hell to say we wouldn't lead the world in manufacturing? 800,000 new manufacturing jobs. Our Republican friends and others made sure they'd go abroad to get the cheapest labor. We used to import products and export jobs. Now we export American products and create American jobs right here in America, where jobs belong. With every new job, with every new factory, pride and hope is being brought back to communities throughout the country that were left behind. You know you're from them, many of you. You know what it's like when that factory closed, where your mother, your father, your grandmother, grandfather worked. And now you're back, providing once again, proving that Wall Street didn't build America, the middle class built America, and unions built the middle class. It's been my view since I came to the Senate. And that's why I'm proud to have been the first president to walk a picket line and be labeled the most pro-union president in history, and I accept it. It's a fact. Because when unions do well, we all do well. You got it, man. You got it. I agree. I'm proud. Look, remember we told we couldn't get anything done because we couldn't get anything done in the Congress? Well, with your support, we passed the most significant climate law in the history of mankind. Over $370 billion. Cutting carbon emissions in half by 2030. Launching a climate corps, similar to AmeriCorps and Peace Corps, creating tens of thousands of jobs for young people of the future who are going to make sure this continues. Creating hundreds of thousands of jobs in clean energy for American workers, including the IBEW installing 500,000 charging stations all across America. And in the process, reducing carbon emissions. And we're seeing it. We're seeing to it that the first beneficiaries of environmental initiatives are those fence-line communities that have been smothered by the legacy of pollution. Louisiana and Delaware, Route 9, all the factories, all those chemical factories are right next to the poorest neighborhoods. They're the ones we're going to bring back. And how? How can we be the greatest nation in the world without the best education system in the world? Donald Trump and the Republican friends, they not only can't think, they can't read very well. Seriously, think about it. Look at their Project 2025. They want to do away with the Department of Education. Well, during the pandemic, Kamala and I helped states and cities get back their schools back open. And we gave public school teachers a raise. We created apprenticeships with businesses and communities, putting students on a path to a good paying job, whether or not they go to college. And by the way, we're making college a hell of a lot more affordable. Increasing Pell Grants by $900. Over $15 billion to HBCUs. Minority service education, including Hispanic institutions and tribal colleges. We kept our commitment to provide more student relief than ever by lifting the burden of helping millions of families so they could get married, start a family, buy a home, and begin to build family wealth and contribute to the community and grow our economy. It's not costing us, it's creating more wealth. We've fundamentally transformed how our economy grows, from the middle out and the bottom up instead of the top down. You know, my dad used to say there wasn't a whole hell of a lot to drop down on my kitchen table at the end of the month. I come from a basic middle-class family, 3-bedroom house, 4 kids, a grandpa living with us, decent neighborhood, but never a penny to spare. And look, that top-down notion never worked. A lot of Democrats didn't think it worked, but thought it worked, but it doesn't. And when we did all that, what we've done, everybody can do well. Everybody. Donald Trump calls America a failing nation. No, I'm serious. But think about this. Think about this. He publicly says to the whole world, I'm going to say something outrageous. I know more foreign leaders by their first names and know them well than anybody alive. Just because I'm so damn old. But I'm not joking. Think of the message he sends around the world when he talks about America being a failing nation. He says we're losing. He's the loser. He's dead wrong. Many of you are very successful people who travel the world. Name me a country in the world that doesn't think we're the leading nation in the world. Without America, not a joke, think about it. I'm being literal. Who could lead the world other than the United States of America? Well, guess what? America's winning, and the world's better off for it. America's more prosperous, and Americans are safer today than under Donald Trump. Trump continues to lie about crime in America, like everything else. Guess what? On his watch, the murder rate went up 30%, the biggest increase in history. Meanwhile, we made the largest investment, Kamala and I, in public safety ever. Now, the murder rate is falling faster than any time in history. Violent crime has dropped to the lowest level in more than 50 years. And crime will keep coming down when we put a prosecutor in the Oval Office instead of a convicted felon. And folks, the distinguished senator from the C Senate from California and I passed the first ban on assault weapons. And guess what? It worked. If we care about public safety, we need to prevent gun violence. And what makes me ashamed when I travel the world, which I do, more children in America are killed by a gunshot than any other cause in the United States. More die from a bullet than cancer, accidents, or anything else in the United States of America. My God. That's why Kamala and I are proud. We beat the NRA when we passed the first major bipartisan gun safety law in 30 years. I'm serious. That comes from here. And now it's time to ban assault weapons again. And demand universal background checks. It's hard. I never thought I'd stand before a crowd of Democrats and refer to a president as a liar so many times. No, I'm not trying to be funny. It's sad. Trump continues to lie about the border. Here's what he won't tell you. Trump killed the strongest bipartisan border deal in the history of the United States that we negotiated with the Senate Republicans. It took 4 weeks. Once it passed, and never acknowledged the most expansive border change in American history, he called senators to say, don't support the bipartisan bill, because he said it would help me politically and hurt him politically. My God. No, I'm serious. Think about it. Not a joke. Ask even the press who doesn't like me. They'll tell you that's true. Typically, Trump, once again, putting himself first and America last. Then I had to take executive action. The result of the executive action I took, border encounters have dropped over 50%. In fact, there are fewer border crossings today than when Donald Trump left office. And unlike Trump, we will not demonize immigrants, saying they're the poison of blood of America, poison the blood of our country. Kamala and I are committed to strengthening legal immigration, including protecting dreamers and more. And here's what else I believe in. Protecting your freedom to vote, your freedom to love who you love. And your freedom to choose. In its decision over
overturning Roe v. Wade, as you heard earlier tonight, the United States Supreme Court majority wrote the following, quote, women are not without electoral or political power. No kidding. MAGA Republicans found out the power of women in 2022. And Donald Trump is going to find out the power of women in 2024. Watch. And where Trump and his mega Republican right-wingers seek to erase history, we Democrats continue to write history and make more history. I'm proud to have kept my commitment to appoint the first black woman in the United States Supreme Court. Ketanji Brown Jackson, a symbol for every young woman in America that you can do anything. I'm proud that I've kept my commitment to have an administration that looks like America and that taps in to the full talent of our nation. The most diverse cabinet in history, including the first black woman of South Asian descent to serve as vice president. And will soon serve as the 47th president of the United States. She is good. Look. Thank you, Kamala. Folks, I've long said we have many obligations as a nation, but I got in trouble years ago for saying I'd make no apologies. We have only one truly sacred obligation: to prepare and equip those we send to war and care for them and their families when they come home and when they don't. That's why I'm so proud to have written and signed the PACT Act, one of the most significant laws ever, helping veterans and their families exposed to toxic materials like burn pits and Agent Orange. I was around during the Vietnam War. It's hard. Nobody was able to prove that their illness was a consequence of Agent Orange. And no one was able to prove initially that because they lived in burn pits like my son lived next to in Iraq for a year, that is the cause of their illness. But because of the PACT Act, a surviving spouse with 2 children is now eligible for a stipend of about $3,000 a month. And those children who lost a parent are eligible for tuition benefits to go to college and to get job training. It's already helping over 1 million veterans and their families just so far. Well, I love them, and I'm so proud of my son's service. We get it, but guess who doesn't get it and doesn't respect our veterans? We know from his own chief of staff, the 4-star General John Kelly, that Trump, when in Europe, would not go to the grave sites in France. The brave service members who gave their lives to this country. He called them suckers and losers. Who in the hell does he think he is? Who does he think he is? There's no words for a person. They are not the words of a person not worthy of being commander-in-chief, period. Not then, not now, and not ever. I mean that. I mean that from the bottom of my heart. Just as no commander-in-chief should ever bow down to a dictator, the way Trump bows down to Putin. I never have, and I promise you, Kamala Harris will never do it. Will never bow down. When Trump left office, Europe and NATO was in tatters. Not a joke. America First doctrine changed our whole image in the world. Well, they gave the hours, about 190 hours sum total, me and my counterparts who are heads of state in Europe, to strengthen NATO. We did. We united Europe like it hadn't been united for years, adding Finland and Sweden to NATO. 10 days before he died, Henry Kissinger called and said, not since Napoleon has Europe not looked over their shoulder at Russia with dread, until now. Until now. Well, guess what? Putin thought he'd take Kyiv in 3 days. 3 years later, Ukraine is still free. When I came to office, the conventional wisdom was that China would inevitably surpass the United States. They haven't noticed. No one's saying that now. And we'll keep working to bring hostages home and end the war in Gaza and bring peace and security to the Middle East. As you know, I wrote a peace treaty for Gaza. A few days ago, I put forward a proposal that brought us closer to doing that than we've done since October 7th. We're working around the clock, my Secretary of State, to prevent a wider war and reunite hostages with their families and surge humanitarian health and food assistance into Gaza now. To end the civilian suffering of the Palestinian people, and finally deliver a ceasefire and end this war. Those protesters out in the street, they have a point. A lot of innocent people are being killed on both sides. Just as we worked around the clock to bring home wrongfully detained Americans and others from Russia in one of the most complicated swaps in history, but they're home. Kamala and I are going to keep working to bring all Americans wrongfully detained around the world home. I mean it. Folks, I've got 5 months left in my presidency. I've got a lot to do. I intend to get it done. It's been the honor of my lifetime to serve as your president. I love the job, but I love my country more. I love my country more. And all this talk about how I'm angry at all those people who said I should step down, that's not true. I love my country more, and we need to preserve our democracy. In 2024, we need you to vote. We need you to keep the Senate. We need you to win back the House of Representatives. And above all, we need you to beat Donald Trump. And elect Kamala and Tim President and Vice President of the United States of America. Look, they'll continue to lead America forward, creating more jobs, standing up for workers, growing the economy, lower the cost to American families so they just have a little more breathing room. We've made incredible progress, but we have more work to do. And Kamala and Tim will continue to take on corporate greed and bring down cost of food. They'll keep taking on Big Pharma, making insulin $35 a month, not just for seniors, but for everyone in America. And capping prescription drug costs at a total of $2,000, not just for seniors, but for everyone. And folks, that's going to save America again tens of billions of dollars. Folks, they'll make housing more affordable, building 3 million new homes, providing $25,000 down payment assistance for the first-time home buyer, more than the 10 we approved. Donald Trump wants a new tax on imported goods, food, gas, clothing, and more. You know what that will cost the average family, according to the experts? $3,900 a year in a tax. No, it's a fact. Kamala and Tim will make the child care tax credit permanent. Lifting millions of children out of poverty and helping millions of families get ahead. But you know what Trump has? He created the largest debt any president had in 4 years with his $2 trillion tax cut for the wealthy. Well, Trump has a new plan. He wants to provide a $5 billion tax cut for corporations and the very wealthy. Read it. Put us further in debt. And folks, you know we have 1,000 billionaires in America. You know what their average tax rate they pay? 8.2%. If we just increased their taxes we proposed to 25%, which isn't the highest tax rate even, it would raise $500 billion new dollars over 10 years. They'd still be very wealthy. Look, Kamala and Tim are going to make them pay their fair share. They'll protect Social Security and Medicare. Trump wants to cut Social Security and Medicare. Kamala and Tim will protect your freedom. They'll protect your your right to vote. They'll protect your civil rights. And you know Trump will do everything to ban abortion nationwide. Oh, he will. You know, Kamala and Tim will do everything they possibly can. That's why you have to elect a Senate and House to restore Roe v. Wade. The ancient Greeks taught us that character is destiny. Character is destiny. For me and Jill, we know Kamala and Doug are people of character. It's been our honor to serve alongside them. And we know that Tim and Gwen Waltz are also people of great character. Selecting Kamala was the very first decision I made when I became our nominee. And it was the best decision I made my whole career. We've not only gotten to know each other, we've become close friends. She's tough, she's experienced, and she has enormous integrity, enormous integrity. Her story represents the best American story. And like many of our best presidents, she was also vice president. That's a joke. But she'll be a president our children can look up to. She'll be a president respected by world leaders because she already is. She'll be a president we can all be proud of. And she will be a historic president who puts her stamp on America's future. This will be the first presidential election since January 6th. On that day, we almost lost everything about who we are as a country. And that threat, this is not hyperbole, that threat is still very much alive. Donald Trump says he will refuse to accept the election result if he loses again. Think about that. He means it. Think about that. He's promising a bloodbath if he loses, in his words. And that he'll be a dictator on day one, in his own words. By the way, this sucker means it. No, I'm not joking. Think about it. Anybody else said that in the past, you'd think he was crazy. He is crazy, but you'd think it was an exaggeration, but he means it. We can't let that happen. Folks, all of us carry a special obligation. Independents, Republicans, Democrats. We saved democracy in 2020, and now we must save it again in 2024. The vote of each of us cast this year will determine whether democracy and freedom will prevail. It's that simple. It's that serious. And the power is literally in your hands. History is in your hands. Not hyperbole. It's in your hands. America's future is in your hands. Let me close with this. Nowhere else in the world could a kid with a stutter and modest beginnings in Scranton, Pennsylvania, and Claymont, Delaware, grow up to sit behind the resolute desk in the Oval Office. That's because America is and always has been a nation of possibilities. Possibilities. We must never lose that. Never. Kamala and Tim understand that this nation must continue to be a place of possibilities, not just for the few of us, but for all of us. So join me in promising your whole heart to this effort, and where my heart will be. I promise I'll be the best volunteer Harrison Waltz has Cam ever seen. Each of us has a part in the American story. For me and my family, there's a song that means a lot to us, that captures the best of who we are as a nation. The song is called American Anthem. There's one verse that stands out, and I can't sing worth a damn, so I'm not going to try. I'll just quote it. The work and prayers of centuries have brought us to this day. What shall our legacy be? What will our children say? Let me know in my heart, when my days are through, America, America, I gave my best to you. I made a lot of mistakes in my career, but I gave my best to you. For 50 years, like many of you, I've given my heart and soul to our nation. And I've been blessed a million times in return with the support of the American people. I've either been too young to be in the Senate because I wasn't 30 yet, and too old to stay as president. But I hope you know how grateful I am to all of you. I can honestly say, and I mean this from the bottom, give you my word as a Biden, I can honestly say I'm more optimistic about the future than I was when I was elected as a 29-year-old United States Senator. I mean it. Folks, we just have to remember who we are. We're the United States of America. And there's nothing we cannot do when we do it together. God bless you all, and may God protect our troops. Thank you.
And there you have it, President Joe Biden giving his last speech at the DNC as president, at least. And you know, it was you could say that he had a hero's welcome, if you will. The crowd was extremely gracious and energetic throughout the whole time. You can still see in the backdrops there on the LED screen. We love Joe. Thank you, Joe. Also signs throughout the convention center there. Just really, gracious to the president for all that he did for their party, and then, of course, for passing the torch graciously. You have to say there was a lot of humility tonight. At least that's what I took away from it. He said that he would be the best volunteer for the Harrison Walz campaign. It was, I think it takes a level of humility to say such a thing after, going out the way he did, if you will.
Yes, I'll start just by saying thank you, Joe. You have to, no matter what side of the aisle you're on, acknowledge his contribution to American politics. He was in politics for a long time in a lot of different roles, and I think that he truly cared for this country. He lost family members at different parts throughout his life and still seemed to put politics and the American people at the forefront. His daughter told the story of how he was working in D.C. and took the train home to celebrate her birthday and then turned around and got right back on the train to go back to work. So that shows the love he had for his family, but also showed the love he had for his country. And I don't think that should be overlooked or neglected on this night. This is clearly President Joe Biden's night. Now, I think it's over. The torch has been passed, and for the rest of this week, we're going to be introduced to a new Democratic candidate, and she's going to take the reins and decide what the party is going to be. And then America is going to decide if they're behind that or not. But I do want to just take this moment and thank President Joe Biden for his service to this country, for what he did, whether we believed in every single thing as far as policy or not. We believe that he was a good person who I think tried his best to make this a better country, and in a lot of ways he did.
Ambassador, what were your takeaways from?
Well, I have a different take. So I think that, yes, he served our country for a long time, but not necessarily honorably. The House has just assessed that there is corruption. The family has received tens of millions of dollars because of his self-dealing, working with foreign governments through his son. And the families enriched themselves on his service. And that is disreputable, but it's also illegal. And so I think he goes out in a sad way. I think it's a sad story. Personally, I don't believe he should have run in 2019. He was already showing signs of dementia. And I blame his wife, Jill Biden, for pushing him to run when she should have said, no, Joe, now is not the time. But she didn't. And here we are. Yes, the torch has been passed, but the country already knows Kamala Harris. She's been the vice president for almost 4 years, and the country has rejected the policies of the Biden administration. The out-of-control inflation, the war on American energy, the wide open border, the fentanyl, and many times criminals flooding over our border, even terrorists, known terrorists that they've let in and released. So we've got big challenges in our country, and I think the country is ready for a new vision that's more unifying and also more hopeful and optimistic.
And we do have two reporters that are still at the DNC on the floor, taking the pulse and the temperature in the room. We're going to go to NTD's Luis Martinez and Jack Bradley, who are there right now. What can you tell us, guys?
Well, Steve, it was really lively here just moments ago. People were shouting, screaming at the top of their lungs, and I even saw several people, a couple women and men, shedding tears when Biden was speaking, very moved by his speech. And they were saying, thank you, Joe, when he was talking about Kamala Harris's president candidacy and his support for her, as well as saying, we love you, Joe, holding up signs that say, we heart Joe. And they were handed out these signs, but there was a makeshift sign that was in the back of the crowd, and Luis actually went up there to investigate what was going on there.
It was a very interesting moment because a pro-Palestinian banner was lifted in one of the sections of the arena. When this happened, the lights on that section of the arena were turned off, and the DNC organizers wearing yellow vests instructed the police to clear the situation. When I got close to the situation, a person who said his name was Liam O'Sheeran, claimed to be a delegate from Michigan, had held a banner that said, "Stop arming Israel." People around him accused him of assault and battery, and that's what prompted police to escort him out. Well, I tried to speak with this person. The attendees were blocking the view and were not allowing reporters to reach this alleged protester. It was also very interesting to hear, Steve and Tiffany, that President Joe Biden did actually acknowledge the protesters outside of the DNC and said that they had a point, that a lot of innocent people were dying in Israel and Gaza. So that was an interesting moment during his speech, worth noting, of course.
That's right. All right, guys, that's it from us here today. We'll be back here tomorrow with more. Back to you.
And to these, Jack Bradley and Louise Martinez, great reporting live from the DNC. And that does conclude tonight's special coverage of the DNC.
We want to thank everyone for joining us tonight, and we do have 3 more nights left, so remember to tune in to our special coverage every evening at 5 p.m. Eastern until Thursday.
I'm Steve Lance.
And I'm Tiffany Meier.
And from all of us here at NTD, have a great night, and remember, stay informed and always seek the truth.